From Coyote Creek Golf Club in Bartonville, Illinois, the stakes don't get much higher than this. Tickets to state are on the line today in the 2A Boys Golf Sectional hosted by Limestone High School. And we're proud to bring you all the action from the 18th hole here in Bartonville. And we welcome you into our broadcast perch. Alongside Jonathan Michael, it's Larry Larson in with you. Glad you're with us on your Monday morning. It's a gorgeous day for golf, Jonathan. Usually when you think playoff golf, you think adverse conditions, but not today.
No, definitely not. And this is a departure from the norm of where we've broadcasted golf before. At Metamora Fields, we've done this two-way sectional for the last 2 years. And when we were at Metamora Fields, there were a couple times where we were dealing with, some rain, even some snow. There was some snow or ice mix one year, I remember, but that's not the case today. Beautiful day for golf, clear skies. I don't see hardly a cloud at all. It's going to be a great day for golf, very pleasant. Course conditions should be in top shape.
And the golf should be in top shape, Jonathan. A lot of very good teams, a lot of very good individuals that could certainly not only make noise today, but could also make noise at state down at Wybring in Bloomington coming up later this week.
Definitely, yeah. So there will be 3 of the 12 teams today will be advancing to state along with the top 10 scoring individuals, given if they are not already advancing to state by way of their team. So there's going to be a lot of great teams, great individuals. A lot of teams like Macomb and Sacred Heart Griffin, I think really have a really good shot at state, along with a couple other teams as well could also get in the mix. It's all about who gets hot. It's about who's going to go low. And, the competition is obviously wide open as we're getting started here this morning.
And before we really dive too deep into the team aspect and, who we think maybe the favorites are today, let's dive into just kind of how hard it is to play in a round like this. You watch PGA Tour or even Live Golf nowadays on television or online or whatever. Those golfers have 4 rounds to get it together, to compose themselves. Even if they screw up in the first round on Thursday, they've got another round the next day to make the cut and kind of turn their tournament around. For these players today, 18 holes, that's it. And the pressure is through the roof. I mean, high school golf careers are on the line today.
Yeah, they are. And like you said, Larry, I mean, it is, every shot here is just pressure packed. You cannot let up one bit today. Obviously, as you said, you only get 18 holes to make it, and you also have 18 holes to break it as well. Maybe all you need is 1 or 2 holes to break it. Coyote Creek, obviously a beautiful golf course here in the Peoria area, but as it normally is in the sport of golf, the more beautiful it is, the more dangerous it could be, and the more hearts it could break. But there are a lot of great golfers here this afternoon, and I think they will be navigating the course very well. A couple practice rounds that they played over the weekend, but like you said, 18 holes, that's all you get. So you got to bring it the entire way.
And, John, we got to shoot our audience straight. I've never played Coyote Creek, but you have. Give us a breakdown. What can we expect today?
Yeah, so Coyote Creek, it's a good mix of holes that they are gettable, as it's saying in golf. You can get a birdie or a par, fairly easy. If you play your shots correct, but there's also a couple holes that are very, very challenging. I think the tee shots here are going to be paramount. There's a couple holes on the front 9, like 3 and 4, 5 that there's a big tree line that makes driving tight. A couple OB. There's a couple of ravines also you have to deal with. Also on the front and back 9 as well. So minimal water here, not a ton of bunkers, but there definitely are, maybe more than your typical municipal course, let's say that. But the course conditions here are always one of the best in the Peoria area. The grass is always kept well, greens always look good. So it's a pretty nice course. It's just, it can really hurt you, and it could also really play in your favor as well, as there are a couple of short par 4s and a couple of par 5s that you can really get as well.
And, whenever you talk about a course being gettable, you could say that turns up the pressure on some guys, but also when you've got a lot of guys that can score low, and maybe you're a guy that can be in contention for the individual title or your team's pushing for a ticket to state, you can press a little bit and maybe try to take some gambles that could largely be unnecessary.
Yeah, definitely. And there's definitely a lot of those here at Coyote Creek. There's a couple, short par fours that, could be drivable. I think we could definitely see a couple drives on the green here this afternoon. But, if you don't hit the green on your drive, if you end up, pulling a shot to the left or to the right, you could be in some real big trouble. And like I said earlier, you can't really have any big numbers today. So, I think the conservative plays are going to be the way to go. Maybe take a 3-wood or iron off some of these tees, and then just set yourself up, to hit a lot of greens in a regulation this afternoon.
And John, we got some videos a short while back before we went on air here of the 18th hole, and we're gonna have a video breakdown on the broadcasts coming up later. That we taped. Go figure. It's a bit of a scramble. It's live television. Things go wrong. Things don't go to plan. We're going to do our best to get that in later. But let's go in depth on this 18th hole. You look at the tee box. These players are going to be playing the Blues today. And from the Blues, it's 384 yards. It's not the most difficult hole, but it gets trickier as you go on. The tee shot, pretty wide open, but out of bounds right and out of bounds left, and that bunker is going to come into play a lot. And then as you look at your approach shot towards the green, you've got water left and a bunker right.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like you said, the tee shot is, pretty open. You have room to miss it to the right, which is where I would not be hitting. I hit a right to left shot, but for some of these golfers, that there's a lot of bailout room to the right. So the drive shouldn't be terribly hard, although there is, a couple, residences over to the left and, some white stakes that are out of bounds. So not a lot of room to miss to the left. Maybe, only 15, 20 yards at most to miss to the left. So we're going to see a lot of, guys aiming right, but that's where that bunker comes into play. So we'll definitely see a couple shots coming out of there. I would, to the naked eye, I would say from there, it's maybe about 140, 150 yards.
150 from the front of the bunker.
Yeah,
nailed it.
About 150 or so from the bunker to the green. So we could see, a couple, mid to short irons coming out of there, and obviously, there's obviously the water, the bunkers by the green, but also the big mound as well. And chipping off of downhill lies or side hill lies is not easy, especially when the mound is perched above the green as it is here on the 18th hole. So, it could be very possible that, we could see, some trouble around the greens if we see the golfers miss to the right on those mounds, or also possibly in that bunker as well.
Again, we are standing beside the 18th hole at Coyote Creek Golf Course, awaiting our first group that should be here in a handful of minutes. No telling with golf, of course, one of those beautiful sports that does not have a clock, no matter how long it takes. And these tournament rounds do take a long time, up to 4 or 5 hours sometimes when the course is playing slow, so you never know. But we're going to do our best to get you all the action from every single group that comes through this 18th hole today. And again, the top 3 teams and then the top 10 individuals not on those qualifying teams will advance to the 2A state final starting Friday and running through Saturday. John, let's dig into the teams and individuals in this sectional. It's a very strong one. It was a very strong one last year. We covered the 2A sectional at Metamora Fields, which Macomb won, and we saw a lot of very tight action. Macomb won by a handful of strokes. It was a pretty dominant win, all things considered. But if I had to guess, I think this year is going to be a little more contentious for the title on the team side. You've got Macomb, Sacred Heart Griffin, and Springfield. Springfield very well represented today.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, a lot of great golf talent down there in the Central State 8 Conference. And we also have a couple individuals from Rochester, Jacksonville as well. But going back to the Springfield team, as a team that has pretty much everybody back from last year, and the Senators, they didn't make it as a team last year, but they were right there in contention. Sacred Heart Griffin, they advanced as well. They have a lot of returners, at least 3 or 4 as well. And they looked really, really good in the regionals. I believe they had the second lowest regional score of any team that won a regional in the IHSA this year. So Sacred Heart Griffin, the Cyclones, they got to be, feeling really good coming in this tournament. And Macomb as well. Coach Greg Duncan has a great program going over there. And Macomb looks a little bit different this year. They don't have Connor Ham, who just put on a show last year at Metamora Fields. He's now golfing at Bradley, and Coyote Creek is Bradley's home course. But Macomb also looking really good as well. Connor Watson and Justice Keene, handful of other guys, make that team really, really deep.
Absolutely, and we saw Justice Keene have a breakout round last year,
He
and you could
did.
argue that, those guys are really the X factors in the team side of things. You're almost always going to get a consistent score from your number one or your number two. They're probably going to go low, especially if you're going to be in contention to win a sectional. But it's those threes and fours that really will make or break a round. And so we're going to have to see some good rounds, especially from Macomb, if they want to sneak in. Because really, Jonathan, looking at the teams in this regional, I think on paper, I think the two favorites come from the Central State 8 and Sacred Heart Griffin and Springfield.
Yeah, definitely. Yes. Yeah. Sacred Heart Griffin brings a couple of guys back from last year as well, like Carter Etheridge, Nick Kalusia, Cal Johnson as well. They had 4 guys break 80 in regionals, and then their number 5, Alio Giacomini, shot 80 at regionals, so he was almost in the 70s as well. So, like you said, those 3 and 4 guys really can make or break a team's fortunes here at sectionals. So, obviously, a lot of 3-4 golfers, they're usually, for most good teams, hovering around 80 or so. So, it's gonna maybe be who can shoot a 77, who's gonna fire a 78, like who's gonna make some good par saves, maybe a couple birdies here or there. That's gonna be crucial in determining whether or not your team will make it to Weibering later this week.
Definitely a handful of teams that we didn't mention as well that could maybe make some noise, but those are definitely the 3 that we're going to be keeping an eye on the most. Springfield, Sacred Heart Griffin, and Macomb considered 3 of the top teams here today. And for reference, you mentioned that SHG team score 301 in regionals. Springfield High finished behind them for second place with a 308. And you could argue that they've got the lower scoring individuals, but SHG kind of has that more well-rounded team effort.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, for Springfield, they'll be led by Jake Balden and Peyton Woods, James O as well. Those 3 all shot below 80 in regionals. Balden led the way with a 73 to earn medalist honors. He defeated Maroa Forsyth, Tyler Davis in a playoff. So that's another guy
beating up on the home team there.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, and Maroa Forsyth has some very good individuals that we'll get into later as well. But, you look at later down the Springfield High roster, and there are a couple guys, shot 81 or 82 in regionals. But, I think, maybe Springfield High's top golfers maybe don't have the firepower that SHGs do, at least if we're speaking based off of regionals. But their 4, 5, and 6 guys are also a little bit closer than SHGs are as well. So Springfield High could be a little bit more consistent across the board, and they could have everybody shoot within 4 or 5, maybe even 6 strokes of each other, rather than SHG, where the top 4 guys are going to have a little bit more importance on them because they're likely going to be taking those 4 scores.
Springfield High's squad, led by head coach Jake Stapleton, saw all players shoot 82 or lower in the regional. So that's pretty much all you can ask for right there.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, as a casual golfer myself, I'd be pretty impressed with an 82. That is actually, if memory serves me right, I think that's my lowest 18-hole score is an 82, believe it or not. So, and that's what the number 5 and 6 guys were shooting at a postseason tournament. Obviously with all the pressure on the line, and usually these tournaments tend to be hosted at courses where it is pretty challenging. So 82 is no small feat, and to have guys that go that deep, that's going to be huge for teams like the Springfield Senators.
Now let's turn to the individual side, because not only do we have a lot of individuals on those teams that are going to contend for individual titles, but you've also got individuals who qualified. And I think a lot of the names that jump out, you got a handful of them. Wade Schacht from Champaign Central might be the favorite to win the individual title today. He was great last year in the 2A sectional. He's been great all year again in his senior year.
Yeah, Wade Schacht has definitely got to watch for Champaign Central. Obviously, he's here with his team, the Champaign Central Maroons, but Schacht is a guy that was real consistent last year. Making birdies is not a problem for him. He can definitely light it up. He made a few of them in regionals to have a round of, I believe it was 1 under, if I would have to double check. But I know Schacht was very close, if not under par, in regionals. And that's kind of become the norm for him. And I was reading a real interesting piece from Colin Likas from the Champaign News-Gazette, how he's really improved his mental stamina and his response to just the sport of golf, where everything is so mental. And I'm really excited to see Wade Schacht play today and see how he navigates the golf course. I definitely think that he will be in contention, if not running away with medalist honors.
He tees off at 10:39 off number 1, so he should be on the tee box, if not already off the tee box. I will say something promising for a quick round today. The tee times were a little ahead of schedule, so maybe we'll be seeing some golfers here soon. And looking at the 18th hole, nobody on the tee box yet, but of course we're not going anywhere. We don't have any other cameras on any other holes. We don't have a mobile setup. We don't have a blimp or anything like that. So we're going to be on 18 all day, taking you through the guys that started on the back, of course, first, and then the guys later who started on the front. So Wade Schacht will be one of the last golfers we see. So who knows? He could be putting for the sectional title right in front of us here on 18. So that could be a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm excited to see what Schacht does. And also a couple other individuals as well that I want to keep an eye on are Jason Runboom from Galesburg. He also advanced at state as an individual last year. He's always been very strong. He's one of those guys that I think could give Schacht the biggest run for his money so far. Rummer shot a 70 to win medalist honors at the Geneseo Regional, and he obviously went to state last year. Shot 73 at Metamora Fields, and his coach Jim Noonan said he's a very good golfer. When I got here, what's grown most is his confidence. He's very mature, and that definitely is able to be seen in his play. So keep an eye on Runboom. Tyler Davis, the guy from Monroe at Forsyth as well. He also advanced to state last year, so I him at Metamora Fields. He's back again this year. So he's another guy that I'm also watching out for as well.
You know, I think it's a big advantage for guys who qualified for state last year, having been to state and playing in those pressure rounds. But more times than not, so often a guy has a breakout round, and you know, we're talking about the number 3s, number 4s on teams. Those guys that have breakout rounds more often than not are sophomores and freshmen and maybe even juniors because they're playing with the least pressure. They're not a senior thinking, oh, this could be it, this could be it.
No kidding, yeah. I mean, yeah, we saw it a bit last year at Metamora Fields. A couple seniors, you know, maybe faltered a little bit, not by a lot. Metamora Fields obviously a very unforgiving golf course, but we definitely did see a lot of, you know, sophomores and juniors play well. And it's just like you mentioned, you know, they don't have the pressure on them. They're not their high school golf career is not exactly on the line because they'll have, you know, more years coming, and that really takes a lot off of you. I mean, as you know, obviously me and you, we've both played in golf tournaments before, and I know we can both attest to, like, I know how much pressure you can feel on the golf course and how much it can affect you. I know for a fact it affected me a lot when I was playing as well, and I'm sure it does with these players as well. They're probably a little bit better at handling it than I was. That's why I'm here in the booth and not trying to make it on the Corn Ferry Tour currently. But yeah, no, just like you said, it's not just the seniors that can make an impact. It's also those guys, you know, maybe even freshmen, sophomores, and juniors obviously as well.
And in a round like this, it's very easy to become unraveled after maybe even just 1 or 2 bad shots. The shot you're looking at right now, that's the number 9 tee box. So those are some of the individuals now that we'll be seeing coming up here shortly. And we just had a group launch off of number 1, likely Wade Schacht's group, with the Champaign Central Maroons. So action well underway here at Coyote Creek in the 2A sectional, hosted by Limestone here in Bartonville. It took Airport Road to get here. We're probably going to have some airplanes flying over today on approach into good old PIA.
Maybe we can hire one of them to be a blimp.
Yeah, I hope so. We'll see. A little details on our coverage this year. So we've got our live leaderboard online thanks to the iWannamaker app. We'll be keeping you updated on individual and team scores throughout the day thanks to that. We probably won't have as detailed on-course reporting this year because we don't have a cart. That was a whole fiasco this morning. We bought a cart, got a key, parked it underneath our broadcast booth, and the next thing you know, somebody took it. We don't have a cart anymore. So that's not great. All the carts are currently out on the golf course, but we're going to be sending Gavin Russell as well as Jonathan Michael here in the booth. We're going to kick Jonathan out of the booth one of these times and send him out onto the course to see what's going on, and he'll be sending videos back to the broadcast booth to get our coverage a little more mobile out on the golf course here today. So great to have everybody along. Rodrigo Perez, Josh Messenger on our crew, being led by Joey Wright today. So great to be bringing you some IHSA playoff golf for the third straight season on ClutchSportsIL.com. Great tradition we got going here.
Yeah, really. I mean, this was actually the first tournament that I worked with Clutch Sports Media 2 years ago, and
Mid-Illini Conference Tournament, I believe it was.
Mid-Illini Tournament, yep, at Metamora Fields, and this is the first golf tournament that we've broadcasted not at Metamora Field, so always good to be out here at Coyote Creek. Obviously, first time that we've been up here broadcasting. Metamora Fields, though, loved that setup. I love the setup we have here as well. This view of 18 is, you can't beat it. You know, we have great sight lines. We're going to see a lot of great action coming down the final hole here this afternoon.
Yes, indeed. Bright and early start, approaching 10:45 a.m. Central Time, and the day will go by quick. It's a long day, but it does fly by. And looking at the tee sheet here, we should have the top group from Champaign Central, Geneseo, Macomb, and SHG teed off by now off the front, and individuals should be starting their rounds off the front 9. And on the back, the first group that we're going to be seeing, Jonathan, is the number 6s from Bloomington, Dunlap, PND, and QND, Quincy Notre Dame. So 2 Notre Dames in that group, not confusing at all. But that'll be Sam Thalgott, Brady Pinter, David Bianchi, and Bo Eftink from QND. So should be an interesting group to watch. And of those teams, who do you think maybe has the best shot to be in the mix for a ticket to state today?
Well, I think the team that is going to be the hungriest, I can tell you this, the team that's going to be the hungriest is going to be Dunlap.
Oh, yeah.
It was last year, again, I don't know if any of our viewers remember, but Dunlap was the victim of an absolutely gut-wrenching outcome as they tied with Normal University as a team for the last spot to go to state. And so with their top 4 golfers all combined having the same score, I don't remember what that score was exactly, but it came down to what the number 5 golfer score was. And Normal University had their number 5 golfer was 1 stroke better than Dunlap's. So Dunlap missed out by state on just a single stroke last year. And again, that's why every shot is so important, that you cannot have a lapse of focus at all. And Dunlap learned that the hard way this year. They're going to be back for more under head coach Daniel Young this year. They'll be led by Eli Fitzgerald and Graham O'Leary. The Eagles have been a little streaky this year, but if they can get hot, they can definitely get right in there. Bloomington as well. A guy that I want to really watch is Sam Rink. We saw him last year at Metamora Fields, and it struggled a little bit, but I think in his senior year he'll definitely be back for more as well. And P&D, I think as a team, I think P&D is probably the strongest of all of those. Evan Gierke will be leading the way for the Irish, and I think they could be in the mix. Maybe, I wouldn't say for a surprise spot, but they might fly under the radar a little bit this afternoon. So definitely got my eyes on the Irish.
Gierke, a state qualifier as an individual last year from that 2A Metamora sectional. Again, we're looking at the 18th green. We're looking at hole number 1. And we're waiting for golfers to come up on 18. And as soon as we have them, we'll be showing them to you. But the views we have right now, hole number 1, which is very hard to see from our perspective, as well as the tee box of hole number 9. Now, Jonathan, give me a little bit of a lay of the land here. Looking at number 1, we've got the tee box off to our right. Kind of hard to see from our perspective and on our cameras. But where's number 1 green?
Yeah, so number 1 green, obviously from our viewpoint, it's pretty tough to see, but number 1 is one of the most gettable holes here. From the blue tees, which the golfers are playing today, is just 309 yards. There's some bunkers to the right, and you can see there's a fella in a white polo, I believe, walking right now. The green is over there, so your tee shot starts so tee shot will start straight, and at about maybe 250 yards or so. It dog legs a little bit to the right, which sets up a short wedge shot. Maybe I really doubt we'll see any people trying to drive the green. As Larry Larson pulls out his binoculars, he's
Oh
gonna
yeah,
try
we're gonna
and
take a look.
But number one, usually one of the most gettable holes here at Coyote Creek. And again, the drive starts off straight, dog legs a little bit to the right, pretty sharply, I would say, which again would be harder to drive the green. But I think we'll see a lot of birdies, a lot of pars. Definitely a hole that you don't want to put up a big number on. You can get away with a bogey there, but certainly don't want a 6 or more on the opening par 4.
Not a great way to start the round. So correct me if I'm wrong. We're looking at number one straight over that fairway bunker there. That's short. Is that number one right there?
Correct.
Okay.
I believe that is so. However, I believe 1 and 8 are a double green. So
You kidding me? What is this, the British Open?
apparently, very unique. But yes, 1 and 8 share a
1
green.
and 7 it looks like.
1 and 7. I knew it was one of those two, but 1 and 7 share a green.
Yeah.
I see.
Wow.
I see Wade Shock's group on the green there. So that flag that you see, that is the number 7 green, which obviously is shared with number 1. But they have the pin out on number 1. I believe that is shot. He's in black pants, a maroon polo down there by the green. But that is where he is standing, and another golfer in a white hat I see as well. And that is where the number 1 green is, 309 or so yards away from us.
There it is. So that first group that we're looking at right now off of hole number 1, that would be the 6th group to tee off, as in the number 1s from Champaign Central, Geneseo, Macomb, and SHG. Definitely a group to watch today. Wade Shocked, Hayden Moore from Geneseo, Connor Watson from Macomb, and Cal Johnson from Sacred Heart Griffin. And John, frankly, to again be honest with our viewers here, one of the most interesting parts of a golf broadcast is figuring out who's who simply based on the team colors and what everybody's wearing, because everybody usually wears something different, especially when fall rolls around. Everybody's got their different jackets and pullovers and different hats they're wearing. It's not like football where all the uniforms are standardized.
Yeah, and I don't think many golfers will have to wear a helmet today. I think there's not going to be that many
I hope
errant
not.
tee shots. But yeah, just like you said, it is always a struggle to figure out who is who. I'm gambling though that maroon.
Well,
polo
Shocked
there,
is definitely in burgundy.
Yeah, that would definitely I believe would be Shocked.
We got 2 players in white in that group, so that's always interesting.
My guess is one of them would be Sacred Heart Griffin.
And I would say the other one would be Connor Watson from Macomb, because I remember last year I think a few of those folks from Macomb were wearing white. So
Larry Larson
we'll roll the dice.
has an elephant's memory.
I do. Just had another group tee off of number 1. It looks like perhaps some individuals. We'll try and figure out who those fellas are. The 10:48 tee time just going off number 1. And as we discuss number 1, we've got our first sighting of some folks on number 18. A group coming up to the tee for the first time today. It looks like some spectators leading the way. However,
Yes.
we're going to have some golfers soon to follow, so we should be excited for that. Looking at the individual scoreboard right now, obviously not a lot of golf played, but the live scoreboard, getting a refresh on it. Connor Clifton from Champaign Central birdied number 1, so he's currently at the top right now. Tyler Thalgott from Bloomington also picked up a birdie in the first 2 holes. He's through 2. No other really notable scores so far.
Yeah, not really much so far, obviously, with just the first couple holes being posted, at least according to the Iowa Wanamaker website here. But Thalgott's a guy that, for Bloomington, if he can put up a good round, I think that that's a player on a team that could really, be key if, have a breakout round at the number 3 or 4 spot. So definitely watching Thalgott, and we do, looking on 18, it looks like some golfers are coming into view, Larry. It's time for action.
Yes. Let's go. Hey, you thought that action on that number 1 double green was good? Just wait till you see the camera shots we can get when the golfers are actually right in front of us. Should be very interesting. Again, this first group that we've got coming up is our 9 o'clock group off the back. Golfers from Bloomington, Dunlap, Peoria, Notre Dame, and Quincy, Notre Dame. Again, the players playing off the blue tees today. So, Jonathan, in case our viewers didn't join us for maybe the top of our show, we talked about this tee shot on number 18. Not the hardest in the world, but there are some hazards that could really derail your round.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, there is more room to the right on this tee shot on 18. And I don't know if the camera can see it at least right now, but there is a bunker about 150 yards away from the green, which would make it about, let me do some quick math here, about a 230-yard drive. So
Good math.
Right in the landing zone for a lot of golfers. And even if they do miss the bunker, there's a couple mounds which will give some tough side hill lies, and you look at them, and obviously they're kind of sloping. At least what we can see, most of the balls, if they land there, will slope towards the fairway, as we see it first.
Right on cue, that first tee shot, yeah, just short of the bunker. So, John, you taking driver here, or maybe you taking 3-wood?
I think it really kind of depends. I think 18 is a hole where you really could you could put a birdie up for sure, but you could also put up a big number as well. If I'm in contention late, or if I'm trying to get hot, or maybe recover, I would definitely pull out the driver. However, if you're coming off a couple pars, maybe you just want to stay consistent and stay even keel, I definitely pull out, like a 3-wood, maybe even a 5-wood for the longer hitters.
Of our first 2 tee shots, both of them land in the fairway.
And we'll get who those tee shots were as they begin to come to the fairway. But as I was saying earlier, with the way that those mounds slope, and if you're obviously with it sloping to the left, obviously if the golfers are, it doesn't matter if they're left or right-handed, it still slopes the same way. With the slope, it always sends your ball a little bit more to the direction where it is sloping, which would be the left. And just to the left of this green is a big water hazard. So if you go right, end up on the hill, you could find yourself in the water. At least there's a higher probability of going in the water if you do so. But a couple nice tee shots here. One right smack dab in the center of the fairway.
And the last tee shot, Sam Thalgott from Bloomington, I believe, just pulled it into the tree on the left.
And there's a big tree route right there, about, I would say that's closer to about 200 yards or so from the green. So I be a tough out for Sam Thalgott, assuming the brother of Tyler.
Maybe cousins.
Could be cousins.
Who knows? So, looks like 3 good tee shots and 1 rough one that will have to be re-teed, as it's pretty clearly out of bounds. And again, we'll work on identifying these players for certain as they come up the fairway. Sam Thalgott, Brady Pinter, David Bianchi, and Bo Eftink from Quincy, Notre Dame. And honestly, John, looking through the binoculars here and our camera shots, it looks like there's 2 players wearing purple.
Yes, there is. There is indeed, as we have our first picture-in-picture here on Clutch Sports Media, a zoomed-in shot there on the fairway, see where those balls end up. But Thalgott, I believe, I saw a golfer with a purple towel. Believe that would be Thalgott.
And we've got one in green on the right there. That's David Bianchi from Peoria, Notre Dame, I'm almost certain. But again, we'll learn more as we get closer.
Yep, and I do see a fellow in a blue polo, navy blue polo, white pants. I would assume that would be Bo Eftink from Quincy, Notre Dame.
John, I think one thing I really want to try and compile today is, we're going to have golfers advance to state with great work on the golf course, but I want to put together an all-name team. I mean, there are some great names in this sectional. I think Bo Eftink might lead that off.
Yeah, I think Bo Eftink is definitely a candidate for it. I don't want to spoil it too much, but we gotta shout out some. Obviously, we have Rocky O'Shea.
Oh, yeah.
We also have Rennick Riddle as well. So some interesting, very, very cool names we'll see here coming through on 18 as it looks like Efting from Quincy Notre Dame. He looks like he's one of those two balls right in the center of the fairway. Looks like Thalgott is there walking up the left side of the fairway. So Eftink, Quincy Notre Dame, he is looking good. Thalgott is walking in front of the bunker. It looks like Thalgott actually may have been safe. I saw a Bloomington High School logo on his bag.
Well, who hit the shot out of bounds then?
That
It's hard to tell.
By process of elimination, that would either be Pinter from Dunlap or Bianchi from P&D. My guess is that would be Pinter.
Another identifying factor, of course, is the bags.
Yes, I'll be taking a good look at the bags today.
Some looking better than others, I must admit. Here's an idea. I'm going to send Gavin Russell out of the broadcast booth, and he's going to get a closer look and let us know who's hitting what shot.
It's a good idea. But put Gavin down onto the course, just a stone's throw away.
So here we go. We got a shot coming up from Sam Thalgott from Bloomington. His approach into the green. Looks like this is going to miss right and bounce off one of those side hills, and he's in the trap.
Yeah, that'll give Thalgott a shot from the bunker to try and get up and down for a par, but
that's going to be nerve-wracking.
And the tough part about that shot is there's two bunkers right there. You have to go over the other one as well. The one closest you might be able to get up and down from fairly easily if you're an adept sand player, but that second one on the right will be a little bit more challenging.
Are you an adept sand player, Jonathan?
I've improved greatly, I will say. I used to not be able to get out of the sand to save my life. However, last year I did have my first sand hole out. Although it was for par. I duffed the first one and didn't get out. Second one goes right in the hole. And that's the beauty of golf.
Hey, it looks like a routine par on the scorecard. Trying to get a closer look at these golfers here. I believe the young man in navy blue in the middle of the fairway, John, is probably Bo Eftink.
That definitely is Bo Eftink.
Next shot coming up here, I believe from Brady Pinter maybe, is a ground ball on the cart path, and it sits just to the left of the cart path.
In the short grass still. So up and down still in the cards.
So as you mentioned, John, by process of elimination, that probably makes David Bianchi the one who pulled it out of bounds or close to out of bounds. It looks like he's not even going back to take another shot. Got another approach shot into the green, and it comes up just short of the pin on the front of the green. A good tee shot, and that is likely Bo Eftink from Quincy, Notre Dame.
Yeah, Eftink, one of the better number sixes out here this afternoon. Obviously a great drive, right about 150 yards right down the center of the fairway. He'll have two putts to make a par. The slightly uphill putt here on hole number 18.
Approach into the green coming up for David Bianchi. Falls short, rolling towards that bunker, and comes up short in the short grass. So certainly not the worst approach in the world there, John.
No, definitely not. You got enough room to get up and down there. You have a little bit of an uphill lie, which is always a lot more preferred over a downhill lie, at least when you're chipping. So just got to get it up and over the sand, get some nice touch on it. Obviously, don't want to hit it too hard and have it scuttle down, possibly more towards the water. But good chipping opportunity available for Bianchi.
Our final approach towards the green is from Brady Pinter from Dunlap. Hit his last shot a little bit low. Rolled on the cart path. Didn't get a huge cart path bounce, but now he'll send his next shot into the green. This is his third. Looks a little bit left, but stays on the left side of the green, about pin high. Good approach from Pinter.
Yeah, very nice shot there from Pinter. Of a long par opportunity.
And Pinter was one of those guys who took a conservative approach to this hole. He took an iron off the tee, came up short of that bunker, and then didn't end up in the bunker, which of course played to his advantage, and now he's got that opportunity to save par. Bunker shot from that right side bunker, almost holed out. From Bloomington's Sam Thalgott.
You see that ball? It just kept rolling a little bit. So obviously, as they always say in golf, all the putts always break towards the water, and obviously the green is running away from our cameras and behind the pin. So that one really, obviously, with the length of putt he has, whatever, not indicative of how good of a shot it was. That one almost went in, and probably maybe deserved to be a little bit closer, but Thalgott with an opportunity to get up and down, and Bo Eftink will have 2 putts, but looks like this will be
short chip coming up from Peoria, Notre Dame's David Bianchi. And John, that's about as good as you could ask for because he flew it over the bunkers, but you don't have a lot of landing room to try and get that thing to stop close to the hole. So Bianchi's going to have a bit of a slider coming up for bogey or par. Not entirely sure.
But I know putting for birdie, though, will be Bo Eftink. And how about this, Larry? He's technically the number 6 golfer right now for Quincy Notre Dame, but he was the medalist at the normal U-High Invite with a 71. Shot an 85 at regionals. He also tied for 10th at a tournament earlier this year, so maybe had a little bit of a down round in regionals. That's why he's playing.
And we do want to remind our audience, we reference the number 1s, the number 5s, the number 6s, whatnot. Those are strictly based on what they did at regionals. Putt coming up from Quincy Notre Dame's Bo Eftink comes up short.
That's fine. Having a lag putt there, par on 18 never will hurt you, especially here with the water in play and a little bit of trouble to the right side.
This is Sam Thalgott's birdie attempt. Burns the edge. Rather par attempt there. So he'll have a tricky about 3-footer for bogey. Next to putt, Bianchi. Left it on the pro side.
Yes, he did. Missed it high. And for our golfers that maybe aren't as familiar with that terminology, obviously if you have a putt that breaks to one direction, you want to miss it the opposite direction on the high side. It gives you a better chance, I guess, for it to go in if it would lip in. Obviously, a putt won't really lip in if it's on the lower side. That's the amateur side. That's where I hit it most of the time.
That's where most of us hit it most of the time. Brady Pinter for birdie. For par, rather. He got it. What a putt from Brady Pinter to save par on the final hole of the front. He drilled it.
Unbelievable shot there from Pinter to round out 18. And you saw the conservative approach really did him well there. It came with iron off the tee and even had a ground ball on his second shot. It was a worm burner. Still able to get onto the green in 3 and make a long putt. How about that putt from Brady Pinter?
Bianchi misses that one. He'll tap it in to finish up his 9th hole. Again, that was likely either bogey or double bogey. Bloomington Stalgott taps it in to wrap up his bogey. And now it's F-Tink for par. Easy tap in. And that concludes our first group of the day on number 18, highlighted by a long par putt from Brady Pinter.
Yeah, how would that putt there from Pinter? Those will always help if you're the Dunlap Beagles, who come into this tournament not maybe as the favorites, but certainly could make some noise. So stuff like that, if you and the rest of your teammates can make putts like that, that will bode well for you later on.
Indeed it will. And we've got Gavin Russell coming back up to the booth. We'll get some insight from him here in a few moments. But starting with a bang,
Yeah,
that long putt.
Yeah, how about that? And you also interesting as well. Obviously, we saw the drive out of bounds. We had our classic who's who coming down the fairway as well. We'll be seeing lots and lots more groups as we see some carts now approaching the 18th tee box. So looks like that group of Pinter, Bianchi, F-Tink, and Thalgott was maybe a little bit ahead of pace. So obviously good to see.
Let's get Gavin Russell on the headset here and get his insight from. No, hold on. John's going to stay on the mic. I'm going to slip off. Gavin's going to talk with John about this 18th hole. Our first group.
Was able to get up close and personal with a couple of the golfers there, but no, definitely there was a couple of really nice shots. Got to see up close, two of which came from the same player. The approach shot there onto the green, and then of course that nice long putt right there. I think that you look early in the round though, you're going to see some of those miscue shots. We obviously saw one of the tee shots go OB. Saw a couple of ground ball shots. Overall though, looks like, as you mentioned, the course is playing pretty favorably, and all four golfers from that group had a couple of nice shots just about finishing it off. Most of those golfers just kind of struggled finishing off on the green, misread. Putted a little high a couple times, hit a couple of bumps I did notice. So definitely maybe something to clean up as the round goes along. But beautiful day. Course is absolutely beautiful. Being out there was definitely good first group that we saw. A couple of nice shots and expect a lot more really good golf from the 18th hole.
For sure, and again, those were the number 6 golfers. So, and as Larry mentioned, the 1s through 6s, again, that is all just based solely on the scores in regionals. So you're gonna have a guy who's like maybe a number 5 or number 6, who's actually maybe be more like your number 1 or maybe even number 2. So obviously, the numbers are not really a true arbiter of how good some of these golfers can be. Maybe that's had a bad round, but in regionals, but nevertheless, they're here in sectionals here at Coyote Creek Golf Club in Bartonville, Illinois. Saw a good group of number 6s come through, and coming up on the tee next, and we still the pairings of Bloomington, Dunlap, Peoria, Notre Dame, and Quincy, Notre Dame. For Bloomington, we'll have Garrett Casey, Dunlap's Ben Diefenthaler. And how about this, Gavin? A name that maybe a lot of people who listen to Clutch Sports Media will be familiar with. Cooper Koch is on the tee. Yes, Cooper Koch as in the basketball player and the Iowa basketball commit playing for Peoria, Notre Dame. And Cole Willer from Quincy, Notre Dame rounds it out. Willer shot a 1 under 70 at the conference championship. So Quincy, Notre Dame, a team that really brings a lot of firepower even at the bottom of their lineup. So the Raiders definitely a team to watch.
I have an idea how we're going to identify Cooper Koch. I'm going to go based solely on height for that one. So we've got an array of things that we can identify these golfers by. I think Cooper Koch is going to be one of the tallest golfers out on the course today.
I think that would be a pretty safe bet, Gavin. I have not seen a lot of 6'8" golfers.
You don't see many of them, but Cooper Koch can get it done on the hardwood, get it done on the golf course as well.
The classic basketball player-golfer combo. I was one of those in high school. Looks like this is Koch here on the tee wearing a green hat, and yes, he is taller than his playing counterparts.
Curious to see if we have any common themes here on the 18th hole. 3 out of the first 4 golfers in our first group had decent tee shots. See if that maybe is something that all golfers come through do decently.
Didn't see where Koch's tee shot landed. Well, that one went to the right. That's what Larry Larson says. Larry, did it go over the other side of the mounds? Is it close to the road, or is it close to the
I didn't see where
cart
it landed, unfortunately. I just saw it started right. And for Cooper's sake, I hope he plays a draw.
Yeah, there's pavement either way on both sides of that hill. Obviously, the smaller set of pavement, the cart path, and you can see
Koch
there.
just teed off again, so his first one out of bounds.
Yep, and that one also goes right. That one may be in the bunker. Saw it took a big hop.
Well, it looked better.
Yes, that one is in play. So Koch puts one in possibly the bunker, possibly the rough.
And John, you're mentioning that, basketball player golfer combo, and
Yes.
you get that big height. I gotta say, for a high schooler that tall, golf is probably an added challenge because of the height. You see that with a lot of young golfers, especially their freshman and sophomore years. Maybe they hit their growth spurt in high school. It takes them a while to really adapt to their larger frame, and that makes golf a very hard sport.
So yeah, because your swing is kind of always changing. I mean, and even if you're not growing much, your swing can always change as well. But yeah, definitely, you make a great point there, Larry. How being tall. I mean, obviously, it could really help you also as well. Obviously, bigger frame. You have more muscle. Obviously, Cooper is for sure in the weight room for Peoria Notre Dame, quite a bit for basketball. So you definitely can have some power behind his drives, but a lot of golfers also do play basketball as well. Good way to warm up before the basketball season. For the IHSA, will be starting in about 6 or 7 weeks or so.
I got to mention, Jonathan, we do have one golfer who is on the other side of the hill, and that looks like Dunlap's.
Diefenthaler.
Yep, Diefenthaler. That's how I'd say that.
Diefenthaler.
Diefenthaler. Apologies for any mispronunciations throughout the day. Ben Diefenthaler on the other side of the hill. So he's going to have a largely blind shot here, and he's looking near the road. Uh-oh. It's never a good sign.
Traffic driving by, so interesting shot coming here from Diefenthaler. And Larry, this shot may be completely blind.
If he's in bounds.
If he is in bounds, yeah, that is a good point.
Meanwhile, looks like we got drives pretty much right down the pipe from Bloomington's Garrett Casey and Quincy Notre Dame's Cole Willer.
Willer makes it back-to-back tee shots, pretty much almost in the exact same spot as his teammate Eftink. We saw a couple minutes ago, so the Raiders hitting their drivers good here early on.
And John, I'm not sure, you arrived later than us. I was about to ask you, I'm not sure if you caught the rules meeting this morning, but I can tell you I didn't. I'm not sure if it's rake clean in place, but it looks like it is based on Cooper Koch's bunker behavior there. A little raking going on pre-shot. So that definitely makes things a little easier.
For sure.
Dunlap's Diefenthaler still getting his wits about him, and in the meantime, looks like we'll have an approach from Garrett Casey of Bloomington.
Headed long. It looks like it could be really good.
It's got a spin.
Oh, that's a great shot.
Beautiful approach from Garrett Casey of Bloomington. Long of the pin, but not too long. He'll be putting for birdie.
That's a good mid-distance look there. Probably about 20, 30 feet or so, I would say. Maybe a little bit shorter.
And looks like Dunlap's Diefenthaler hit his shot. John, I'm not sure if that was his third shot, because based on where he was looking for his ball on the other side of the hill, it looked like that might have been his second shot from out by the hill. So he's probably sitting 4 here in the middle of the fairway. Meanwhile, Cooper Koch from the bunker. Didn't look like he was overly happy with it, and it's a line drive right at the green, past the green. It bounced on the green and rolled past. John, that might be near the water.
Yeah, it could be. The water does kind of reach around the hills a little bit. See a couple of reeds maybe peeking out back behind those 2 mounds there. So tough chip there again. It would be going downhill. Obviously, the lie would be uphill, but the green would be going downhill.
The approach from Willer comes up just short of the bunker. He was not happy with it at all. He dropped his club after he took that shot. Now, finally, hopefully an approach from Diefenthaler into the green. It's a good one.
As a great spot to be there, Larry. Just onto the green a little bit. You got an uphill mid-distance putt. Don't have to, play that one scared at all. Just go right up at the hole. Well, one will break a little bit to the left, but good recovery there from Dunlap's Ben Diefenthaler.
He's sitting 4. That putt will be for bogey for Diefenthaler.
It's going to be real interesting to see where Koch's ball ended up. Obviously, that water behind there. I think he may be. I actually did not see that ball cross the green. I lost. I don't know how much heat it had on it.
It had some heat. It was it had a little hot sauce on it. Maybe if we're going like Buffalo Wild Wings scale, I think
Jam and jalapeno?
a little closer to, maybe Asian Zing.
Asian Zing, okay. Well, Asian Zing is around jam and jalapeno. That's my go-to, about 2/3 of the way up.
Buffalo Wild Wings, not a sponsor on today's broadcast. We did want to clarify that. No sponsors on today's broadcast. Brought to you advertisement-free by Clutch Sports Media today.
For the love of the game.
Yes, indeed. Oh, man. Bloomington's Garrett Casey will have a birdie putt, but first a chip from Cole Willer. Rolls by the hole. It looked good, but that one was also a little spicy, John.
Yeah, a little bit. Maybe not quite. I'd maybe give that one maybe a spicy garlic or so.
Okay.
But I think again, I don't think that one had quite as much sauce. Obviously, the green's running away from the pin towards the water. So, again, you don't want to end up too much on the right side because then you're chipping and go past the pin. It could roll away from it. There's Koch looking for his ball. Again,
it is in the water, according to Gavin Russell. Eyes on the ground. Coming in handy. So where this gets tricky, John, is, of course, when you hit a ball into the hazard, it's 2 club lengths. But the tricky part here is no closer to the hole. So when you're behind the hole, that obviously gets a little awkward.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll see where Koch can drop here. Obviously, would hate for him to have to drop on the other side of the hazard. That would be not a very far walk, but it would make it probably about a 50-yard approach. Although it looks like he is.
There is space back there.
Yes, there is space
no
back there.
closer to the hole, if you will.
And obviously, it is nice that Koch is 6'8". You can see his green hat peeking out from on top of the mounds there. So we probably won't be that lucky. I don't know if there's any other 6'8" golfers here in this, or Iowa basketball commits in this field. That I know for sure.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think Brody Hardings or excuse me, Brock Harding is playing today for Moline.
Or
Brody Harding, the Illinois baseball player, his brother. That aside is done, and Cooper Koch's shot is on the way, and that's a beauty, John.
That landed in the perfect spot.
Will it go? No.
Oh, my word. That
Almost.
landed in the perfect spot. I mean, that was a blind chip. Obviously, you always want to see where your ball is going to land. You want to map that out in your head every time before you chip. But obviously, for Koch, it was hard to see that spot. He hit it perfectly. Off a very short putt for
about 7 or 8.
Well, yeah, we'll see. Again, his first shot, I believe, was out of bounds. So
it's been a tough hole for Cooper Koch. But hey, that says a lot about mental fortitude that he was able to hit such a good chip there.
Definitely, yeah, it definitely does. And it's easy just to let the house of cards come crashing down after a bad shot or two. I've certainly even at the professional level as well. Gene Van de Velde happened to him.
Garrett Casey from Bloomington for birdie comes up just short. Go ahead, John.
But yeah, obviously a couple bad shots could lead you in potentially a rough spot mentally. You might think that nothing can go right, but Koch, great recovery there. Shows toughness, maturity, all things that he's shown while on the basketball court. And how about this group, Larry, leaving the pin in?
Hey, I don't mind it. Cole Willer for par. Sent it long on the pro side. Can't leave that one short. He did not. It will be a tricky comebacker for bogey. And now this is Dunlap's Diefenthaler to save bogey.
This would be a great putt to sink.
Will it have enough? No. Just short.
That's a good read there, and it was probably one of the easier first putts I've seen from this group. Came just short there. Again, like you said, can't leave it short. I mean, a little more mustard on that would have got it in.
Cooper Koch trying to save 8 or 7 here. Not entirely sure which, and our view is now obstructed slightly. And he knocks it down. So a strong finish there, Jonathan, for Cooper Koch.
Yeah, really good finish there from Cooper. Obviously, the score not what you want on 18, but he'll have they're going to the front 9, so he'll have 1 coming up, which again very birdieable hole.
Cole Willer for bogey couldn't get it, and it's a 3-putt double for QND's Cole Willer.
That came after a great tee shot down the fairway, so a little bit of a disappointment there for Willer.
This is Casey for par. And he blows it by the hole. It's a 3-putt bogey for Bloomington's Garrett Casey, and he's not happy.
That one was a little bit of a tougher putt coming downhill.
This is for Diefenthaler's 6. And he taps it in. So that does it for our second group. Cooper Koch with the best short game performance, but did not have the best score on that hole. And that really emphasizes the importance of short game. And that 18th green showing it has some teeth there, John.
Yeah, really kind of reminiscent of the 18th green at Metamora Fields we saw last 2 years,
Oh,
we
man.
saw some. That is a very, very tricky green. Kind of a turtle back. There's a little ridge you got to deal with. They always put the pin in a very tough position. Pin is about center right or so here at Coyote Creek today. Again, maybe if we can get out on the course later, we can take a look and see maybe what some of the tougher, maybe what some of the easier pin placements are. Our first drive comes nicely into the fairway.
Next group coming up from Bloomington, Dunlap, PND, and QND in that order. David Ferrier, Ryan Knapp, Jacob Johnson, and Connor Craven.
And this is Ferrier here from Bloomington on the tee.
It's a snap hook, and that's going to be close to out of bounds, John.
The pavement never really want to be near there. You always take a bounce off of it if it's the cart path, but
Well, it's the opposite side.
that is, I was gonna say, I assume if it's a step hook, there you have run the danger of being on the road.
Well, no. Think about it. If you're a righty hitting a snap hook,
Oh, it's
you're a
in someone's
lefty.
backyard. That's
Yes.
right. I am a lefty.
You're a lefty. You're thinking the opposite. Good tee shot from QND's Connor Craven here. Splits the fairway. Final tee shot of the group. Coming up, it appears from Dunlap's Ryan Knapp. So we've got one fantastic tee shot sitting next to that bunker there from our left. Knapp with a line drive right at that bunker. Will it stay short? Looks like it. Good shot from Knapp.
And that's just like what I usually say quite often when I'm playing golf is it's not pretty, but it'll do. So, nice position there. Probably about 160, 165 coming in to the green here on 18.
We'll take a look at the online scoreboard. And as Joey Wright, our producer, signs in, our access is gone. That's unfortunate.
We'll take a quick jaunt over to Joey's computer.
Don't take my computer with. This event, Joey Wright, is called the IHSA 2A Sectional Bartonville at Coyote Creek. That's what it's labeled as. Live TV. Hey, for a golf round, we got to do our best here. And we will give some clarity on this iWannamaker app. Sometimes it doesn't work. You know, it's great for a broadcast like this to see what's going on around the course, but sometimes it will freeze and then some player is on hole number 9 and the rest of his group says through 8 and he's on hole number 2 according to the app. So
yeah.
That'll happen.
Wade Shocked looked like he birdied hole number 1.
As you might expect from a golfer of his caliber.
So did Connor Watson from Macomb. Actually, looks like he parred number 1. Looks like along the our right, the golfer's left side of the fairway, looks like
that snap hook was from Dunlap.
Ferrier. No, that's Ferrier over on the left.
Or yes, Ferrier. That's what I meant to say. Bloomington's Ferrier. So he was able to stay clean.
Yeah, it looks like he was not obviously is too far away from the stakes for it to be a drop. So nice job by Fair keeping it in play. First ball we've seen on the left side of the fairway this afternoon.
His approach heading towards the green is a good one. Green in regulation for David Ferrier. Next shot coming up, the approach from QND's Connor Craven.
All three QND golfers have ended up in, you could draw almost an X on the fairway, and every QND golfer has hit it almost out right there.
Safe to say they came up with a plan in their practice round. Smooth stroke from Craven. And that one is long and left. That'll be flirting with the water, John.
Yeah, I think it landed high up enough, though, that should be dry. I'd be surprised if it went in the water, although we can't entirely rule that out. But
Ryan Knapp here with his approach. Off the club, it looks a little chunky, but it might be okay. And it bounces towards the bunker, and it's short.
thought I was going in the bunker there for a second, but kind of checked up a bit. And obviously can't see the ball right now behind one of those mounds, but it looks like he will have a chip over that bunker.
Jacob Johnson from PND from the fairway, his second. Coming in hot into the bunker.
About pin high. That's not really the worst miss in the world. That bunker nearest to the green is, you can get out of there fairly decently. Obviously, the pin a little bit closer to it. Not a lot of green to work with, but some good touch, and you can definitely get up and down from there.
So one player on the green, and it is Bloomington's David Ferrier. We have not seen the top golfers from either of these teams yet. We've seen the number 6 group, the number 5 group, and now here the number 4 group. But the hazards, both the bunker and the water, have come into play.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously we haven't physically seen any splashes yet. Cooper Koch, his approach went in there and looks like, try to see who that was. That wasn't Fair's approach. It may have been Craven. I may have been Craven from QND if I remember correctly, but someone is.
Yep, that would be Craven, close to the water.
Yep, that was Craven, close to the water. So he's set his bag down on the right side of the green, but probably means that he has found his ball and he's going to walk back to it.
First chip coming up from Ryan Knapp.
Is that a good line?
Oh, that is a great chip, John. Good speed, and it trickles a little bit closer to the hole at the end. Obviously, in a shot like that, as Ryan waves to the telecast, good to see you, Ryan, you want to leave it on that short side to give you an uphill putt rather than a downhill, but I don't think Ryan will complain too much about that, especially considering that he seemed to be pretty happy with it.
Yeah, pretty good-looking putt there, about 8 or so feet away.
Johnson's bunker shot coming towards the hole, rolls just past it.
As a great out there. Can't really draw it up too much better than that. Another makeable par look. Those 5 to 10 foot putts, Larry, that's going to decide a lot here on this golf course this afternoon.
Especially on a course where we could see a lot of folks go low. Well, good news for Connor Craven. It does appear as if he stayed in. There is some room there, John, but not much.
Yeah, not a lot. Obviously, his stance will be a little abnormal with it being uphill, but obviously you always want to rather have an uphill chip rather than a downhill one. I haven't had anybody on that kind of surrounding mound to the right as Craven gets ready for his chip shot.
Craven's third.
That looks good too.
Comes up short of the pin, but that is a makeable par putt.
Perhaps one of the best approaches of the three. Maybe they had a little closest to the pin contest between themselves walking up the fairway. All three of them delivered.
Well, Ferrier won that contest.
He did, hitting the green in regulation.
So Ferrier is the lone player in this third group here today that has a birdie putt. And he'll take that coming up here shortly. It's a downhill and will break slightly to our left, his right. The line looks good from here, John. And it slides just short. Leaves himself a manageable par putt.
Yeah, again, not bad. Good lag putt there from Thalgott. Should leave him a short tap for par.
Big par putts coming up to finish this 9 for this third group. Ryan Knapp for his 4. No.
You saw him there, the little knee bend.
Always the telltale sign of a, almost had it.
Just missed. Again, our camera's not right there, but Rodrigo Perez, our cameraman, doing great work, but that one was probably just centimeters off.
Jacob Johnson for par. And he got it.
Good up and down there from Johnson and P&D. One of the first up and downs I believe we've seen here at 18.
Outside of Cooper Koch's up and down for what was 7 or an 8?
7 or 8.
Another PND member. Also getting an up and down, that time for a par there. Another par putt coming up. Connor Craven. And he missed it from a short distance.
Yeah, he didn't like that one right away. He started walking almost right after he hit that.
And those are the putts where you can really mentally unravel yourself, John, beforehand. You're getting to the point in the round here where it's the halfway point. Things are probably either going pretty good or maybe you're having a bad day, and it's easy to put a lot of pressure on yourself there. Ferrier for 4. And he 3 putts. So Ferrier has a square on the card there after being the lone player in the group to hit the green in regulation. But some good short game from a few others in that group, John, notably Jacob Johnson from PND.
Yeah, Johnson, a good up and down there. One of the first ones we've seen, and obviously I think coming into it, I think Craven may have had one of the best shots, but again, you gotta finish it out. You gotta make your putts. Johnson did that for P&D, and he came away with, believe that was the only par of the group.
Transitioning to the group of number 3s from Bloomington, Dunlap, PND, and QND. Tyler Thalgott, Chad Davis, Brady Scheifling, and Zane Douglas. And they have all teed off. And, John, it looks like we got 3 balls in the fairway from our perspective. At least 3. One could be hiding.
I see 2 right now.
Look a little further back, about even with that tree on the right side. That's the classic game of is that a golf ball or is it a leaf?
Yes. I knew we were going to talk about that at some point during the broadcast, and we are entering that season, Larry. Is it a golf ball or a leaf? Again, I love playing fall golf. I think it's great weather. Courses are always in good condition, but man, that's always frustrating for me is thinking I found my ball and nope, it's just a leaf. But
Or
then,
maybe even a walnut?
yeah, it could be a walnut too. Although I'm sure
Piece
maybe
of garbage? Maybe a bag of chips?
yeah, chips. Yeah, although I'm sure maybe some of the golfers in the olden days in the 1600s, Scotland maybe used a walnut maybe a time or two when they lost their ball. Those things were expensive to make back then. You couldn't just pull another one out of the bag. You had those things took some time to make and were kind of expensive.
How much do you know?
I don't know. I'll have to adjust for inflation and get back
Oh
to you
my
later.
word. We'll get our research department on it. I think at this point that's probably Gavin Russell.
Gavin Russell, our
Hard at work.
on-course reporter, research statistician.
We got to get Gavin back to work. Right now he's our on-booth reporter.
Yeah, I would say Gavin Russell is sitting on his laurels a little bit. You gotta give him something interesting to do.
Hey, big shout out to our entire crew today. Josh Messenger, Rodrigo Perez, Joey Wright at the controls on the computer. Alongside my partner, Jonathan Michael, Larry Larson in with you. IHSA 2A Boys Golf Sectional. Top 3 teams advance to state. Top 10 individuals not on those top 3 teams also get a ticket.
Larry, we got an update from Gavin Russell. A per ball. Nowadays, in today's terms, a golf ball back in a couple hundred years ago cost $14 per ball.
Ugh.
Not a good day if you were a olden golfer who snapped hooked or sliced or whatever it was. Golf was probably an expensive sport. Probably a little bit cheaper to play back then, but the ball's a lot
Maybe.
more expensive.
We won't dig too deep into the science of all that. We've got 2 balls in the fairway, 2 balls out of the fairway. Our first shot is going to be coming up from Quincy Notre Dame's Zane Douglas. And, John, he missed far left, and he is right next to that tree. His shot coming up. It's a line drive rolling right on that out-of-bounds line. Oh,
That's
and he stays just in.
Very close. That ball, I think, is probably in by definitely less than 6 inches.
And then very quickly, Chad Davis takes his shot.
That one's rolling towards the water. That could be in.
2 shots that are very close calls for the seconds.
One of them looks safe. Zane Douglas. He should be in play.
Well, his coach or somebody, I actually believe that's PND's Bradley Scheifling, who's looking at it. He says it's out of bounds. From our perspective, it looks in. He might just want to hit a provisional, but who knows?
Yeah, we'll see. Again, it's obviously a different angle.
Well, now it comes into play where it's the other 3 golfers act as the rules committee, and they all give it a look, and, okay, is that in bounds? Is it in bounds? Looks like that's...
Looks like that was Thalgott.
Yep, Tyler Thalgott's giving it a look.
Yeah, from a distance as well. He's lining that up.
Well, if I'm in the position of Zane Douglas here, I call this, announce it as a provisional just in case, because that shot, that first one looked in. We're going to have an approach here from Peoria, Notre Dame's Bradley Scheifling. John, did you see it land?
I saw it land in the water. That was a first splash we have seen of the afternoon. That one was in there quite a bit, so Scheifling will have to take a drop.
And that second shot from back by the tree from QND's Zane Douglas was a little bit better, but still flirting with the water. Well, here's the thing. I'm watching Zane Douglas walk up. He didn't even go look at his other ball, John. That may be a mistake. I don't think he even went up to his first shot where it landed. I still see it sitting there.
Yeah, it's still sitting there, and I think Douglas kind of took the word of his teammates, and I don't know, if I'm Douglas, I want to take a look at that ball myself before I run back and take another shot. I mean, obviously, I hope that he announced it as a provisional because that first one may be in play there right, maybe about I would say maybe 2 feet in front of that white stake, maybe a little bit less.
He's going to look at it, but in the meantime, we'll shift our focus to Bloomington's Tyler Thalgott. This is his second. One of the longest drives we've seen so far today in the very few groups that we've had.
Yeah, probably about 140. Probably a low iron here, 9-iron or a pitching wedge.
Sailing towards the green, and it's into the bunker. So the difficulties continue for this group of number threes.
And that'll be a little bit of a tough shot there for Thalgott. That one just got into the bunker and maybe kind of on the downslope a bit. Obviously, if you're kind of near the center of the bunker where it's more flat, it's a little bit of an easier shot, but you'll have a little bit of a side slope to work on, working against it as well. So we'll see how Thalgott will fare on his third shot.
Scheifling took a drop. He's the lefty from PND taking his approach. This one looks a little better, John. It's on the green, and he'll be putting.
Still getting a good roll, too. So seeing PND, even though maybe their approach shots haven't been where they've wanted them to be, they're responding very well.
And that putt will be for 5 for Scheifling.
So this is Davis from Dunlap here. Again, didn't see if he went in or not.
Well, it looks like it's going to be probably Zane Douglas from QND first.
Looks like Douglas is lining up first, and Larry, that first shot must have been out of bounds.
It was, because he looked at it and then he picked it up.
Yeah.
It was so close. Game of inches.
We thought it was in. There's no way it could have missed by more than a few inches.
Douglas hits a knockdown wedge and spins it close to the pin. He could maybe, I'll do some mental math and try and count up what he's sitting there, but could save 7 perhaps. So his first tee shot close to OB, that's 1. Second shot out of bounds, that's 2. Drop 3. 4.
Could save a bogey. Well, if that first tee shot did not go out of bounds.
Well, it didn't. It didn't, because he didn't hit a second tee shot. But did that second shot from his original lie off the tee, did that go into the water? Did he have to take a second drop just there? I don't know.
I don't know. It was close. It's tough to see. If we were able to see, we would have known.
We won't speculate too much.
Looks like Dunlap's Davis, though, took a drop because his ball was pretty close to the water, and he's a little.
That wedge looks long towards the back of the green, and it will stay on the green. Little English on that one.
And a fairly straight putt coming up. It's going pretty much straight downhill, though, so one of the highest points of the green. That's where the ball's sitting right now for Dunlap's Chad Davis. We shot a 91 in regionals. As a group, Scheifling shot an 83 at regionals for Pure Notre Dame. They came in at third in Macomb. Zane Douglas fired a 79 at the Maroa Forsyth Regional. And at Bloomington's Tyler Thalgott shot 81 at the Danville Regional. So a lot of all 4 regionals being represented here in this group.
The last 2 groups, John, have had their fair share of struggles here with number 18, but this group, the number 3s from Bloomington, QND, PND, and Dunlap, have really struggled. And Thalgott will have a chance par after he booted that out of the bunker. Everybody else putting for a little bit more, if I'm not mistaken. Long putt. Rolling towards the hole and past the hole for Dunlap's Chad Davis. How about Chad Davis in the short sleeves, but he's got the winter cap on? A classic October look.
Interesting look, but I kind of like it. Gotta keep your head warm.
If anything.
It's a little bit too cold, at least for me right now, to be wearing the short sleeves. Although
I agree.
I can see myself. I did bring a pair of shorts to change into as well. But I also
a pro move, but I don't think you'll need them.
We'll see. I am wearing polo underneath this that I definitely think I will change.
Oh,
into.
that putt lips out for Zane Douglas.
You saw it.
Ouch. A tough hole continues. Douglas having fits with the 18th here. Scheifling to wrap up his first 9. Looked like a good roll, John, but past the hole, and he'll tap this one in.
Yeah.
Or will he mark? No, he taps it in.
Good tap there from Scheifling again. That was a lot good speed on that putt. Good
you can even tell from here when guys hit putts with confidence and when they don't.
Yes, yeah, for sure. And saw that there from Scheifling. We've seen a couple shots where guys have definitely not looked so sure when they're standing over that ball, and that's really just the biggest part of it is you want to hit it confidently. So a caravan of carts approaching the 18th green right now.
Tyler Thalgott stepping up to the ball. Chance for the only par of the group. Trying to get up and down. And he missed it. And you could tell from his body language, he didn't like it off the face of the putter.
Yep, looks like that one missed a little bit left. He had the putter.
He did the old yank.
Yep, the old
come
yank.
back.
Try to have the ball on a string, maybe yank it back the other way. But
I've done that a time or two.
As have we all. But good opportunity from Thalgott. Can't quite come through on it, so I don't think we will see a par here in this group of threes.
We will not. Davis misses his putt. That was not for par. And gives it a tap in. So Davis 3 putts. And QND's Zane Douglas taps his putt in. And a frustrating hole 18 ends for the group of number 3s. We're on to the group of number 2s. That teed off at 9:36.
And that group will have Bloomington's Harry Gilmore, Dunlap's Graham O'Leary, Dominic Corey from Peoria, Notre Dame, and Colin Larson from Quincy, Notre Dame.
The first approach shot we're going to take a look at here is Bloomington's Gilmore. From just about 150 yards out. John, did you see that come down?
I saw it come down. It bounced to the front left of the green. There's a chance that that ball could be in the water. Again, tough to see, but that one took a pretty healthy bounce in the air. So that one may be 50-50.
Gilmore probably not too happy about that one.
We had talked about Harry Gilmore, again, being on the all-name team here at the two-way Limestone at Sectional.
Next approach shot coming up from, it appears, Dominic Corey misses right.
And that is arguably a worse spot not to miss in the bunker because that side hill is very severe.
And that was not Dominic Corey. Correction. That had to have been Graham O'Leary from Dunlap. This is Dominic Corey from Peoria, Notre Dame. And it's right on target.
That is the best approach shot we have seen so far in 18 this afternoon. That is a great birdie look. Again, depth perception from up here in the booth always tough, but that one could very well be within 10 feet.
And now we've got the best drive that we have seen today.
A booming drive.
From Colin Larson of Quincy.
That one.
Almost within 100 yards. Easy wedge in.
Does that come up a little bit short?
Looks like about pin high, John, but on that far left side of the green.
Yeah, that'll be a big slider there for Larson. By far the longest drive that we have seen here on 18. He is flirting with 300 on the drive distance there, but he'll have a long 2 putts for par there.
Colin Larson, number 2 from QND today, shot 77 at the Maroa Forsyth Regional, but shot 71 in the conference tournament, so he's a guy that can go low.
For sure, and Quincy Notre Dame, they haven't looked bad, at least, so far with what we've seen on 18. Obviously, we'll try and get score updates from the rest of the course soon, but guys like Colin Larson can play a huge role in determining the fate. Again, they expect a consistent score out of him, probably in the mid to low 70s. Obviously, conditions are favorable, so you will need to go low here today. Looks like Gilmore from Bloomington looking at where his ball is, and he's taking the club out of his bag and he's lining it up for a drop. So it looks like Gilmore will be chipping for par if he could sink it.
Gilmore coming off an 81 in the Danville Regional. Bloomington qualifying as a team, they only had one guy shoot in the 70s, and that was their number 1, Sam Rink, who we'll see shortly.
At Rink and his group will be approaching the tee box, and last year Rink was experienced some struggles at Metamora Fields as number 1 golfer.
Looking at the scoreboard briefly before we shift our focus back towards this 18th green, Cal Johnson, the junior from SHG, and Wade Schacht, the aforementioned senior from Champaign Central, tied atop the leaderboard at 2 under through 3, according to the I Wanamaker online scoreboard. So more on that later as we see the chip from Gilmore rolling close to the pin, almost burns the edge.
The price was almost right there for Gilmore.
We may have missed that great chip to get a look at Jim Matson.
That was a great chip regardless there from Gilmore. That came within inches of sinking it for par.
Oh, man. Gavin Russell at the controls for Joey Wright. We got a long par putt, rather long birdie putt coming up from Quincy Notre Dame's Colin Larson on the way, just missed it.
And I'll have a little bit of a comeback. That was not quite guaranteed, but
he gave it a run, and that's the risk you run. Maybe going more aggressive rather than just trying to set yourself up for a manageable par putt, but realistically, you want to try and make every one.
And that putt was a little bit deceptively, maybe more flat than he had envisioned it.
Here's Corey. And he missed it. Corey will have a tap in. And that's a par.
Nice job there by Corey, and he looked good here on the 18th. Although definitely wanted that birdie after that great approach shot to about 10 feet or so at the most.
Graham O'Leary got it. And that's a 3 on the card for Graham O'Leary. Is it? The look on your face indicates it wasn't.
Well, there are two golfers that hit the green, Larry, and that was
Well, so that's a 4 for Graham O'Leary.
that was Q&D's golfer that hit the green as well as Corey.
Q&D's Colin Larson taps it in there, so he finishes with a 4. No 3s on the card.
I've not seen a birdie yet, although with the number ones in the next group approaching, probability of that happening could increase as we see a great drive off the tee.
Good up and down to finish with a 6 for Bloomington's Harry Gilmore there. And now we'll turn our attention to that number 1 group. John, you mentioned chance for some birdies coming up here, as we'll get our first look at Sam Rink, Eli Fitzgerald, Evan Gerke, and Ross Thompson.
Looks like this is Gerke here on the tee. Gerke went to state last year, shot 76, and then struggled a little bit more in round 2 with an 88. Finished T79 overall.
He'll definitely take that experience of making state, though. And that will definitely benefit Gerke here today.
For sure, and again, a lot of golfers here that have been to state, but for the ones that have, they really have a big advantage because this is no longer the biggest tournament that they have ever played in. Obviously, they want to make it 2 in a row or, possibly 3 in a row in some cases.
Sam Rink from Bloomington comes up just short of the bunker. Good tee shot from him. Next tee shot coming up, it looks like from Evan Gerke from PND or QND's. Ross Thompson. Hard to tell from this vantage point.
That's Gerke.
And I did not see where that landed.
I did not either. I thought Gerke had already teed off, so I could be wrong, but
That was Ross Thompson, likely, then, from the other Notre Dame.
Yeah, we'll see more as they come into view here, but looks like Eli Fitzgerald from Dunlap, he's definitely in the fairway. And I believe that it is Ross Thompson also in the short stuff as well.
2 balls for sure in the fairway. 1 ball just missed the fairway. Sam Rinks from Bloomington. Right alongside the cart path, short of the bunker. And John, as we see these number 1 groups come through today, it would not surprise me to see a lot of them maybe not pull driver here on the 18th. Maybe pull a long iron, a 3-iron, or a hybrid, or a 3-wood.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously with these number 1 golfers, the better golfers on the team, they're probably also the longer hitters as well. So they can pull out something besides a driver, which if I was a longer hitter, I definitely would do so here on 18. Haven't seen too many aggressive plays so far. I would expect that to stay the same, although maybe one of these number 1 guys will try and give their team a jolt.
We have not looked at the team leaderboard in a few moments, and we'll do that after we get a Slight break in the action after the number ones come through. But, John, at least so far, talking on those birdie chances, so far so good for at least two of these golfers.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, with 2 drives right in the fairway, probably about, you're looking somewhere between 100 and 150. So we'll say about 125 or so to the green. Obviously, I don't have a range finder. I don't have my course GPS with me, or nor am I in the fairway right now. But to the naked eye, it looks about like a short iron, most likely a wedge for is Thompson on Quincy Notre Dame and Eli Fitzgerald from Dunlap in the fairway. That'll be Thompson, the closer one to us. Fitzgerald a little bit further behind him. You might have to.
And, John, that's not a good sign. I believe that's Gerke from PND who's taking a hike into a backyard there. He looks like he hit it out of bounds, and he's made a U-turn.
Yep, and he probably what I thought was that slant tee shot was most likely his provisional ball. He's walking across the fairway, back closer to rink.
Yeah, so that had to have been a provisional. So Gerke will be sitting, and he'll hit his fourth shot coming up. But in the meantime, Bloomington's Sam Rink with his approach. Based on his reaction, doesn't mind it, and it soars and lands on the back end of the green. He'll be putting for birdie. That'll be a tricky one.
It will be tricky. Now, putt is going to break a little bit from left to right. It's going downhill as well, but again, Ring definitely has the capability to putt that. Gerke on the side slope.
This is going to be a tricky shot, John, and he holds the finish. Intently watching it, looks on target, and it drops onto the green. So that putt will be for bogey. 2-putt for a double. Wouldn't be the end of the world there for Gerke.
Yeah, and obviously with number 1 coming up, obviously these golfers started on hole number 10, but you definitely are, if you don't sink this putt, you're definitely looking at number 1 as a birdie chance, along with 2 and 3 as well. Holes 4 and 5 here at Coyote Creek get really tough. 3 has a lot of teeth as well, but 4 and 5 both tight driving holes.
Dunlap's Eli Fitzgerald lands it between the green and the bunker on that narrow strip of grass.
That could be a tough stance.
That's pretty hard to do, not land it in the bunker or the green when you miss right.
Yeah, and depending on how good of a sand player Fitzgerald is, maybe almost could have been easier for that one to go in the sand. He's going to have not a lot of green to work with, balls in the rough.
Ross Thompson is the last to hit his approach. He finished with a 76 at regionals. Tied for 5th in the conference championship with Q&D. This wedge looks good. Comes up short of the pin. That's where you want to be on this hole. Right. And he can take an aggressive run for birdie.
Right on line, below the pin. Obviously not the closest approach, but that is a very well-placed approach. It's going to set him up. Good chance to make a par at the very least.
So only one player missed the green on their approach from the fairway. And that was Eli Fitzgerald, who just barely missed.
And there's a little bit of more grass than you can see. As it kind of goes downhill a little bit once you crest the bunker. So he may have a stance where he doesn't need to have a foot in the sand, although it's that back foot. It's going to be curious to see, is he going to have to, put that in the sand? It looks like
No, I don't think he will.
no, it looks like he has a stance, not by much, but he does.
So it looks like it will be Fitzgerald first to go, as is common courtesy. Let him get on the green. Fitzgerald's chip. Little runner. John, that looks good. Comes up just short of the pin. Looks like Fitzgerald wanted a little more out of that one, but hell of a pretty straight putt for par.
Yeah, and looking through my binoculars, I was able to see it come real well off the club, and it looked like it was going to end up really short. It looked like he almost chunked it at first, but that's why he was playing for it, because he was trying to get it to roll down the green a little bit. Excuse me, got some extra roll there. That one was going downhill, so nice chip by Fitzgerald.
Sam Rink's long birdie putt. He had the read, and it just misses the hole. A good run for Rink from the very back of the green.
And Rink definitely had probably the toughest putt of the group. Great read there. That'll be a short tap in. He'll mark. Great putt there for Rink. Par, not a bad score here at all.
QND's Ross Thompson lining it up here. And John, it would not surprise me to see an aggressive putt here.
Yeah, definitely. I can't leave this one short. That's the main key on this one.
Uphill putt for Thompson, should break slightly to his left. To get a 3 on the card. He got it.
The first birdie of the day just snuck in there. Perfect power. Great line. Well done for Ross Thompson. He played it how a pro would. Right down the center of the fairway with his drive. Smartly placed approach shot. And a very nice touch on that birdie putt.
Gerke for bogey. Gave that a good run, but his next putt will be for double after he hit his tee shot out of bounds.
Yeah, you got to make this one, so he'll mark and line that one up. Double you can come back from.
Now, John, here's a good question for you. So many high school golfers are very eager and most of the time mark these very short putts. Do you think there's a benefit to that, or do you think that maybe that could be a detriment to some folks marking it and then having more time to think about it as the putt goes left for Gerke and he'll settle for a 7?
Yeah, that's a good question, Larry. I mean, obviously, sometimes it's just kind of like free throws in basketball. Some people have a long routine. They look at the hoop and wait, and then shoot. Rather than just going up and just not even thinking about it and just shooting it. At least when I played basketball, I found out that when I just didn't even think about it, went right up and shot, that I would shoot it better, as looks like that was Fitzgerald tapping in for his par.
Goes up and down, little fist pump to complement that one. And the last of the group is Bloomington's Sam Rink, the number 1 for most of the year for the Purple Raiders. Finishes his par. So a good showing from this group. Gerke struggles with a 7. We get our first birdie of the day on number 18, and it belongs to QND's Ross Thompson.
And great job there by Thompson. QND, they definitely had a game plan for this 18th hole here at Coyote Creek. A lot of them put their drives in the same exact spot. I don't know if there was a Raider from Quincy Notre Dame that missed the fairway, Larry. May have been one at the most, but very well played by QND and Ross Thompson. Fitzgerald a nice par. Sam Rink almost a birdie, but he'll settle for a par on 18. And again, these guys have a chance to be aggressive going into hole number 1, the short, barely 300-yard par 4.
And with those groups of number ones coming through, that group of number ones, I should say, we transition into individual rounds. And these players, John, are folks who qualified without their team. They made the cut at their regional. Their teams did not make it, but they advanced as individuals. And the first group that we'll see is the group that teed off at 9:54 off of 10. Calvin Renz from Metamora, Braden Schleich from Limestone, and Drake Radloff from Morton. Schleich, the only Limestone Rocket who qualified for the home sectional.
And definitely all of an advantage here, even though that he just snuck into sectionals with an 89 over in Macomb, but he gets a chance to play back here on his home course. Probably knows Coyote Creek pretty well. That definitely can take a couple shots off your round, just having good course knowledge.
Ren's on the tee now. The Redbird in red.
That makes it easy.
Bit of a hook for Ren's. Oh, that's going to be real close to the out of bounds, and it looks like it just stayed in, John, but
Yeah,
again, we'll see.
We'll see. We thought that Quincy Notre Dame's Zane Douglas's shot was in bounds, and we were wrong. Very close there.
An all Middle-Illini Conference group.
It is.
Here in sectionals.
And
These guys have probably played together before.
Oh, for sure. And Morton, how about them? Even though they did not qualify as a team, they sent 5 individuals here to the sectionals. So got Radloff from Morton right now. Later we'll see Grady Loudermilk in the next group. We'll also see Will Ellison, Gus Rugard, a basketball star for the Potters, come on through, and Jacob Anderson, who led Morton with a 74.
Now, John, back when I played, funny story about a team qualifying 5 individuals. There was a regional where the weather was really abysmal up in northern Illinois, and my high school team did not qualify, but I remember I had some friends on another team in our conference, Freeport.
The Pretzels.
Yes, the Freeport Pretzels. They did not qualify as a team, but they sent 5 out of their 6 players on to sectionals. And, that had to stink to be that 6th guy that didn't get to go.
Yeah, especially when, 6th guy, it's a school day. So, maybe he's tuning in on Clutch Sports IL, cheering on his teammates.
Sorry, teachers.
Yeah.
Got golf to watch.
I remember one of the biggest shows of fan support, and I know that some of these guys had to be watching this during school, I believe it was the very first golf tournament, the first video broadcast we ever did for Clutch Sports Media, when Canton was coming through.
Yes.
And Jack Gray was being just cheered on obsessively in our comment section from YouTube. Jack Gray had a big fan section, and if I remember correctly, I believe he is now a golfer at ICC. So
wow.
Gray moved on to the next level. One of the very first Clutch Sports Media legends. And I'm sure that a lot of teachers in Canton were wondering, why are these kids on their phones?
Well, do they really wonder that very much these days?
That is true, but I think they'd be a little bit surprised to figure out they were watching golf.
Exactly.
I'm one of the few that probably would watch golf during class, but
it's no March Madness.
March Madness is a different story. The teachers stand no chance.
And Joey Wright, our producer, makes a great point. The Masters stream online is great. I've definitely watched that a little bit in class a time or two. Looks like we got a situation where it looks like a punch shot from near the street, and a good one at that, John. Rolls out into the middle of the fairway.
Yeah, I didn't check if that was Renz or Radloff. Looks like Schleich. I would assume he's in the blue. He has a blue bag. And that is him. So,
That was Renz.
yeah, good punch shot there from Kelvin Renz. So,
I believe, John, that may have been his provisional. And he's walking across the other side of the fairway, so I think that's his provisional. But I'm not sure. In the meantime, Schleich from the bunker. First bunker shot we've seen.
actually, no,
Actually,
he's
no.
just short of it.
Looks like he was in the bunker, but he is indeed short. And Schleich, the lone limestone rocket. Didn't like it. And, John, I didn't see it come down.
I did not either. Looking for ripples. I don't see any in the water.
And now to the other side of the fairway. Renz gives that a look, and it looks like his shot did indeed go out of bounds. So that second one was his provisional. And he is sitting in the fairway. And will hit his fifth shot.
All things considered, though, a very good punch shot from that part of the golf course there. He'll have about, maybe 80 yards or so into this green, so probably take out a pitching or a sand wedge. Probably a gap wedge. Be a safe bet.
Drake Radloff from Morton hit the best tee shot of the bunch. Looking to get Mid-Illini bragging rights, at least on this 18th hole. Morton almost always well represented in the later rounds of golf season. The approach from Radloff lands on the left side of the green and spins just off, but he'll be putting that.
And again, then we've seen today that the balls that have ended up there have not really been that bad. You're putting it uphill a little bit. Obviously, it will break a little bit left to right, I would guess, at least from this angle. It's been a while since I've played here at Coyote Creek, but we've seen some good two putts from that distance, a couple near makes as well. So Radloff in good position there. All three of these golfers shot an 89 at regionals. Schleich and Radloff actually tied for the last spot at the Macomb Regional.
Did they have to play in a playoff?
I do not believe so. I will double check.
Renz with his fifth shot here. This one looks like it's going to be long. And it is long of the pin, but on the green. And Renz will have a putt for double bogey. So we'll see where Limestone's lone golfer Schleich ended up. It looks like he's going to be close to the water. He's bringing his driver with him, and that's never a good sign.
No, and that usually means that you're not hitting a drive. You're using because it's the longest club because you're measuring out club lengths. So, not a good sign there for Braden Schleich, who hit a pretty good drive, just a little bit short of the fairway bunker. A lot of balls have been around there. I haven't seen many in there other than Cooper Koch. I remember he hit his tee shot in there.
And the search party has officially been deployed to the pond to look for Schleich's ball. Never what you want. John, I tell you what, to change the subject here, a few minutes ago I smelled some kind of barbecue coming from the clubhouse, and I tell you what, it's just about snack time up here in the booth. I'm getting pretty hungry.
I'm starving.
Did you eat breakfast?
Not much. I had a
No breakfast ball for Jonathan Michael.
I had a fruit cup before my
Healthy.
Before my first and only class of the day.
Healthy choice. What's our go-to mid-round snack?
Mid-round snack at the turn. Usually I don't. Usually if I'm playing well, I don't like to eat during my round.
Got to sustain the energy, John.
No, I don't want anything to mess with my body. Obviously, usually, concession
What do you
fare.
usually eat? Concession fare messes with you that bad?
Well, no, I mean, I just, I've been in hot pursuit for the last couple of years of breaking 80,
Okay.
and I have not reached that yet. One time this past summer, I shot 6 over on the front nine, was 1 over through the first 7 holes on the back. So
Wow.
I was 7 over through 16 holes, and I knew
Okay, you're right there.
I had to have 2 pars, and I choked it. I went double bogey, shot 82, which was quite heartbreaking, but tied to my lowest round ever. But when I am chasing that goal very, very hard, and most chances I go out, I always think I have a chance. So I never want to potentially do anything to mess it up. I know I'll usually play a little music or something. That usually keeps me in the zone, keeps me in rhythm. But as far as food goes, usually not much. And I don't really drink much else other than water.
For these golfers, it will be key to get something in their systems. Long round, 4+ hours. As Schleich hits his chip, rolling towards the pin, falls just short of the pin. Manageable putt coming up for Schleich.
And a great chip there from Braden Schleich, who looks to rebound there. Again, doing math. 1 was in the fairway. 2 was in the water. 3 was the drop. So he can save a bogey.
He could.
Again, which is not a bad score here by any means at 18. Obviously, you want to stay away from the double boxes and double bogeys.
Radloff hits a pretty good chip. He'll have that short look for a par. Whereas Renz is putting for 6. On the way. This is a slider, John. And he didn't get it.
Came close. Not a bad look there from Kelvin Renz. So he will have a short tap in for a triple bogey 7.
Schleich will take a run at his 5. Repairing a divot in front of his line. Can't ever be too sure about those things. Gotta make sure everything's just right.
It's always good to see.
The details matter in this round. Schleich can't save it.
Yeah, he didn't like that one right away. He kind of flinched a little bit right after he hit it.
It's a 6. For the only Limestone Rocket in the Limestone Sectional here today at Coyote Creek. Rockets coming off their homecoming weekend.
Indeed. Rockets still searching for their first win on the field of the football field this year. But again, new head coach Jeff Schmeider starting to turn things around. They have a lot of playmakers on that Limestone team. Still fighting for that first big win this season.
You could say that they have not lifted off.
Not yet, but they're preparing. They're preparing, just making sure everything is all set.
Renz taps in for his 7, and Radloff for par.
Radloff and Renz from Morton Metamora, respectively. Their football teams, both 3-3 on the year.
Oh man, we're really getting into the weeds on Mid-Illini football as Radloff finishes with a 4. Best score of the Mid-Illini bunch. 3 individuals qualifying from regionals.
Advantage of the Potters there, and Drake Radloff, he had the best tee ball out of all 3 of them and ends with the best score of a par. So well played there from Radloff.
Speaking of liftoff, an airplane flyover. Looks like a Cessna of some sort heading into PIA. John, you ever fly out of there?
Yes, I have. I flew out of there once last year down to St. Petersburg on Allegiant.
Okay.
That was it was a pleasant experience for the most part. Had to wait a little bit longer, but overall, TSA lines at PIA very manageable. Allegiant Airlines was very accommodating. We landed in St. Petersburg, where wasn't one of those tunnels. We walked out and we were right outside. I felt like I was an NBA player walking right onto the tarmac. I felt like a celebrity pulling up to my girlfriend's
No
cousin's.
jetway?
Yeah, I felt like a celebrity pulling up to my girlfriend's cousin's wedding.
Okay.
I felt like the man.
There you go. That's quite the girlfriend's cousin's wedding. Okay.
I'll take the free trip to Florida anytime I can get it.
Fair enough. On Allegiant. Next group coming up here on number 18. Rennick Riddle from Rantoul, Grady Loudermilk from Morton, and Tyson Phillips from Princeton. Another Morton Potter. Grady Loudermilk probably making the all-name team today.
So is Rennick Riddle as well. He's one of my...
Riddle me this.
Yes. We'll see if he can solve the riddle of this 18th hole. Again, we've only seen one birdie so far here today. That was Quincy Notre Dame's Ross Thompson.
Loudermilk not on the tee at the moment. And the first tee shot we get a look at goes left, stays close to the fairway.
It is in the fairway.
It is in the fairway from, I believe that might be Rantoul's Rennick Riddle, excuse me.
No, that was Tyson Phillips from Princeton. I saw him walking back towards the blue bag, and the Princeton Tigers colors are blue and silver and white. So
Good call.
My guess is that is Phillips.
Then this would be Riddle. And his tee shot hops just past the forward tees.
Those things will happen. It's happened to me a couple times, but
stays in bounds, and that's really the important thing.
True indeed. Again, Riddle can still make a bogey, maybe even a birdie. No, not really a birdie. That would require probably a whole lot of chipping of some sort, but
hey, you never know.
You never know.
Stick it close from there. Hook it around that tree. Maybe jump over the water.
Skip over the water. Yeah, the old maybe 300-yard 3-wood from the rough around the water. You know, avoid the bunker as well.
You know, I don't think Riddle has that in the bag. I don't think many high schoolers do today.
I don't think many PGA Tour players would have that shot in the
bag.
Well,
maybe. The good old power fade, maybe. Pull out the 5-iron from there for a pro.
Yeah.
200-ish, maybe closer to 225.
Yeah, I would say
that's a shot that you can pull off on PGA Tour 2K.
21. Yep. Again, as we get another airplane, another Cessna-looking vessel flying over the 18th hole.
Maybe he's just trying to get on CSM.
Well, has a good chance of doing so. We need to get one of those cameras up there and provide aerial coverage.
Well, we've got our second shot from Riddle on the way. And, John, I did not see where that landed, and Riddle slammed his club down there, so not happy about either of his first two shots.
Yeah, and obviously here you want to just have that mental toughness, that mental fortitude. Just come back, take a couple deep breaths, reset, and just you gotta have a short memory. That's a big key for all of these golfers here, whether they're playing as individuals, playing as teams. Obviously, a little bit more stressful for the individuals, at least mentally, because you don't have a team to, really bail you out. If your dream is to go to state, it's completely on you and no one else. And that can, be crushing for some of these golfers. Some of them can step up to the challenge.
As we mentioned at the top of the show, these rounds incredibly mentally taxing. You have to maintain an intense focus, but at the same time remain loose enough to let a few bad shots roll off your back. Again, trying to figure out who these folks are, but we think we've got a pretty good idea. Tee shot from Morton's Grady Loudermilk appeared to go left. He's near that tree.
And it looks like that was Loudermilk. In the
He's got the red bag by the tree out there on the right side, our right. I don't know if we've got a shot on it, but Loudermilk's approach coming up.
He's playing
hugging that
safe.
left side. And now it's on the right side, and as you mentioned, playing it safe. Uh-oh. It's on the cart path and hops off. John, if that stayed on the cart path, that could have meant disaster.
Yeah, I mean, that's the danger of landing on the cart path is there's a chance that ball could just keep on going and going and going and not stop.
That ball is probably looking for lunch.
Yeah.
Take the cart path right into the pro shop.
Again, but you won't have an awful looking pitch shot there. That is a little bit of a tight lie. Again, you're standing close to the cart path. As we await the next shot, looks like from Riddle.
This will be Riddle's third. And that one also comes up short. He'll be in the fairway, though.
Yeah, tough shot there. That was on a downhill lie. Never where any golfer wants to be.
So it's almost time for Tyson Phillips' approach shot. He had the best drive of the bunch. In the fairway, just off the cart path. Beautiful day for golf, John. Can't really ask for better conditions than this.
Yeah, very, very calm winds. You see the flag here in 18 moving gently in the wind, but nothing more than what would be considered normal or what you'd expect. About 150 yards here from Tyson Phillips, who shot 85 at the Geneseo Regional.
Beautiful shot there, John. And just as that group of number ones we saw a short time ago, Ross Thompson from QND, he left his approach short of the pin. A little bit closer to the pin than that, but not much. And he was able to drill a birdie putt from there. And so that's the play on this 18th, is to leave it short of the pin.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's probably one of the best spots you can land it. And a lot of them have been kind of in that same line. I probably about 20 feet or so from the hole, but you always take a 20-foot uphill putt. It always sounds like, well, why would I want to be 20 feet from the hole? But it gives you enough room to, really just, it's you don't need a super good touch there, but it's good far enough where you can kind of slam it in a little bit with it going uphill.
Riddle will take his approach shot. This is his fourth. The wedge is chunky, but this can have some spin on it, and it does not find the green. It's into the trap.
Just 18th has been eating Riddle up just a bit. Oh, yeah. Shot out of the sand, though, but again, that bunker, that one is easier and probably the better one to hit out of than the other one, where you have to hit your bunker shot over the other one. As Louder Milk from Morton gets ready to play his third from just near the cart path, closest shot to us for the entire afternoon.
Yeah, John, he's going to have to get crafty with this one. He's got to fly that bunker. We'll see what he does. His third right here.
It's right at it.
And it comes up short into the trap. We're taking a look at the team leaderboard now online on the online scoreboard, John, and still very early in the day, lots of golf left, but right now it's Springfield, the Senators on top, 5 over through 6 as a team. SHG, 6 over through 5 as a team. Macomb, 12 over through 5.
Yeah,
And they're in 4th.
Yeah, and then the third spot going to Champaign Central. They're 10 over through, albeit they're just through 2 as a team.
Exactly. It's hard to really gauge this team game until really down the stretch.
Yeah, it is hard to see. You look further down the leaderboard, you see Galesburg. They're in 5th. They're 15 over, but they're through 9. So if you look at it by pace, Galesburg actually, even though they're in 5th, are on a better pace than, for example, Champaign Central is. Quincy Notre Dame, again, they're through 9 at 19 over. Dunlap is through 9 at 27 over. Bloomington through 9 at 28 over. So those are the golfers, again, those groups we just saw coming through that have finished the most so far. But the Senators, Larry, you mentioned it, they could veto a Sacred Heart Griffin win.
They could. To lean into the Senator pun, of course. Bunker shot coming up from Louder Milk. Looks like a good one, John. He'll be above the pin, but manageable putt for bogey.
That was a great shot there. It pretty much died right when it hit the green, and as most shots from the bunker do, at least if you hit it as they are designed to be hit, they have the open-faced wedge shot, slide the face under the ball. You don't even really hit the ball. You hit the sand, and the sand lifts the ball out. Not much spin on it. Louder Milk had a good shot there.
Now Riddle from the sand. Another good one. Not right at the pin, but a manageable putt there too.
He's also below the pin, so a little bit of an easier putt for Riddle than Louder Milk has.
John, an update over on the individual leaderboard now. Wade Schacht leading the pack, 3 under through 5. Cal Johnson from SHG is 1 under through 5. Peyton Woods from Springfield, 1 under through 8. Connor Watson, Macomb's top player, even through 5. Justice Keene, even through 7 for Macomb.
Justice Keene, another good performance in sectionals.
Safe to say he's got the clutch gene.
He does, and we also want to mention that Connor Watson we mentioned is Macomb's Connor Watson.
There are 2 Connor Watsons.
Yes, the East Peoria individual Connor Watson will be rolling through here in a little bit.
And he's got an outside chance to be in that individual mix as well.
Definitely.
As Riddle drains his putt.
Yeah, both Connor Watsons were at the Macomb Regional, and Macomb Connor Watson shot 69, and East Peoria Connor Watson shot 73. So the first 2 players on that leaderboard were both named Connor Watson. You don't see that very often, if at all.
I thought it was an error, frankly. I looked at it and it said Connor Watson twice. I said, what? Will the real Connor Watson please stand up?
I was reading a story, Larry. I was doing some research last night, and that same thing happened 2 East Peoria Connor Watson, he took out his phone and looked at the leaderboard on the app during the ride, and he thought that there was a glitch in the app when he saw that Connor Watson was number 1.
He saw both
Was
Watsons and then said, "Oh, get it?"
Very funny. Joey Wright coming in to drop in a joke, but now, John, we just saw a very unique maneuver from Tyson Phillips of Princeton. I believe he stepped aside to take a bathroom break before going to the green to hit this putt.
You don't want to be jumpy before a birdie putt, so not a bad call from Phillips there. Can't blame him.
For a 3. Breaks a little too far to the right. Loudermilk missed his putt, so he will try and finish this out. And he does. Loudermilk finishes with 6. And Phillips to wrap up his front 9 for par right here. Short distance. And he takes care of business. Second group of individuals is through. That started on number 10, highlighted by the par from Tyson Phillips.
A great par there from Phillips, who had the 3rd lowest score on his team. His Princeton Tigers finished 4th, just missed out as a team at the Geneseo Regional, so a lot of good guys on that squad. We'll see Carter Patterson from Princeton rolling in later. As our next group comes through, it will be Mason Uden from Rantoul, James Allison from IVC, the Grey Ghosts, and Parker McLean of the Urbana Tigers.
And it's worth noting Urbana did not play as a team in sectionals. Did not have enough guys to put in a team score, but they had 2 individuals qualify for sectionals. So that's pretty good. 2 out of 3, you'll take that.
Yeah, good percentages there, and obviously no team, but make the individuals count. Parker McLean last year, I saw him. We saw him at sectionals last year as well, and shot very well. He's got an outside shot. If it could be his day to advance to state.
And John, speaking on advancing to state, last year, and pretty much the same sectional, a few teams a little bit different, the individual cut was 77 at Metamora Fields. Today, I think that'll be probably a little bit lower. I think Coyote Creek is a slight bit easier than Metamora Fields.
It could be, Larry. I mean, obviously, it really just depends on the conditions, which, again, are more favorable here at Coyote Creek than they have been in Metamora Fields. But, these holes do have some teeth to them. Obviously, both, fairly open layouts, more trees, more chances for balls to get lost in the woods here at Coyote Creek. The front 9, I'll tell you, Larry, can be very tough. Again, lots of tight drives, but I think there's more gettable holes. That again doesn't necessarily mean that they're easier. You can still see
chance to go lower is what I'm trying to say.
Chance to go lower, oh, for sure.
Parker McLean from Urbana hit his tee shot very long. Has a unique shot from near the parking lot. His approach looks good. Is it on the green? Yes, it is. What a shot from Urbana's Parker McLean.
That one just flew the bunker again. Tough angle for that shot to come in, but
this is Mason Uden from Rantoul. Stayed in play, and he'll send this shot over the water, short of the green, but in play again. and he'll try to scramble for a par.
Yeah, Uden just snuck into sectionals, shot 86 at the Danville Regional, and just barely got into the field here today at Coyote Creek. Parker McLean shooting 86 as along with Uden back at the Danville Regional.
All three of these guys shot 86, hence why they're paired together. James Allison from
sense.
IVC. Allison, the second best regional scorer on the Grey Ghost squad behind Luke Markley. IVC sending two guys through to sectionals, but finished 6th of 8 team-wise out at Geneseo. Allison will chip short of the green. This is his third shot.
Fairly simple chip shot here. Just want to land this at the right spot. Checked up a little bit, but he is below the hole. Don't mind that approach there from Allison, who will have about 8 to 10 feet for par.
That'll be a knee knocker. Now, Uden's chip. Short of the green. Again, pretty straightforward. And he'll wait for Allison to mark. And not long after, he sends it right up on the pin, past it. So he'll have a downhill putt for par. While McLean, we believe, has a look at birdie here after his shot went long over the bunkers near those parked cars, Jonathan. And I gotta say, we talked about this before we went on air. The parking lot was so filled up here at Coyote Creek. There are folks that have had to park right below our broadcast booth. And I gotta be honest, I would not park my car here. It is well within the distance that is within striking range from the fairway.
Yes.
A bad shot could hit one of these cars that you see now. And
Yes.
with the windshields pointed out, no less.
Yes, no kidding. About 20 or 30 yards to the right of the fairway. Again, it's, if you want to, maybe play devil's advocate, it is, kind of a area where probably not a lot of shots will land. It's kind of more of a flyover part of the hole because most shots are in the air about 50 yards or so out of the green, which is where these cars are parked. But again, I could not believe when I had seen all these. Yeah, they're putting a lot of trust in these high school golfers. Again, we haven't seen any damage yet, and I certainly hope it stays that way. But we can't rule that out. That there may be some car insurance calls to be made later today.
Uden's par attempt does not fall. Parker McLean from Urbana with a good look at birdie here. Taking his time with it, getting a second read. And he'll take a walk around the hole. John, this is a putt that is likely going to break back towards McLean, towards his left because of the water. But it's about pin high.
Yeah, it is, and we haven't really seen a lot of balls where McLean's has been on the green. He wants another look at this one, and rightfully so. I mean, a bird in 18 would be huge. Again, we believe this would be a birdie putt. Don't know if he put his first one out of bounds. He looked to his left, and he was by the parking lot, but
McLean for a 3. And he's frustrated with himself. He took an aggressive line there, John, and he's got some work left to do for par.
yeah, he slammed that putt. Again, it's tough to see exactly where the hole is from this angle, but it looked like McLean sent it a few feet past the hole.
Uden for bogey. He got that one.
You can put there from Uden, who's playing from Rantoul. Again, Rantoul didn't make it as a team, but sent him and Rennick Riddle as individuals.
McLean, the comebacker, and he fist pumps as it falls for par. A wild par at that.
Very much so. After
From the parking lot.
From the parking lot, indeed.
Like NBA Jam.
Yes. Great second shot, though, from Parker McLean to set up a par.
And James Allison drains his bogey. So, solid showing from this group of individuals from Rantoul IVC and
Urbana.
Joey Wright's alma mater, Urbana.
So he gives a fist pump.
There's a reason Joey's not on the air today. He'd be too biased against the two Urbana players.
He'd be demanding 24/7 video coverage around the course.
So this next group of individuals, John Inahue, Michael Kuska, and Will Ellison. Inahue from Normal U-High, Kuska from Pontiac, and Ellison from Morton. Inahue taking his shot from left of the fairway. It's a bump and run shot. John, he looked very displeased with that shot, but that's not the worst in the world.
That's really not the bad spot at all. I mean, obviously he's behind the bunker, has to go up and over there, but for for most golfers, that's really not terribly hard to do. So, I don't mind that shot there from Inahue.
Kuska, the lefty from Pontiac, lands it just short right, but he'll be able to putt that.
Yeah, he will. It'll be a little bit of a downhill putt. It's going to go down, come back uphill a bit, and break. This angle looks like it will break pretty good right to left. Probably about a foot or so. So Kuska has an interesting putt. Kuska and Inahue both shot 85 at the Danville Regional. Ellison shot 88 at Macomb.
So we saw the two shots from Kuska and Inahue, but we did not see where Will Ellison's approach ended up. We'll find out shortly. Ellison, one of 5 Morton Potters playing today.
Morton, a very strong showing. And Kuska, I believe, again, I'll have to double check, believe the only player from Pontiac, although I could be wrong. Indeed, it is. Indians finished 6th in Danville with a score of 358.
Inahue's chip shot. Right on it, John, but it checks up a little bit, but not enough. Ellison is just short of the green as well. This is his third. Trying to get up and down.
Looks
a
good.
rhythmic chip. And, John, those chips like that shot right there that Ellison just hit are very tricky because they're not exactly your traditional greenside chips, but you also can't take anything close to a full swing with a wedge. So it's one of those awkward tweener shots.
Yes.
And Ellison executed that one pretty well.
Yeah. That is a chip that you don't see a ton of. You're not right by it. It's not like a chip where the ball maybe goes a foot in the air and then rolls most of the way. But Now you also can't, really get the club much further above your knees on that type of swing. So good putt there. He's below the hole, and also it'll be slightly uphill. It'll be a left to right breaker, about 15 feet or so, I would guess, as Kuska taps in.
Kuska finishes with a 4 on the par 4 18th. Glad you're with us today on ClutchSportsIL.com. Live golf coverage of the IHSA 2A Bartonville Sectional. Top 3 teams and top 10 individuals advance to state. Ianahue very animated as he almost made that long putt for par, and he'll have to settle for a bogey. Putt coming up here from Ellison. Also close, but no cigar. No gimmies here today in sectionals.
And a short putt here. Nice job putting it in. And the Pioneers are not here as a team this year. They snuck in by the skin of their teeth to go to state last year on some drama that came down to the final hole, but Ianahue, one of a couple Pioneers that'll be vying for state this year. A couple of them return as individuals, like Parker Newton and others. But overall, a good showing from that group as we chug on along through our individuals. Next up, we'll have Carter Patterson from Princeton, Creighton Harden from Richwoods, and Nicole Park from Streeter.
And as this next group approaches the green, Joey Wright is going to approach the concession stand. And maybe that's that whispering you may have heard in the background.
Much needed. I am in need of a hot dog or a bratwurst.
John making it well known that he is starving.
Yes. Very much so.
Looking at this group here, John, hard to tell who's who, but we're working on it. Looks like we got one player almost in the street.
Looks like the blue bag, I would assume that would be Patterson from Princeton. His teammate.
Well, the problem is there's 2 bags that are blue.
I'll have to see if I can see a Tiger logo.
Patterson is the one on the far left, John. You'd be right about that because he had the same shirt as the previous Princeton Tiger we saw.
That is Harden by the bunker right there. His cart is blue, but his bag, upon further review, is green, and I saw a Richwoods logo. So that is Creighton Harden getting ready to hit right here.
A Big 12 representative. His approach soars long and rolls just off the back of the green, but not a bad approach from the Richwoods Knight.
So our fellow Big 12 golfer Sam Rink hit his shot, so Rink came pretty close on his birdie attempt as all golfers make their way up near the green. Only ball visible right now is Harden's.
Richwoods, you mentioned, John, not qualifying as a team to sectionals, but they did last year, and they won a regional title for the first time in 21 years. And Harden was a junior on that team. He's a senior now. Shot an 87 and helped boost Richwoods to that regional title. So he was a member and a part of Richwoods history last year.
Indeed, and Richwoods is really turning around. Obviously, the guy to really watch is Brock Brown, who's really been making some waves. One of the better junior golfers in the Peoria area.
Sophomore, just a sophomore.
Yes.
He was a freshman last year.
And I remember talking to Richwood's head coach about Brock last year, and he was just thrilled, really excited for future of Brown and the rest of the Knights golf team. So you definitely keep an eye out for Richwoods, folks. Obviously, they don't have a team presence this year, but they're always right in it.
Cole Park from Streeter chips on, a little bit short. Again, you can read the body language on that one. Takes that post-chip swing. That's how you know you wanted a little more juice.
Indeed, and it looks like Carter Patterson from Princeton is chipping. He's not in the water. Looks like he just missed it a little bit to the left on the upslope. This chip rolling long, needs to check up.
Not going to get a lot of check out of that longer grass beside the green. And now Hardin. Looks like he's got a wedge in hand, John. So he goes with the chip. Does it pay off? It's a good one.
I was a little surprised for it by Hardin taking out the wedge there. Usually again, usually you see a lot of golfers putt those. As they always say, a bad putt is better than a bad chip, but Hardin had the confidence there to pull it off, and he did. So short par look for Richwoods, and Park again frustrated by it. Couldn't quite get that look to fall. So he will bogey the 18th. A common scene that we've seen, this 18th has been playing very tough.
Almost tougher than I had anticipated.
I would concur with that as well. And at least in my personal experiences, the 18th, not the hardest hole on the course, but certainly can get a par. I think I parred this hole once. Bogeyed it, or double bogeyed it twice.
Creighton Hardin. The senior misses and cannot finish the par. He will slip to 7 over on his first 9.
And Hardin really would have wanted that one there. Good drive and good approach into this green. Can't miss the short ones.
Hardin to finish up, and he lips out. That's going to be a double for Creighton Hardin. Ouch.
Yeah, not a nightmare for most golfers. As going to be a 3-putt after the chip.
So a frustrating finish for this group of individuals, and we'll take a look down the fairway as the next group of individuals is hot on their tail. It's Keegan Renz from Metamora, Thatcher Fry from Jacksonville, and Lucas Henderson from the Urbana Tigers.
And Larry, just a quick look back at the individual leaderboard right now. Wade shocked 4 under through 7. Looking very hot early on. His closest competitors, Cal Johnson from Sacred Heart Griffin. So 1 under through 7.
The shot from Keegan Renz, a little errant off to the right.
Almost hit the golf cart, looks like, of Rich Woods' head coach. Came just about 2 yards short. A near incident.
Whoops. Not nearly as bad as the shot we saw, I think, back in 2020 at the Mid-Illini Conference Tournament, where somebody almost got drilled on an approach shot into the green. I mean, like feet, probably inches.
Oh yes, I mean yeah, there was a
Somebody forgot their wedge.
yes, I forgot their wedge, walked back, and in the process of walking back to grab their wedge really quickly, a golf ball went flying. I think it went between their legs. I slowed it down. I literally took a screen recording of it, put it in Adobe Premiere, and I slowed it down to about 30% speed. And the ball went between the legs. And yeah, someone almost got hit. Obviously, the golfer didn't yell forward because he didn't expect the player to be.
Well, leaving your wedge behind is always a recipe for disaster one way or another. And that one was a little more unexpected.
It does happen. That's the first time I've seen somebody almost get hit with a ball after coming back to retrieve their wedge.
Thatcher Fry from Jacksonville on the approach. The first colored golf ball we've seen today, and it does him well there. Checks up, pin high. Of a good look at a 3.
As a amazing ball there. Great spin on that. Okay, I didn't see if that was his tee shot or his
We'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
second. If that was his tee shot, that would be one of the longest tee shots we've seen. Probably.
Sometimes, John, you just got to be decisive. Got to
Yes.
pick one or the other. That's what we're going to go with.
All right, yeah, we'll say that was the first shot, or the second shot from Thatcher Fry, meaning that if he does make this putt, it would be we believe to be the second birdie of the day, at least by our count.
Far from the official count, but it is a count. Renz from Metamora hops it onto the green. Not a bad shot, but he'll have a long putt.
That ball's still running, Larry.
That'll be for a 4. From the top of the hill, that's not an easy shot.
No, definitely not. Not much you can do there. So, just getting on the green there is really a small victory there for Renz. I think he'll just be looking to two-putt that one.
It's an easy day to sit back and relax and just watch the golf, I gotta say.
It really is. This is just beautiful. I mean, great day at Coyote Creek, and can beyond the 18th green, can see players walking on the 9th green, the 10th tee, a couple holes in the distance as well. The carts are out. Lots of fans, parents, friends walking around. Great temperatures.
Couldn't ask for anything better. Getting into October. Hard to believe the year's flown by. Putt coming up from Keegan Renz. This is for par. He didn't like it. It's got a bend, and it's too hot to bend. And he's got work left for a bogey.
That one kind of curved around the hole. His bogey is not guaranteed by any means there.
Lucas Henderson from Urbana. Just misses. Good crowd reaction on that one.
Yeah.
Some oohs and ahs.
Interesting about Henderson. He's going to kept the flag, and now he's going to take it out for the short one. Maybe he just wants to hear the satisfactory sounds of the ball dropping in the cup. That's what I want to take the pin out. I know it doesn't make much of a difference, but I just love hearing the ball hit the bottom of the hole. Good impression there, Larry. I'm pretty impressed. I'm pretty impressed.
It's hard to do, I got to say.
Not far off.
That's the ball going in the water.
That's ball going in the water. That's what you don't want to hear. Keegan Renz.
With the comebacker here. And he can't get that one. So it'll be a tough 3-putt for Renz.
Renz shot 83 at the Geneseo Regional. Tied for 11th overall. That was tops on the Metamora Redbirds. Metamora finished 4th out of 8, so just missing the field as a team here.
And Fry knocks it in for a birdie. He gets some claps.
Just an amazing approach there from Thatcher Fry.
After an amazing drive.
Yes. And the hot dogs have arrived.
They have indeed. And you know what? I tell you what, this is a good time to step aside for us. Maybe take some time away from the microphone. We've got a little break in play. What do you say we'll be back in about 3 to 5 minutes?
Couple minutes.
Take down some hot dogs and see what happens. Thanks for joining us today for IHSA 2A sectional golf from Coyote Creek in And a warm welcome back to Coyote Creek in Bartonville, Illinois, where we've got you covered at the 2A Boys Golf Sectional hosted by Limestone. We've seen a lot of good action here today on the 18th hole. We've got you covered from tee all the way to the green here on ClutchSportsIL.com. Live video coverage. Tell your friends. You bet you didn't expect to be watching golf on your Monday, but here we are. We've got a group of individuals that teed off at 10:48 off the back here, and that would be Rocky O'Shea, Jaden Nambo, and Gus Rugard. And these individuals, O'Shea from Normal U-High, he's the fellow who just hit his chip towards the right side of the pin. Jaden Nambo from Streeter, he's in the red. And Gus Rugard from Morton is in the white. Rocky O'Shea shot 82 at the Danville Regional, while Nambo and Rugard both shot 83. Nambo out of the Geneseo Regional and Rugard out of the Macomb Regional. And the chip from Nambo comes in hot across the green. Got to be careful there, as there's not a lot of room on the other side of the green towards the water. Another tricky chip coming up from Rugard, and this one is played excellent. Rolls down near the pin, past the pin. Hard to get that ball to stop short of the pin on the downhill lie, but a valiant effort no less. Again, we've gotten through one set or pairing of teams here on the 18th today that teed off the back. That was Bloomington, Dunlap, PND, and QND. So if you're looking for golfers from those schools, maybe rewind the broadcast a little bit, few hours or so, and you can catch that action. After a few more groups of individuals, we're going to start seeing team play again. We're going to have two more pairings of teams come through the 18th today, and that would be folks from Mahomet Seymour, Galesburg, Washington, and Springfield, as well as Champaign Central, Geneseo, Macomb, and Sacred Heart Griffin. And we now want to welcome in Jonathan Michael back into the broadcast booth. Larry Larson, Jonathan Michael up here all day in with you. And John, this 18th has played like a tricky hole, but I'm really, really excited to see maybe how some of those really talented individuals at the top of the leaderboard handle it coming down the stretch.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of stuff could come down to this 18th hole. I mean, there could be medalist honors on the line. There could be a spot to state on the line. And last time we checked, it was Champaign Central and Macomb tied for the last spot to go to state at 15 over, and both were, I believe, through 8 holes, so they are neck and neck. The number ones there, Connor Watson and Wade Schacht, two of the most talented golfers we'll see here today. So when they come out 18, there could be a lot on the line. Really looking forward seeing how they play it. Maybe we'll see a couple more birdies. A birdie, we've only seen 2 to our knowledge so far. Ross Thompson from Quincy, Notre Dame, and Thatcher Fry, the individual from Jacksonville.
That putt just coming up short from the individual from Streeter, Jaden Nambo. This putt here from Rugard. He's also using a colored ball. Second one we've seen today, that neon yellow or green or whatever you want to call it. And Nambo drains that one to wrap up this group. Next group of individuals coming up here. Grant Reed from Maroa Forsyth. Ryan Kenyon from Metamora, the third Redbird to qualify, and Brock Brown from Richwoods, just a sophomore, shot a 77 at the Macomb Regional. coming off a first-team All-Conference Big 12 season as a freshman.
Certainly a name to watch. Looks like Kenyon along the left side of the fairway in the rough. He's getting ready to hit right now.
Kenyon's approach, a low-line drive. Flirting with that bunker, and the ball does indeed meet the bunker. So Brown will be the next approach shot here on the 18th. And a quick update on our coverage for the back half of the round. We've sent Gavin Russell, our course reporter, out on the course, and he is going to follow Wade Schacht and that group of number ones coming down the stretch. Brown's approach looks good. Rolls right on the pin, and he gets a hearty round of applause from the Richwoods fans in attendance today. Great shot there from Brown, John.
Yeah, that was one of the best ones we've seen. Might be the closest approach of the day so far. I mean, just smack dab in the center of the green. See the neon colored ball there. He has a really good look at birdie. Almost pin high. There's going to be a little bit of a left to right. Great shot there from Brock Brown.
And there are those Richwoods fans, maybe Brock's parents in attendance. Looks like that fella's shorts almost match Brock's ball. Neon green. The approach into the green from Maroa Forsyth's Grant Reed is long or short into the trap.
Yes, it went into the bunker, so it rolled in there. So
yeah, frankly, I didn't see it. I had to rely on John's sign language for that one, and it worked out marginally well.
I need to work on my.
Got the point across.
Yeah, I don't really know what to. Try to think of how to think sand. I tried to point down as if he was
maybe like draw a beach
down to the bunker, but I don't have a beach towel. I don't have sunglasses or sunscreen, any of that nature. A little bit too cold for that, but great weather here at Coyote Creek Golf Course here on this early October afternoon. I'd say temperature is probably about in the mid 60s, low 60s, I would say.
I'd say mid 60s, probably getting up there near 70, I imagine, in the sunshine. 69 degrees. Nice. Good weather.
Very, very, very nice weather indeed.
So we've got one approach shot on the green. It does belong to Brock Brown from Richwoods.
How about the cart caravan in this group? We got 6 carts. Actually, more like 7 or 8 carts of spectators watching this group.
No wonder there are no carts left. They're all watching this group.
Very talented group of individuals here. Reed from Maroa Forsyth shot a 74 at his home regional, which was tied for 3rd overall in the tournament. Ryan Kenyon was the top individual at the Geneseo Regional from Metamora with a 77.
There's a look at that cart caravan. Goodness, couldn't spit it out. Cart caravan. Tongue twister. There are a lot of them.
Kenyon's shot from the sand. He was lucky that ball caught some rough. That one had some heat on it.
Could have headed towards the water, but it did not.
Tricky sand shot there. We've seen a lot of people struggle with these bunker shots. A couple close ones, but.
Reed's bunker shot flies past the hole, and that one rolls off the green. That's an uh-oh.
I don't think that ball had enough heat on it where it would have rolled into the drink, but I think he'll be having definitely an uphill lie there on the chip. Again, it's going to be tough because, again, that ball is laying in the rough, so tough to put some spin on it. The green's going to be sloping away from him, so he's got to pick a good spot for that ball to land and then see if he can let the green do the rest, maybe let it ride down towards the hole. We'll see what kind of touch that Grant Reed has in his bag.
Two tricky shots, but John, I think I'd almost rather take a chip from that left side towards the right side than vice versa.
Yeah, I would definitely say so. I mean, that right side has given a lot of golfers fits this afternoon. A couple guys landing on the hillside is Kenyon's putt, or chip rather, a pretty close. So nice effort there from the Metamora Redbird. And Reed almost sank that.
Oh,
That boy,
almost identical shots.
yeah, Kenyon and Reed landing very close to one another, but looked up at Reed's ball just snuck by the hole. That would have been one of the longer hole outs that we have seen today. Here's Brown's a birdie look. No dice there. Should be able to tap in for a par. He'll mark it first and let Reed and Kenyon finish out.
And pardon my silence, John. We're just working on relaying some scores out to Gavin Russell.
Wade shocked, looking really good at 4 under through 8. Front 9 at Coyote Creek, pretty difficult. There's a couple holes that you can birdie, but also a couple of really narrow, tight holes as well. Right around holes 3, 4, and 5, you start to play with some big ravines. Lots of trees. You're really kind of almost back in the woods a little bit before you kind of emerge, and it's kind of becomes more links golf, a lot more wide open. You can see, at least from our perch here, you can see a good 3, 4, maybe even fairways over. So, nice view here.
Brown finishes the par there that puts him at 8 over through his first 9. So, likely a frustrating round for the Richwood sophomore. We've seen him shoot far lower than that. Maybe not meant to be today, but he's still got that back 9 or the front 9 on the scorecard to rally. And John, looking behind this group, we get a short break, so we might as well take a look at the big picture, the scoreboard. And again, as we mentioned, Gavin Russell following around the top group with representatives from Champaign Central, Geneseo, Macomb, and Sacred Heart Griffin. Wade Schacht, Hayden Moore, Connor Watson, and Cal Johnson. And Wade Schacht is in the driver's seat, 4 under through the first 9. An electric front 9 for Wade Schacht. And Cal Johnson, right on his tail, 2 strokes back, 2 under. Just 3 players in the red right now. That next one is Peyton Woods, a senior from Springfield. He's not playing in that group, but he's 2 under through 13. James O is even from Springfield through 9. So Springfield hanging around. They'll definitely be in that conversation on the team leaderboard. And as we flip over and take a look at that now, SHG was in the driver's seat there for a while. They are still in the driver's seat. 5 over as a team through 9 holes. Springfield 8 over as a team through 9. And Champaign Central now pulls in front of Macomb for that 3rd spot to get a ticket to state. They are 16 over ahead of Macomb's 21 over. So the Bombers are struggling, John. We did not see that last year.
No, and Macomb really just almost after the first couple holes last year we were like, okay, Macoma's gonna be in there for sure. I mean, they were fiery, and I mean, Connor Ham was, in top shape. They got a breakout performance. I believe what he said, the round of his life from Justice Keene. He shot a 77. Connor Watson as well, who's now the number one for Macomb, also was in the mid 70s as well. So Macomb, they're gonna need an inspired effort here on the back nine, and again for Shocks leading the way at 4 under. That really will help out the team. Macomb is perhaps a team where they have a little bit more depth, but Shocks' star power really helping out the Maroons, and what a story that would be if Central was able to grab the third spot for a trip to Weibring Golf Course in Normal for state.
You ever play there?
I have not. I have played the Den at Fox Creek down in Bloomington, though. Very nice course.
The Den sounds like a cozy golf course, if there ever was a thing.
Yeah, it is an Arnold Palmer design.
Okay.
I golfed it a couple years ago. It was on Bradley University's study day, so the last day of final exams.
Working hard, I'm sure.
Yeah, so last day before final exams, and I had a good hold on my classes, and I said, well, this is a nice day. This was in the spring. At one point, I said, hey, this is a nice day. I don't need to study that much. And I decided.
Who does?
Yeah, and it was funny, actually, now thinking about it. I played 36 holes of golf that day.
Oh, all at the Den?
No.
I was going to say that probably was pretty expensive.
No, well, actually, believe it or not, even with it being Arnold Palmer design, very affordable course. They had a college rate. I believed I golfed it for around $20 to $25 walking by myself.
All righty.
18.
You'll take that.
I did. The course kind of roughed me up a bit here and there. I had a couple good shots.
Punched you in the mouth a few times.
Yeah, there's one stretch of holes, I believe, on the front nine. I forget what it's called, but it's almost like, I know it, Innisbrook, where they hold the Valspar Championship in Florida. The final stretch of holes is called the Snake Pit. And then also, I believe at Bay Hill they have, that's another Arnold Palmer design as well. They have, I forget what it's called, but it's the final stretch of holes. And they give it an intimidating name, and all three are very tough. Same case with the Den at Fox Creek, but a very beautiful golf course in great condition. And then that same day, I woke up at about a 8 or 9 a.m. tee time out at the Den at Fox Creek, played that, drove back about 45 minutes here back to Peoria, and took a little break for a little bit, rested, and I came back and I played this very golf course, Coyote Creek.
Okay.
That evening at a tee
the nightcap.
Yes, I played 36 holes walking by myself. Great day.
36 holes walking.
Yes, the golf bug was biting me, and I succumbed to it. Although walking Coyote Creek a full 18 holes, I will say what these golfers will have to deal with is there's a lot of dramatic elevation changes. Maybe not huge, but you do get worn out walking after a full 18. Obviously, it was a little bit different for me as I was playing 36. But again, these golfers all playing practice runs yesterday, so and that's a big factor. It really can be. We've played a couple tournaments where you're walking the whole time and going up and down the hills carrying your bag. It really can take a big toll on you. So it's something to watch later in the day.
Looks like we've got a group coming up here on the 18th, and this will be our final group of individuals that teed off on the back nine, and they are led by Connor Watson, who was 1 over through 7, and we'll work on getting a score update as he approaches the tee. But East Peoria's Connor Watson, just a sophomore, has been excellent this year. Shot a 73 at the Macomb Regional. As we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, only behind Connor Watson from Macomb, who shot a 69. But Watson was a first-team Middle Illini All-Conference member as a freshman last year, and he had a season up to that caliber again this year.
Yeah, Watson, another real big name to watch. The sophomore is really strong here in the Peoria area. And again, Watson was right there with Macomb's Connor Watson for medalist honors at the Macomb Regional. Macomb Connor Watson ended up taking it by 4 strokes. The East Peoria Connor Watson, you see right here, shot a 73. So still very much in contention for a state spot here. Got to think that he is among one of the 10 favorites, at least on paper, coming into this tournament to punch his ticket.
And John, we mentioned this earlier. I want to get your prediction on this. What do you think that individual cut line is going to be? It was 77 last year in the 2A sectional at Metamora Fields. What do you think it is here today?
Well, I would take a pretty detailed look at the individual leaderboard. Obviously, been busy catching up on the action right now, but I would say, obviously, conditions a little bit more favorable here at Coyote Creek this year rather than Metamora Fields last year. But this golf course I think is deceptively tough. I know a couple people in our group were saying, oh, it might be 74, 75. I'm going to say 75 will be close, but I think there may be 1 or 2 golfers that could sneak in with a 76.
Okay.
I'm saying a 76 this year here at Coyote Creek will be the individual cut line. Again, top 10 individuals who are not on teams that have already qualified will be going to state.
I was thinking about that 75 neighborhood myself. So, again, time will tell. We have not done any calculations or anything of that nature quite yet. Still lots of golf left. Still very, very much too early to tell. Got a tee shot coming in on the 18th from Tyler Davis of Maroa Forsyth. Davis lost that medalist playoff in his home regional. Probably coming in today hungry.
Davis went to state last year, qualified for it as an individual at Metamora Fields last year, so he's been in this position before. Shot 74-76 at the state final to finish tied for 21st, so very good outing from him last year at state. If he can build on that, he's certainly in contention for top honors in Class 2A.
A beautiful drive from who we presume to be Jacob Anderson from Morton. Anderson also had a nice regional round, 74 over at Macomb, which is good for third place behind both Connor Watsons. And one more. Brooks Culver. Kluver. Well, enough to fool me. Shows you what I've got on the brain. Food. So it is a group of 4 individuals.
Kluver last year he's an individual. He's from Clinton High School. He missed the cut line for state by 1 stroke, so he is certainly looking for more this year.
And again, we'll work on identifying each individual as they get a little closer to us. Last group of individuals that teed off of hole number 10. They're coming up on the last hole of their front 9. Lots of golf left to play. Glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. 2A sectional action on the boys' golf side. Teams and individuals trying to make their way to state Friday and Saturday in Bloomington. And looking ahead to Friday and Saturday, still a little far out, but looking at the weather forecast, John, favorable. It's going to feel like fall, but it's going to be sunny. Temperatures in the mid to low 50s.
That's going to be great weather for golf. Obviously, really the only challenge that I think that the golfers will face, at least from the elements, is again, we talked about it earlier. Is it a leaf or is that my golf ball?
And
How-
keeping the hands warm.
True. That is true. That is something that is very important, especially when you're hitting your iron shots, and if it's cold out, that could send a unpleasant feeling up your arms. But then again, though, these golfers that will make it to state, I don't expect them to be in the trees too much. They're probably a lot better golfers than I am. So I don't think we'll see too many mistaking leaves for balls, at least down at Wybering this weekend.
At least you'd hope not.
Yeah, you would hope. But you never know. That is the unpredictability and the beauty of golf. You never know whose day it could be. It could always be anybody's. And again, something that we'll keep on watching later on is how these 3 and 4 golfers are doing, Larry. We talked about at the start of the broadcast about if one of them can have a breakout round. That could be the key to getting to state.
And, John, we turn our attention to the far left side. That looks like Connor Watson, who's, again, searching around some backyards. That's never a good sign. That's Kluver, actually. Kluver from Clinton looking in the backyards, and now he's deep in the backyards. It's looking like he may have to go back and hit another tee shot or play his provisional. Looks like he's found his ball. Not sure whether or not he played a provisional, John.
I did not see if he did or not. I mean, the first one is by far it is out of play. So regardless, Kluver is going to be fighting to keep a big number off the scorecard here on 18.
I got to say, that's some looking around by Kluver. That's some good landscaping in that backyard.
Very good.
Some nice looking pine trees, good mulch, nice rocks.
I'll say that mulch looks top tier. I'm no landscaping expert, but surface level looks beautiful.
Tyler Davis and his approach coming up from the fairway bunker. About 145 yards from the center of the green. And, John, that looks like it's headed towards the water, and that is likely in the water. He pulled it.
I saw some trouble there. Looked left right away. Again, looking for any ripples. I don't see any right now, but again, it's tough to see when the near side of the hazard is blind to us here in the booth. So Davis is either in the water or very close to it.
Next up, it's Morton's Jacob Anderson. Or no, it's going to be Connor Watson from EP, just next to the bunker. His shot a little better on the green. He'll be putting for birdie.
That's a nicely placed shot there. He got a little bit of a kick to the right off that little ridge on the front left of the green there. So nice shot there by Watson. He is in the zone and definitely a possibility of going to state, still very much alive for the sophomore from East Peoria.
Now it's Anderson. And he throws a dart. Again, John, prime position for a good run at birdie just below the pin.
That's where we've seen the best birdie look so far today, Larry. And again, that one's about mid-range putt, about 15 feet uphill or so. In a good line with the hole, and we saw Ross Thompson make birdie there earlier today. And that definitely is the easiest look that you'll have. You don't have to deal with the side slopes that you would if you were to the left or to the right side. You have to deal with going downhill if you were behind the pin. So best possible option there for Jacob Anderson. Birdie on 18 would be huge. Anderson shot 74 at the Macomb Regional, so definitely has the capability to make it down to normal this weekend.
And John, we didn't get a look at Kluver's shot, but I did see the aftermath of his shot. He covered his face with his hands. That's never a good indicator.
No, never. And you gotta feel horrible for Kluver again, who missed state by just one stroke last year. And it's always just so heartbreaking when one shot can really just have so much of an effect on your run. Obviously, lots of room for to make that back up for Kluver. He still has a little bit of play left to go as they will head it to the front nine. So birdie opportunities still available for Kluver, again, especially on number 1.
John, an update on Tyler Davis. He does take a drop here, so he did hit it into the water. This will be his 4th.
He's probably got about 40 yards or so. Playing it from the rough. He's not going to get a lot of spin on this ball. He's going to want to land it below the hole and keep it there. Again, a lot easier said than done.
Davis sends a good-looking shot, and this is going to roll out. Not snug to the pin, but, again, a makeable putt.
Yeah, got to be happy with that there. If you're Tyler Davis, again, he hit that, landed it in a pretty good position. Obviously a little bit right of the pin, so he'll have a little bit of a slightly uphill right to left breaker, but makeable putt there for Davis. And saving a bogey would be huge. A bogey on 18, as we've seen today, is really not going to hurt you that much, as we've seen a good number of them on the finishing hole for some and the 9th hole for others.
Kluver hit his shot into the water, so he takes a drop. Tough 9th hole on the 18th for Kluver. Update on the scoreboard for this group. You imagine that these fellas could be contenders to advance to state and perhaps contend for medalist honors. Connor Watson, 1 over through 8. He's got a chance to get to even if he can make his upcoming birdie putt. As for Tyler Davis, he's also 1 over through 8. So him and Connor Watson having a bit of a good battle.
Both still in good position.
Anderson from Morton struggling today a little bit more. 6 over through 8. And Kluver entering this hole 4 over through 8.
And Kluver's going to have a little bit of work to do. He's going to need to have a big shot sooner or later. I don't think he's going to make it if he pars out. He's going to need a couple birdies or so on the card, as will
Watson
Jacob Anderson.
Couldn't get to even there. Birdie putt comes up short.
And Watson at 1 over, still in comfortable position right now. Obviously, can't get complacent, but you can afford to play conservatively if you're Connor Watson on the front 9 here at Coyote Creek.
Putt coming up from Kluver. Try and finish out what's largely been a probably pretty frustrating front 9. And he misses.
And Kluver started walking shortly after he stroked that putt. So definitely a hole to forget for Brooks Kluver. Again, we'll see how he responds to it. He's been in some big situations before. No stranger to postseason success. So we'll see how his mental resilience comes into play on the back nine.
Putt from Anderson. Close. Couldn't get it to drop. So he'll settle for par.
Par's a good score, especially for Anderson, who doesn't have a ton of room to make a lot of bogeys, at least the way the scoreboard is looking right now. So, got to be happy with that if you're Jacob Anderson. The top individual from the Morton Potters, who sent 5 of them to this tournament.
Tyler Davis coming up next, trying to limit the damage to a 5. And he can't. It's going to be a double for Tyler Davis. And that will push him to 3 over through the first 9.
That puts Davis in an interesting position. Again, you're still very much in it, but it's easier to play yourself out of it than in a couple holes than really play yourself into it. That's the unfortunate nature of golf sometimes. So I think Davis, as long as he can come back and stay consistent on the front 9, could find himself in contention.
Kluver wraps up. And now Watson for par to stay 1 over through the first 9, and he does. So a good first 9 for Connor Watson.
And Larry, we just got an update from Gavin Russell, our on-course reporter 2 minutes ago. Cal Johnson from Sacred Heart Griffin chips in from the hillside to save par on hole 11. How about that? Cal Johnson leading the charge for Sacred Heart Griffin. Last time we checked, he was 2 under. Now he is even.
And he will stay even after that par save, which is huge.
Yes. So assuming it looks like, because Johnson was 2 under through 9 and even through 10, so he must have doubled hole 10. But a big par save there. And Peyton Woods from Springfield has moved within 1 of Wade Shocked. Woods 3 under through 15, shot 4 under through 10. So Peyton Woods has a battle on his hands.
We'll be getting more updates as the day goes on, and we take the turn of sorts coming down the home stretch. Gavin Russell hard at work for us today. We now turn back towards team groups. This is the group of number 6s from Mahomet Seymour, Galesburg, Washington, and Springfield High. And Springfield High is going to be the group to watch here, John. They're very much in contention for that team title, and at the very least, that 3rd spot to get state. Shot coming up here from Springfield High's Jacob Jenkins from the middle of the fairway. Jenkins with a good drive. Of course, good drive only means so much. Got to get the job done with the irons.
True.
Jenkins 2nd. He was yelling at it, go, go, and it did not go enough. He's in the water.
I did not see that ball land, but as one of the first times we've heard a golfer yelling at their ball, usually not a good sign. Occasionally it is a good sign. You're yelling at it to, be the right ball, be the right club. But that one goes into the water for Jenkins, so a small setback for the Senators. Springfield at the Maroa Forsyth Regional. Every player of theirs shot 82 or lower. They were the only team in the regional to do so. So again, even though Jenkins, the number is listed as the number 6 golfer for the Senators, 1 through 6, they're all going to play big roles. It's just a matter of can you get 4 real good scores. And so far, Springfield is doing that. So, got to like where they're at.
Galesburg's Luke Foster. His third shot. Another tricky one, and it falls into the bunker. Foster coming off a 101 in regionals, so probably a score that Galesburg tosses out at the end of the day. But again, John, you never know. Those top 4 scores count, but that last score could come from anybody.
It could.
Next man up.
It could, and we definitely saw that last year with Normal University and Dunlap. It really came down to the number 5 golfers, and that really decided who was going to go to state. So if you think that the number 5 and 6 golfers don't really mean that much, well, you're dead wrong. So, because last year, I mean, even though University High and Dunlap, the number 5 guys were 1 stroke away from each other. If they were tied, they would have gone to the number 6 guys. So, who knows? These number 6 guys, their scores could have a huge impact, and you don't want to leave any shots on the course if you're any of these fellas.
And there's a reason that they play. It looks like Galesburg's Foster missed his first shot out of the bunker. Takes a second swing, doesn't get it out. Can the third time be the charm? No. And that rolls even further backwards. Tosses his club in frustration. He's going to take a rake clean in place. And in the meantime, shot from Washington's Matt Campomones rolls past the pin.
If we're going by last name, I would put him on the all-name team.
It's a long one. Campomones.
Very eloquently. Sounds very eloquent. And that's what I was going to say. I like that last name.
It looks like Jacob Jenkins, John, is walking backwards. He's got to hit his shot, of course, on the line of entry, 2 club lengths backwards from the first point of entry.
Yep.
No closer to the hole. So Jenkins loses a lot of distance, more than he thought, it seems. So the green's going to have to clear before he hits this shot.
Yeah, Jenkins hitting this shot just where in the last group where we saw, I believe that was
Tyler Davis.
Yes, Davis.
Jenkins puts it right on the hole. It's got a check, and it doesn't. It's going to be a tall task to make that putt. Jenkins, part of that epic team effort from Springfield High in regionals, in which all their players shot 82 or lower, and Jenkins did come in at 82. Having a hard time with this 18th, and a 4th try from the bunker is not the charm for Luke Foster. He'll go for a 5th time. And that time he got it. Is
Almost
it in?
Hold it.
That would have been one heck of a story. Hey, I hold out from the bunker on hole 18. Oh, what'd you get? Was it for birdie? No, just a 9. Just one of those things you got to laugh off and keep going.
Yep. Those things will happen. Again, a lot of these golfers, even if their high school careers come to an end today, for all of the seniors out there, the beautiful thing about golf is it is a lifelong sport, and you can play it for a lot longer than you could for football or basketball or any other sport you may have. Obviously, maybe lose the competition level, but again, golf can be one thing I found out is golf can be a lot more enjoyable when you're not dealing with the pressures of competition. But again, I'm saying that as one who did not thrive under the pressure of competition. So I'm sure a lot of these guys probably really do like it.
Jenkins downhill putt rolls past the hole, and that's going to be a tough comebacker. Campamones will putt next, and then followed by Muhammad Seymour's Jacob Schudel, who shot an 86 at regionals, part of a very strong and young Muhammad Seymour squad. Campamones finishes up, it looked like. Or did he? Or is he going to let Foster finish up? I think he will. So this is Foster trying to end a very frustrating 18th, and he can't. And his day is just about done, and he'll mark that one. And that's a spot, John, where I would consider maybe not marking and maybe just going to tap it in and try to get it over with.
Sure, yeah.
Put the old dog down, if you will, to have it take a dark turn.
It's an interesting way to put it, Larry, but I get what you're saying. I agreed with a lot of things. Everything else, I don't know. We had to talk about putting the dog down.
It's not meant to be taken literally.
Well,
it's a figure of speech. I mean, come on.
It is, and I know it is. I just didn't want to, startle any viewers at home who may have.
Well, so there's some backstory with that phrasing. Oh gosh. Well, these fellas are now wrapped up, so I guess we've got a moment. I was playing golf my freshman year of high school, and our number one, it was very loose. Let's just put it that way. Freewheeling. We weren't a very good golf team, led by our number one, who was a senior. We're just kind of out there going with the flow, And he'd toss out all these different phrases and figures of speech. And there's one time I've got like a 15-footer, and he's like, "Come on, Larry, put the old dog down." I'm like, man, that's I started laughing and couldn't stop. And I'm almost certain I did not make that 15-foot putt.
I was gonna say that's why you can't say that, because then you start laughing too much and you can't focus. I don't think
I'm not a dog hater. That's blasphemy. In fact, I like dogs very much.
I love dogs too. I just really can't imagine, Patrick Cantlay telling Xander Schauffele to put the old dog down in a 15-footer in a FedEx Cup playoffs. I don't think Big X would like that too much.
Hey, well, you never know. You got to keep things loose one way or another.
We certainly are here in the booth, I'll tell you that.
Got the groups of number 5s coming up from Muhammad Seymour, Galesburg, Washington, and Springfield High. We've had 2 approach shots. Neither have hit the green. Next approach shot coming up from Galesburg's Benjamin Smith-Raley from the trap. And that one will come up well short. Just rolls next to the cart path on the fairway. Could be worse lies, though. Better that than a hook into the water.
It could be. I mean, we really haven't seen a lot of shots in the water. We have last couple of groups, we've seen a few.
Approach shot from Springfield's Bryce Pound is pounded into the greenside bunker.
So yeah, no one on the green and 2 here between this group. But again, that shot, I believe, from Smith-Raley. Again, he's probably the furthest one away, but not in terrible position. About 80 yards or so. He is a little bit short-sighted, so doesn't have a great angle into this green. Smith really sporting a bucket hat. Well, actually,
It is a bucket hat.
It is a bucket hat indeed.
Your eyes to not deceive you, John.
One of the first that we have seen so far today.
I think it is the first.
I think it is.
That's more summer attire.
Well done, Benjamin Smith Raley. A big fan of the bucket hat.
Smith Raley coming off a 96 in the Geneseo Regional, helping Galesburg to a runner-up finish to host Geneseo.
Again, this is a big hole for Bryce Pound and Springfield. He saw Pound hit it into the bunker there, but again, he's a number 5 golfer, but shot 82 at regional, so he definitely can go low. And with the Senators vying for a trip to state, it's those guys like Bryce Pound on holes like number 18. It's going to be really important.
Back to Smith Raley. His third. It's coming in hot and will not stay on the green, but doesn't end up on that hill, so should be okay. Looks like the next shot we're going to see is from Springfield High's Bryce Pound. He was not in the trap, just short of the trap, bounces it over the hole, and keeps it within about 15 feet or so, and he'll have that look for par. And the next chip, coming in hot from all different directions, rolls past the hole for Muhammad Seymour's freshman Kelton Hennessy, who shot an 84 at regionals. And we mentioned that youth on the Muhammad Seymour squad. They've got a lot of it. Reese Claybrook, their number 1, who was their number 2 for most of the year, playing number 1 today, is just a sophomore.
Yeah, and Claybrook only finished second to. The only guy that was ahead of him was Wade Schacht at regionals. Claybrook shot a 74. Last year, we also saw him at the Metamora Fields 2A sectional. Claybrook shot an 85, but, again, these guys from their freshman year to their sophomore year, and then from their sophomore year to their junior year, it's not uncommon to see guys take 10, maybe even more strokes off of their average between seasons just because of how much they grow, how much more mature they become. You learn more course management, especially that's something that I learned, at least when I was around that age, was how to, avoid your misses or avoid the big numbers a lot more.
And so much of that has to do with the mental game more than anything. Bryce Pound's putt coming up for par. Did he get it? Just short. He'll have to settle for a 5.
Again,
and he marks it.
And again, not a lot of one putts we've seen on this 18th green, so very similar to the 18th at Metamora Fields. Again, you're not going to see many people getting down in one unless they throw an absolute dart.
Carter Wilson's putt left it on the high side. Wilson coming off an 87 at regionals. 86 at Lick Creek in the Middle Illini Conference Tournament. And 86 elsewhere, you probably think, yeah, that's okay. But at Lick Creek, that's pretty darn good.
Very good.
Long par putt does not fall for Hennessy. And he's frustrated with himself.
And Muhammad Seymour is not among the leaders right now, but still in the mix, at least of the last time we checked. So not completely out of it are the Bulldogs, but Hennessy, the freshman, really wanted that one.
Smith Raley finishes his final hole of the day. Silver Streak. How's that for alliteration? Smith Raley, the Silver Streak.
Pretty good. I like that.
For those who are unfamiliar with the Silver Streaks, supposedly lightning.
Yes.
That's what a Silver Streak is.
Indeed, a interesting team name. Haven't seen a lot of those, but they, even though they're the Silver Streaks, one of their primary colors is yellow, as we've seen with Smith Raley. Yeah, and they also have a, Joey Wright has mentioned,
Yeah,
They also have a train.
Joey makes a good point. So are they trains or are they lightning?
Probably a train named after a lightning. You know how.
It's very true. I think we're gonna roll with the trains.
Yes, I do believe so. The G on the Galesburg logo looks like
The front of the
things.
train.
Yes, like the front of a train. Those things that kind of used to, clear the way, make sure nothing is on the tracks.
Josh Messenger brings up a good point. The silver streak could be the steam coming from a steam engine.
Yes, it could. It very well could be as well. And
Glad we've talked through this one.
or if it's a fast-moving train, it could say, the train's a streak because and a little bit of interesting scene here on the 18th. I thought we saw an approach shot fly in.
Something caught John's eye, and he just stopped in the middle of his train point. But I guess maybe we'll get back to that later.
The green hadn't really been cleared. Looked like there may have been a ball that flew in, and amidst all of that, Kelton Hennessy was not happy. Slammed his club against his bag as well. So lots of stuff happening around the 18th green right now.
The approach shot coming in from Muhammad Seymour's Parker Clements is on the green. And it looks like, John, Springfield High's Julian Valenti is having a hard time finding his ball. It's by the street.
Mere yards from the road. He's
just about hitchhiking.
Almost. He is almost in the cornfield. He is about a bounce away.
He is still in play, John, and he's going to hit a punch.
He's in the ditch that is next to the road.
Valenti lucky he is still in play. Wow. It looks like in the meantime we'll have a shot from elsewhere. Sam Fair from Washington from the fairway. And he can't find the green.
Yeah, did not see where that ball landed.
Now it looks like Valenti's going to take his shot from the ditch. It's going to be a key shot, his second, after an errant tee shot. And it lands on the green. What a shot from Valenti, almost from the street.
Almost from the cornfield. He's on the green. Unbelievable.
Now that is clutch right there. And, John, I was going to say, the first two Springfield High players that we've seen struggled with this 18th. Valenti almost a third, but he turns his fortunes around there.
It's just unbelievable. I mean, that may be the best shot that we have seen, at least given the circumstances, all afternoon long. And, yeah, he has a long putt for birdie, but even having any chance at birdie is amazing given that he was almost on the road. Literally about from here, looks like maybe he was 10, 15 feet from there at the most. So amazing recovery from Julian Valenti, a returning player on this Senators team.
Valenti coming off an 81 at the Maroa Forsyth Regional. Approach shot after a drop from Sam Fair from Washington on the bottom of the green. It's a makeable putt. And Galesburg's Hayden Muser out of the trap has a little bit easier of a time than his teammate.
That's a great shot there. It landed in a perfect spot, rolled a couple feet as well, so really tough to stick one close if you're chipping here. Maybe unless you're in the fairway, you can get one to check up, but Really like that shot there from Hayden Muser.
Adding some context here to this group, putting the focus on Springfield, they are one shot back of Sacred Heart Griffin, according to the scoreboard. 7 over to SHG's 6 over.
Yeah, Springfield looking good is, obviously nothing guaranteed yet, but they are in good position to punch their ticket to state. Looks like Champaign Central still holding on to that number 3 spot.
Fair from Washington will putt first, and it comes up short. Fair will try and save bogey with his next putt to finish at 23 over. So a tough day for Sam Fair. Back over to the far left side of the green for Julian Valenti off that incredible shot from near the street. Valenti at 5 over through 17. Could be a score that comes into play in the Senators' final top 4 scores that could put them in contention for a sectional title. Valenti against all odds for birdie. And it comes up well short. And he's frustrated.
Yeah, not happy there. But again, if you would have told him that he would have a manageable par putt when he was sitting over by the road, sure he probably would have been pretty happy with it. So definitely makeable putt there for Julian Valenti.
Putt coming up for Galesburg's Hayden Muser comes up short, and he taps it in to finish his day. So now Valenti lines up his putt for par after the putt drops from Muhammad Seymour's Parker Clements. Clements finishes 14 over. Big par putt on the way, and it does not fall for Julian Valenti. So despite an incredible save from near the street, Valenti settles for a 3-putt bogey, and Valenti finishes his day, I should say, at 6 over.
Overall 6 over, not a bad round at all. The rest of his teammates are doing good work. Again, Peyton Woods in contention for medalist honors here at Coyote Creek. Last time we checked, he was still chasing Wade Schacht, but got that deficit down to a stroke.
Looking at the very top of that leaderboard now, getting a refresh as we get an update from Gavin Russell. Wade Schacht up to a 5-stroke lead, according to Gavin Russell. Wow. Schacht starting to run away with it. Second place, Peyton Woods, 3 under for Springfield. We'll see him coming up here in just a handful of minutes. And Cal Johnson, as well as Hayden Moore, both still even through 12 as Gavin passes along. Moore rallying back. He had 3 straight birdies at one point to get back to even. The approach to the green from Springfield High's James O. Their number 3 is just about on the money, pin high to the left.
That's where we've seen a lot of golfers put their shots, is that left side. Obviously, you flirt with the water a bit, but it gives you a decent look, and nice job getting pin high there.
James O's online scoring has not updated since he finished with an even 36 on the front. So again, that's just one of those variables you can't really account for on the team leaderboard or on the individual leaderboard, is the app.
Yeah, and that means that, you know, obviously, again, we don't know how O has been playing on this back nine, but again, since his score hasn't been updated, that could affect the team score as well. And you know, maybe if he's even par, then yeah, the Springfield is right there with SHG. But you know, if he's had a couple of bogeys on the card, then that puts him a little bit closer to Champaign Central. Maybe makes a little bit more of a tighter competition, and maybe the centers aren't quite as secure as we thought they were. Again, though, we'll see what the scores will be when they update. 3 balls on the green, though, for this group of Carson Hopping from Galesburg, Blake Harvey from Mahomet Seymour, Carter Hefta from Washington, and then James O from Springfield.
The final approach shot of the group is Carson Hoppings from Galesburg.
Long drive.
Looks like it's a bit short, John. It'll run up towards the green, not the end of the world. Could putt that from there, but it would be a long one, so he'll likely chip.
Yeah, Hopping was a little frustrated with that. He was kind of doing a follow-through motion with his arm after that shot there. And again, like you said, that is definitely you can putt that. Odds of making it are pretty low, I would say. Not completely zero, though. But he's close enough to the green, and he's not going downhill. So you can afford to give it a little bit of gas and maybe make a run at a improbable birdie. All 4 birdie looks are a little bit longer, but it's one of the first times we have seen all 4 golfers have a chance for birdie in a couple groups.
And that's what you'll get, getting closer and closer to that number 1 spot in these competitive groups. Before those birdie putts, a birdie attempt from off the green for Hopping. It looks like he's got the iron in his hand.
I'd be playing a bump and run.
Maybe a little too much check on that one, John, but that's a good chip.
I like that a lot, Larry. I think that, you obviously with the shorter bump and runs, you don't really go with the 7 iron. You go like an 8 or a 9 iron as we get a large Allegiant airline.
Maybe a 747 flying over.
How about
more of
that?
An Airbus.
Aviation expert Larry Larson comes from a family of a pilot,
yes.
if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, indeed.
It's a beautiful looking bird in the sky, but also a beautiful looking chip, though, from Hopping at bump and run, which played to perfection. He's still below the hole, and he's got a nice look at par.
Next putt coming up from Mahomet Seymour's Parker Clements. Or rather, Blake Harvey. Clements just finished. And Harvey leaves it short.
And again, not a bad lag putt there, but we have seen more than a couple golfers struggle with putts from that distance. So not all that much guaranteed.
Harvey, another guy whose score is not updated since the front 9.
Harvey did shoot a 79 at regionals in his senior year, so he's hoping that his high school career does not come to an end today here at Coyote Creek.
Here's James O for birdie. Just missed it.
He can't
See the
believe it.
reaction.
Oh my, he really, really wanted that there. It'll be a very short tap in for par, but nice job there by James O. Again, who waited on the final score from, but it looks like an even par 36 on the front, so he played a very nice round today by all indications.
Oh, shot a 79 in regionals, but a 1 over 73 in the Central State 8 Conference Tournament. That last putt we saw was from Washington's Carter Hefta. Comes up short. He taps it in. And we will have one last putt. And it's from Galesburg's Carson Hopping. John, the group already gathering off the 18th green. It's going to be a large group later, I'm sure. A lot of eyes on these guys as the afternoon grows on.
No kidding.
A lot of eyes, especially, I'm sure, on Springfield High.
For sure, and also Champaign Central as well. We'll start seeing their team roll through in a little bit. As we see the putt from Hopping. Nice putt there. And Larry, you mentioned it, is the natural mounds around this 18th green is going to provide for a great amphitheater. Fully expect that to just be jam-packed here again. A crowd assembling on the mounds next to 18. They want to get a view of all the dramatics that will be coming down this 18th fairway.
John, if I'm not mistaken, 3 pars out of that group of number 3s.
And that's what you want there. You'll take pars from your 3s on 18. Obviously, James O still can't believe that he left that birdie putt just a little bit, I believe, to the right. But, again, a very nice round from him and the Springfield Senators. Right there with their crosstown rivals, the Sacred Heart Griffin Cyclones. 2 teams definitely to watch.
Now we move to the number 2s from Muhammad Seymour, Galesburg, Washington, and Springfield High. Leif Olson, the champion of the Apollo Conference individual title. For Muhammad Seymour, John Krall for Galesburg.
How about
Washington's
that shot?
Gavin Schurz and Peyton Woods for Springfield High, who just knocked that one pretty darn close to the pin.
Yeah, that was a great shot there from Woods, who's had a really good day. I think last time I checked, he was leading the Senators, and Woods played good last year at Metamora Fields, and he knew that shot was him because I remember he had
How about that shot, John? Almost holed out from Muhammad Seymour's Leif Olson. Wow.
Wow. I am in shock. I did not see that shot. I was about to talk about Peyton Woods' mullet, or long hair that he had. But Leif Olson, the closest approach, no doubt, we have seen all day. That one is within a foot, folks. Unbelievable.
Gavin Schur's approach spins backwards a little bit. He'll still be able to putt that birdie attempt. So 3 very good approach shots. Did not catch where John Crowles ended up from Galesburg, but we'll find out here shortly. But you mentioned Peyton Woods. According to the online leaderboard, Woods 3 under through 16. So he didn't get what he got. We'll refresh the scoreboard and see if that's fixed. But Woods has a chance for a birdie to finish his day.
Yeah, and looks like, last time we checked again, we're waiting for it to refresh. It looks like he is the only golfer under par besides Wade Schacht, who's at 5 under. So if Woods can make a birdie here, and Schacht is anywhere other, or anywhere above even par, Peyton Woods in contention for medalist honors. How about that?
Woods has about 12 feet for birdie, you could say here.
I would say so. It's going to be a little bit downhill, a little right to left. Could be a little bit of a slider. Could be a little bit more straight than I could expect. Again, I could be wrong as Olsen marks. Just can't believe that shot there. Wow. But Peyton Woods, this is a massive. Looks like Galesburg's John Crowley goes over the mound, so he's going to have a chip down, up and over to this green.
That is going to be a tricky shot over the mound.
It is. We
See
haven't
what
seen
Crowell can do with it. You want to land it on the downslope. The shot is on the way, and he does just that. That is a beautiful chip. What a shot from John Crowell right next to the pin. Almost a blind chip right there.
That is unbelievable. I mean, that is as a shot that, many golfers would kill to even have one of during their rounds. That's one that you talk about. John Crowell just did that there. He has a great look now at what we assume would be a par.
And John, I got to say that great approach shot actually belonged to Washington's Gavin Shores, as that putt was from Lee Folson from Muhammad Seymour. He taps in for par.
Yeah, both golfers in
black, very similar
black.
shading.
Yes, very similar shading. Both
with orange.
Both have orange as well, so very tough to see there. But
here's Woods for birdie to try and finish 2 under for Springfield High. He didn't get it. He'll have to settle for a par after bogeying number 17. And Woods finishes his day with a 1 under 71.
That will make him the clubhouse leader individually. Again, his team, the Springfield Senators, looking good as a team as well. But this tournament, the medalist honors are Wade Shocks to lose. Again, he's 5 under through 12 as it's like Hopping gets ready to try and, or Crowell rather, is ready to save his par.
And he does. What a save from John Crowell. And John, another update on Springfield High. James O finishes 1 over 73. That's a big score for Springfield. As things start to become a little bit more clear, we will have Springfield's team score shortly as their number 1 comes up the way. And Washington's Gavin Shores finishes his day with a gorgeous birdie. What a finish from this group.
Yeah, Washington as a team, not really a day to remember, but a shot to remember for Shores there. Almost holding it out for eagle.
He finishes 11 over on the day with that birdie. So we've got our last group of Muhammad Seymour, Galesburg, Washington, and Springfield High golfers coming up. Reese Claybrook from Muhammad Seymour, Galesburg's Jason Runboom, Troy Reiser from Washington, and Jake Balden from Springfield High. And this could be a fun group to watch.
Yeah, definitely. Balden was the medalist at the Maroa Forsyth Invitational, or rather regional, shot a 73. He beat Tyler Davis on his home course in a playoff. So, and Balden, again, playing well. Springfield playing well. And, And you also look at Jason Runboom as well. He advanced his state as an individual last year and fared very well in the
Finished
process.
tied for 7th in the
Yes,
state.
yes. Runboom, a very skilled golfer, and he is perhaps one of the most accomplished ones based off of last season. He was the Western Big Six champion. Won the Geneseo Invite at TPC Deer Run, shot a 1 over 72.
You'll take that and Deer
Pretty
Run.
good. I don't know if that would make the cut at the John Deere Classic, but for being in high school, that is pretty good. Even the easy PGA Tour courses are still monumental tests to a lot of people.
Runboom through 16 was 3 over. So did not get an update on what he did on 17, but we'll work on that. And that'll be a score to keep an eye on for the individual cut for state, as Galesburg is out of the race as a team. Again, the headliner in this pairing of teams is Springfield High, right up there on the team leaderboard with crosstown rival Sacred Heart Griffin. And we will flip over to the team leaderboard and take a look at what's going on over there. And again, this likely isn't entirely accurate, as the online leaderboard does have some glitches, but Sacred Heart Griffin as a team through 13 holes remains 6 over, while Springfield has fallen to 11 over through 15. Champaign Central in sole possession of that third and final spot to make state as a team, 22 over, and they're 4 strokes ahead of Geneseo, as Macomb is all the way
Wow.
down at 31 over. So Macomb, a defending sectional champion, has had its fair share of struggles today. Geneseo knocking on the door in 4th, QND in 5th.
Yeah, and don't forget about QND and Muhammad Seymour down there. Obviously, yeah, they're 7 strokes behind Champaign Central right now at both at 29 over, but Central is only through 13 holes. Quincy Notre Dame and Muhammad Seymour are through 16 and 17 respectively. So we'll have to see if that score will hold up for Central. If they give a couple shots back, the Raiders and the Bulldogs could find themselves in the mix. Geneseo, though, for the moment in 4th, 4 shots out of state right now and 1 hole behind Champaign Central.
Geneseo playing in that group with SHG and Macomb, as well as Champaign Central. So we'll see them coming up here shortly. Again, this is the number 1 group from Muhammad Seymour, Galesburg, Washington, and Springfield High. Bunker shot coming up from Jason Runboom, the highly touted senior. His second on the 18th. The reaction wasn't good.
No, and I don't know where that ball went, Larry. And Runboom did not look happy with it.
Either that or the sand got in his eyes, because he immediately turned away. Did not see where that one landed, but we'll find out here soon. One approach coming up from Reese Claybrook, it looks like. And John, he flirted with not only the water hazard, but also out of bounds, far left. Claybrook,
Yeah.
from behind the pond, jumps the water. This one looks good. And it is.
A great shot there from Claybrook. A good spot there. After he almost went out of bounds and in the water, too. One of the longer drives we've seen, but again, also in the rough as well. Although I think that ball was laying on some dirt, because there was a big cloud of dust that shot up right when he hit that ball. And that's not easy to do when you're laying on hard pan a little bit. So a great shot there from Claybrook.
Claybrook 7 over through 17. Shot 74 at regionals and finished second to Wade Schacht, who's the front runner in today's sectional. Muhammad Seymour needs a good number from Claybrook. And it looks like Washington's number 1, Troy Reiser, found the water hazard, as did Galesburg's Jason Runboom. And it wasn't close. John, he must have caught the hosel on his club or something.
It was either that or the ball ricocheted off the lip of the bunker. I noticed Runboom was close to, well, what seems to us is the front edge. If you're looking at the tee box, it'd be the back edge of that bunker, and that is not ideal at all, especially with Runboom having aspirations. That nice shot there from Troy Reiser. Washington throwing some darts here on the green. That one just behind the pin. So great recovery there.
And it looks like we got some kind of search committee out for a golf ball on the edge there, John. Not sure for who.
Could be for Jake Balden.
Well, it looks like Balden is standing near the bunker. So,
yeah, that's Balden right there is Runboom. It's onto the green, but trying to see who that is. By process of elimination, that's got to be, I feel like that's got to be Claybrook. Because Reiser just hit that shot.
well, now there's 3 balls on the green.
Balden just
Good out.
chipped out right up
From
from
Balden.
the sand.
Perhaps they're just looking for old balls. Tradition unlike any other.
They're
Go
free.
quick, see if there's anything in the water hazard.
They're free. That was
Not $14 a ball like the
Yes.
old days.
yes, the gutta percha balls, but that make my grandfather, who introduced me to the game of golf, proud. They said that he went always looking for balls, never bought them, sold a couple of them as well, and I still have a huge stash that he left me a couple years ago. So I haven't bought any golf balls in years, thanks to him. Might as well take a look while you're at it.
So all 4 players on the green now, nobody in the drink, as we first maybe suspected, as those spectators indicated. Jason Runboom, the senior from Galesburg, will putt first. This is for bogey. Runboom right on the edge of the cut line as it stands right now at 3 over to save bogey, and he knew he missed it right away. But, John, if this is it for Jason Runboom, what a career it was for the Galesburg Silver Streak, a guy who undoubtedly will go on to play at the next level. Head coach Jim Noonan said in an article to the paper in Galesburg, he said he was a great golfer when he came in his freshman year, and usually you can tell guys that are going to be on that trajectory right away. They come in as a freshman and put up big numbers, and Runboom was that guy, but Coach Noonan said where he's grown the most is the mental game. He said he knows when he's at his best, he can go out there and beat anybody. And I'm sure Jason would tell you today that he did not have his best, but still going to be enough to keep him in contention for a trip to state. Now the putt coming up from Muhammad Seymour's Reese Claybrook. This is for birdie, and he missed it.
Claybrook is not happy at all with that one. He was pretty angry. You can see it in his walk right now. But as a put that the Bulldogs really wanted from the number one guy. Again, they're on the outside looking in. The door is not completely shut on them, but they would need a lot of things to go their way. But again, though, Claybrook and a couple other of his teammates could sneak in possibly for a individual spot.
Baldwin's putt to save par doesn't go, or it does go at the last roll. The broadcaster jinx comes into play.
Yes, good putt there. Crowd applauding there, and Springfield relatively mistake-free on 18.
Troy Reiser to finish his day. Can't go out with a made putt.
He had a good approach there. Couldn't capitalize, but it'll end what is a little bit of a tough day for the Washington Panthers on the links. But again, first time in a bit that they've gotten to sectionals as a team. They did not last year. Reiser made it as an individual.
Certainly nothing to scoff at for the MIC squad. Runboom finishes his day with a double. And that's going to put him right on the edge, John, 5 over. And he walks over to the water and drops his ball into the drink. Maybe those spectators can go pick that one up.
Maybe they could. Maybe I'll go pick it up if it goes untaken. But Joey Wright's asking what kind of ball it is.
Likely a Titleist, right? Maybe a TaylorMade.
Most likely. I'm not too picky usually, but Rumboom 5 over 77. We were talking about what the line would be. I said 76. I think you said 75.
Yeah.
Mid-70s around there. So 77 is going to be close. Now it's time to play the dreaded waiting game.
Reese Claybrook ends his day with a par. He's not happy. Just a sophomore. And sometimes, especially those young players, can let their emotions get the best of them. So the day is done for Mahomet Seymour, Galesburg, Washington, and Springfield High. And, John, of those teams, as we've mentioned time and time again, it's going to be Springfield High that's going to be in contention. And like you said, it's waiting time for the Senators. Will they have the votes to pass to state?
Early indication says that they would, but you never know.
Their score on the app should be official here shortly, but a tough day for Springfield High, coming in much higher, 308 score at regionals, it appears, but we won't speak on anything right now. So here come the number 6s from the last pairing of teams. Coming right down to it here. We're glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. Thanks for tuning in to a sectional golf. Top 3 teams and top 10 individuals not on advancing teams advance to state, which will be played this weekend at Wybring Golf Course in Bloomington. Champaign Central, Geneseo, Macomb, and Sacred Heart Griffin coming down the pipe, starting with Benjamin Bandy, Drew Kelly, Nicholas Parkins, and Augustine Hyde.
This is what we've been looking forward to all afternoon, was these 4 teams. We knew that they'd all be in contention. Central and SHG, as it stands right now, would be 2 of the 3 teams. Geneseo and Macomb.
Geneseo knocking on the door, just 2 strokes behind Champaign Central. The approach from Bandy comes up just short of the green. But, John, it goes back to what we were talking to earlier. These guys could be the key in either Geneseo or Champaign Central advancing.
Yeah, it really honestly could. And obviously you have, your top guys, for SHG, like, Cal Johnson and Nick Kalushia and Carter Etheridge, and, for Central, you have Wade Schott, who we've talked about time and again, and Christopher Timmons as well. But some of these teams, don't have clear-cut number threes or number fours. Those scores that can make so much of a difference. Obviously, star power always helps, but it's better to have 4 scores that are close to one another and consistent rather than trying to ride the success of one guy and hoping that the rest of everybody can just pick it up and that they'll scoot on by. So it'll be interesting to see. These are all scores that will definitely matter.
An update on the team front, John. Final score for Springfield. They beat their regional score. They come in at 300.
That's a heck of a score. 300. If you go anywhere below that, you are in very good shape. So Springfield 300 is likely, again, nothing guaranteed yet, but very likely, if I remember correctly, last year the third and final spot was in the low 310s.
It was 318
Yeah,
at Metamora Fields
yes.
for that tie. Chip on the way out of the bunker is a good one. That looks like Macomb's Nicholas Parkins. Or Augustine Hyde from SHG. Frankly, I'm not sure which.
Let's do some.
Cyclones. So that was Augustine Hyde is about to hit his approach onto the green from the fairway. And that chip from the bunker was Parkins from Macomb. Hyde from SHG flies it way over the pin, and it sits. Good check on that ball from the fairway.
Yeah, I thought that ball was destined for going far longer than it did. Did a great job checking up there. So a little bit of a scary downhill putt, but you just don't overhit it. You should be able to get down at 2.
Putt coming up from just in front of the green. From Bandy, from Champaign Central, the maroon, in maroon. That's an easy one to pick out. His chip comes up a little bit short.
Yeah, a little bit short there, but about a similar distance of putt that Augustine Hyde will have.
Bandy at 12 over through 17. And his push cart nearly steers itself into the trap.
Haven't seen that yet. That would be a first.
Oh, jeez. Putt on the way from Macomb's Parkins does not fall. Parkins, the sophomore, marks it, and then the putt falls from good range from Augustine Hyde. What a putt to finish his day.
That's the type of putts that you want to see made. Seen a lot of putts from 10 feet and in. Again, those aren't guarantees, but those are good putts to have, especially at this tournament. You're one tournament away from state on the 18th hole. That is the time to sink one like that, and Bandy did not like that one for Champaign Central.
He knew he didn't make it right away. Looks like Hyde will not factor into SHG's score. 19 over through 17. Final putt coming up for Drew Kelly from Geneseo. And he sinks it.
That's a big putt for the Leafs. Again, don't know how.
Kelly was 26 over through 13.
So, yeah.
So he probably won't factor. And if he does, Geneseo will not make the cut.
Could be some drama on hand between Geneseo and Champaign Central for that third spot. You gotta think that SHG and Springfield are well on their way. Going 1-2. Again, order undetermined so far. We're gonna Springfield in at 300. SHG will be their team will be coming in. Geneseo, a team that had high expectations at Metamora Fields last year, and things just did not go their way. I followed a couple of their golfers around, and it just really wasn't their day. Elements were tough to deal with. Although they had a good performance from freshman Bryson Van Hootie last year. Finished near the bottom, but much different story this year for the Maple Leafs. They are right there coming down the stretch here at Coyote Creek.
So the day is done for Bandy, Kelly, Parkins, and Hyde from Champaign Central, Geneseo, Macomb, and SHG. None of their scores likely to factor into their team's top 4 scores that will count in the team score. So we move to the group of number 5s. Connor Dilley from Geneseo, Elliot Parkins from Macomb, Elio Giacomini from SHG. Good one. Good one.
Thank you.
Johnny on the spot with that one. How about Champaign Central? Jack
Leviton.
That's what I'd say.
Leo Giacomini shares a last name with former Seattle Seahawks right guard Breno Giacomini. That's how I know it.
Giacomini.
Watching some Sunday Night Football, Seahawks were on, and they would call the flag on Breno Giacomini, and
he wasn't very good, evidently.
I don't think he's still playing anymore. He was in the NFL for a few years. Good enough to get by.
Oh, man. So we'll check the scores on these groups. But it looks like none of them, John, hit their tee shots particularly far.
No, these are some of the longer approach shots we've seen. We may see a couple layups here. These probably in the neighborhood of 180 to 200 yards. 180 maybe a little bit generous. And that ball.
That's off the club of Leviton. He's into the drink. Through 14, he was 23 over. So he is likely not to factor either in Champaign Central's score. Connor Dilley from Geneseo, 22 over through 16. Don't have what he did on 17 quite yet, but Leviton taking a very bold approach of hitting his next shot from his last spot, so he doesn't take the distance and takes his second shot.
Not bad.
And closer to the green that time. So he ends up okay, but that's very rare that somebody doesn't take the distance, John.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time that I've seen that, and even though he did have a good, well, that would technically be his 4th shot there. Still, I pretty much gambled that he would pretty much get on the green, because where he would have dropped, he would have just been just a short little flip wedge away from getting on the green. So, I don't know. Maybe we'll see what Leviton has in his bag. Maybe that's a spot he wanted to hit it in, but yeah, don't see that too often.
Shot towards the green from Connor Dilley. Does not find the green for Geneseo. Shot forthcoming from Macomb's Elliot Parkins, who doesn't look like he's going to be a scoring factor. Giacomini for SHG, also not likely to factor. 12 over through 17. So he'll be in the mid-80s. he could be that last score.
There's a chance it could be. I don't know if SHG wants it to be.
I don't think they do,
I think,
knowing they have to beat a 300.
yeah, and you average that out. That's about a 75 per golfer. So if Jacquemini does end up scoring, SHG would have to have a guy go very low, probably about 65 or so. Maybe a couple guys shoot high 60s, but even though the Cyclones are pretty good, it doesn't look like that'll be the case. Cal Johnson was right up there, but dropped back a little bit as the Cyclones number 1.
So that one ball on the green, as you just saw, was the approach from Jack Leviton. And the waiting game continues to see where everybody else is. Giacomini, it appears, on the side of the green. And Connor Dilly short of the traps. That one blazes by the hole. Not a bad chip. Keeps on rolling. Rolls right by Leviton and towards the far left side of the green. So, John, I mean, even just indicated by the play that we've seen here on the 18th hole, I don't think any of these guys will factor.
Yeah, obviously, we thought
it is a vacuum, this
yeah.
18th hole. However,
yeah,
could tell a story.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we thought that that these guys could possibly factor in, given obviously looking at scores and everything, and obviously with regionals, the way that the numbering is. Again, you maybe have a little bit of a subpart A in regionals. All of a sudden, you turn from the number 3, say, to the number 6, for example, and maybe not really indicative of if you being the 6th best golfer on the team. But it looks like for the guys in contention, like Champaign Central and Sacred Heart Griffin and Geneseo, Macomb as well, it's going to be those top 4 guys and those top 4 guys only. So they have got to come through.
So for Sacred Heart Griffin, it looks like Cal Johnson, who's even through 13, Carter Etheridge, 2 over through 15, Nick Kalushia, 2 over through 15, and Tyler Firkin, 3 over through 16 will be the counting scores. Not a lot of margin for error there.
No, not a lot. And I think you combine those, you get to about 7 over or so. Obviously, a couple holes left to play, so you'll have a couple more birdies, probably maybe another couple bogeys or so.
We'll flip over to the team leaderboard again, just to give that a look and keep an eye on that 3rd spot. And then we'll flip to the individual board and see who's counting for Champaign Central. Obviously, Wade Schacht. And now the thing is to keep an eye on with Wade Schacht right now is he's running away with the individual title. But where he's going to come into play is that last spot for Champaign Central, as they have now fallen below Muhammad Seymour and Geneseo. Things are getting very tight for that last spot. Quincy Notre Dame is now into the 3rd spot.
How about that?
And Quincy Notre Dame is just getting to wrap up. They're wrapping up on the 9th hole. So that'll be something to keep an eye on. Through 17 as a team, 28 over. Geneseo, 1 stroke behind through 14 as a team. And again, back to our point on Wade Schacht, if he can pick up a few more birdies, that team score drops by a few strokes for Champaign Central, who maybe doesn't have the talent on the back end that some of these other teams do.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, it is the weight of the world is going to be on Schacht's shoulders right now. I mean, obviously Central at 30 over, 2 behind Quincy Notre Dame at 28 over. So, Schacht is going to probably need a birdie or 2, maybe get some help from other guys like Christopher Timmons as well. But how about that? Quincy Notre Dame just kind of hung around. They're finishing up right now. Geneseo, they're only through 14, so a little bit more room there. But if they can get some birdies from Tate Hager, Bryson Van Hootie, Hayden Moore as well, leaves 3-18. So
I don't think that's
Unlikely.
going to do it.
I wouldn't say that it would. I think it will come close, but not quite sure.
But I think we can say confidently that Springfield is a lock to advance to state.
I think I would confidently say that as well. 300 will almost always get the job done, and the Senators' real deep effort here today. Valenti, O, Baldwin, Woods, all those guys played very solid rounds, and that's what happens when you have 4 guys that really just come through and step up to the challenge. You feel really good and are almost certain to go to state.
An update from that group of number ones. Wade shocked 5 under through 15. Moore has imploded, according to Gavin Russell. He's 4 over now.
Wow.
Watson for Macomb is also 4 over. We can probably rule Macomb out of contention at this point, which is surprising, considering they were one of the teams to beat coming into this sectional. So Macomb pretty much out of the picture by now, but obviously we'll see them down the stretch. SHG is the team to watch, as well as Champaign Central in these final groups, and Geneseo knocking on the door. We'll flip over to the individual leaderboard and see what scores are counting for these teams and where the app glitches are, because those will also come into play at the end of the day.
Something to watch,
exactly,
as always.
As the group of number 5s wrap up for Central, Geneseo, Macomb, and SHG, none of these scores will factor into their final team scores. So we look at Central, because they've got some coming back to do. Shocked will count, 5 under. Connor Clifton is the next best at 7 over.
Ooh.
And then Christopher Timmons, who's 11 over.
I believe Timmons shot a 76 in regionals as well, so Timmons a little bit of a step downward here in sectionals.
And then Bandy, the next best, who just finished with an 89. So they're going to need a rally.
Yes, they're going to need some big shots from guys like Clifton. Timmons shot. Did not see where Charlie Sikander, their number 3, was. Sikander shot an 80 in regionals.
Sikander 20 over through 16.
So likely he'll not factor with Bandy finishing at 89. So it looks like he'll be the 4th scorer for Central.
And that's not the performance you'd want from your number 3.
No, definitely not. And, having an 89 as a number 4 is not ideal either. So, again, Central had the star power with Shocked, but things are looking a little bleak.
Now looking at Geneseo, who's counting for them. Hayden Moore, 4 over. He's their top scorer. And Hayden Moore in that top group, but he's struggled on the back 9. Bryson Van Hootie, the sophomore, 6 over through 15. Tate Hager, 7 over through 16. And Samuel Robinson, 13 over through 16. So those are the top 4 for Geneseo. They're going to need some big shots from Samuel Robinson, who we will see in this next group coming up 18 for Geneseo.
Yep, we see 2 balls in the fairway. So if one of those is Robinson's, that would certainly be good. He's in a group with Connor Clifton from Central, Brady Scalf from Macomb, and Tyler Firkin from SHG.
And obviously it's harder for us to follow on the QND side of things, but obviously we need to factor them in as well because they're in possession of that 3rd spot at the moment.
Yep.
Their top scorer, Ross Thompson, their number 1. He's 3 over. We saw him birdie 18 just before his turn. Connor Craven is in with a 78. Colin Larson is in with an 81. And Cole Willer is in with an 82.
That's a big score there from Willer, who I believe, again, out to double check, it looks like Willer was their number 5 guy. So having your number 5 guy shoot 82, that's big. Craven, a good score as well. And Zane Douglas, we saw here, had a slight implosion on 18. Looks like he won't factor in. But nice job by Cole Willer stepping up to the challenge with an 82. And got to keep an eye on the Raiders. And that kind of really sets the benchmark of, what scores you're going to need to get into state. This is where the fun begins. And, you don't really want to see too many scores up above 80 that much. You can maybe afford an 81, maybe an 82.
But not much past that.
Not much past that.
And if it is past that, you need a guy like Wade Schacht.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. And I think what's going to be interesting is Geneseo. You see, they had a guy at, I believe, 5 over, 7 over. So they're hovering, a couple holes left to play. They're hovering right around that, 80 mark. They're going to need a birdie or two, you would think.
So we turn our heads to the number 4 group for Central, Geneseo, Macomb, and SHG. It's Connor Clifton for Central. He's in the burgundy. Samuel Robinson for Geneseo. A score that will count for Geneseo. He's in the green, and he's on the left side of the fairway off a good tee shot. Macomb's Brady Scalf and Tyler Firkin for SHG, another guy who's in position to score right now. The first shot we're seeing, Connor Clifton from Central. Needs a good approach from about 150 out. Here it is. One hand off the club. He doesn't like where this is headed. And it lands short of the green. Honestly, John, based on the reaction, I thought it was worse.
Could be a lot worse if you're Connor Clifton. The ball could have gone in the drink, could have gone in the sand, and your ball is dry, right in the center of the fairway, just a little bit short of the green. You can have a short chip, maybe a little bump and run, or also a putt as well.
The approach shot to the green is money for Geneseo's Samuel Robinson.
They needed that.
They did indeed. He'll have a great look at birdie. Almost a must-make.
You would think so, and obviously you still got 3 teammates out on the course, and Tate Hager, Bryson Van Hoody, and Hayden Moore, but obviously you want to do your part. That's what Robinson wants to do here.
That swing from Brady Scalf of Macomb, and it takes a bad kick left. That could be in the water. But we quickly turn to Carter Etheridge, or rather Tyler Firkin from SHG, his big approach after a big drive. And that spins back a little bit too much. He's going to be right there on the fringe. That's going to be a tall ask to make that for birdie. But, John, again, it's about not getting into too much trouble on this approach into 18. A par is good, but safe to say Geneseo needs this birdie putt from Samuel Robinson.
Yeah, you would think so. And for a team like SHG, who's maybe faring a little better off, that approach from Firkin where you're just off the edge, he put a little bit too much English on that one, but he still has a decent approach. You can live with that. Teams like Geneseo, they need approaches like what Samuel Robinson just had. The best of the group is going to be a little bit of a sidewinder. Again, we have not seen a lot of putts go down, especially of the birdie variety on this 18th hole. This will not be easy, but Samuel Robinson has had a good approach. He's got to be in the zone, and I'm sure his coach, Scott Hardison, is out there telling him that, hey, your score's going to count. We need you to step up.
I mean, if you're a coach, John, put yourself in that situation. What do you tell these guys? Just keep playing? Maybe don't make them aware of the situation? Or do you shoot it straight and tell them, hey, pressure's on here, we need you? And just like Champaign Central needs Connor Clifton's chip, comes up a little bit short. That'll be for par, but go ahead.
Yeah, but I really think it depends on the player. You as a golf coach, you usually have a couple guys on your team that really step up to the pressure when it shows. And guys like Wade Schacht, for example, or Jason Runboom from Galesburg. For those guys, you might tell them that, hey, pressure's on. We need you. For other guys, maybe who don't respond to pressure as well and maybe just play better when they're not really looking that much at their score. You just got to be aware. I think you have to know your players. You know what they want, because different golfers fare better in different environments.
The chip for Scalf hops just by the hole.
It's just real.
All right, dealing with some internet issues out at the golf course. Usually the golf course isn't a place you need internet, but it is today with live video coverage. So we're doing our best to get things recovered here coming down the stretch. And if there was ever a time for the internet to go out, I guess it was then, as the number 4 group just wrapped up. Samuel Robinson missed his birdie putt. I'm not sure if that went over the air or not, but that was big. One of the bigger shots of the day for Geneseo. They needed it to fall. They didn't get it. Robinson pars. So to reset it for you, Springfield High in with a 300. SHG is currently the team leader, but they still have a few fellas out there playing. And for that third spot, Quincy Notre Dame currently holds it, and they are all wrapped up now, and we will find out their team score here very, very shortly. As for the individual side of things, Wade Shocked is running away with it, it appears. He was 5 under, according to our last check of the individual leaderboard for Champaign Central, who was once in the team mix, but Jonathan, I'm about ready to say that they're pretty much out of it.
Yeah, they need some miracles to happen. They need birdies from just about every player here, and again, not coming down the stretch here at Coyote Creek. 16 and 17, you can get birdies on. I think by my memory, 17 a little bit easier. 17 is the 16th handicapped hole on the course, 317-yard par 4. So 17 is going to be huge. 16, a long par 4 at 407 yards. And on 16, you're dealing with some woods there. It's a little bit of a tight drive along the left side. 17, you deal with a little bit a big ravine, but again,
3 golfer Charlie Sikander from the right of the cart path. He likes this one, and it comes up a little bit short. But an update on the team scoring. Jonathan, SHG, we mentioned, still 6 over. Quincy Notre Dame's score has gone final at 316. They beat out Mahomet Seymour by 2 strokes.
A tough end to the day for the Mahomet Seymour Bulldogs. We saw just a couple moments ago on 18. Reese Claybrook on 18. He really wanted his birdie putt to fall. It did not. And if you could have had that one, maybe another one early on. Again, it doesn't come down to just Claybrook. Any other of those top 4 golfers, 1 stroke better, and they maybe would have been in a different situation. But Quincy Notre Dame, 316. We know what each team is going to need now. And Geneseo right now is on the outside looking in, 31 over.
Anything between 300 and 316 gets you in.
Yes. And
Springfield with a very impressive performance.
Very much so. And doing some quick math here, obviously with Coyote Creek being a par 72, multiply that by 4. Even par for a team would be 288. And Geneseo at 31 over right now, which would put them at 319. So we need to play 3 under in the next 3 holes, I believe. Because
well, that's a lot to ask of anybody.
Because Quincy Notre Dame is 28 over as a team, and they are final. So the Maple Leafs cannot afford any bogeys. They need pars and at least 3 birdies.
Maybe an eagle in there somewhere. Tate Hager, the number 3 for the Maple Leafs today, shot an 81 to help the Maple Leafs claim their home regional with a score of 321. 321 will not get the job done today. But the Maple Leafs, Jonathan, their scoring golfers were all in between 77 and 82. So that top 4, not much separating the Maple Leafs. And I think what is holding them back today is they don't really have a breakout performer, somebody who's down near even par.
Yeah, for sure. And for Central, they had Wade Schott, which obviously he's been the guy. He has been the guy on this course today, but really not much going on Central other than him. And you look at Springfield, they had multiple guys that were in the mid to low 70s, and that's what you need. That'll get you to state. So again, the Center's looking really good right now. They are pretty much locked in, just waiting for this one to go final. But Larry, I want to give an update from Gavin Russell, our on-course reporter. How about this?
I was about to get to that.
So Cal Johnson nailed a birdie on 15, about 20-foot putt, got back to even par. And Connor Watson on 16 is in a sticky situation. I'm reading this verbatim. Gavin says there's a rules discussion ongoing. Watson is stuck behind a tree on top of a stick. They're awaiting decision to move the stick and risk taking a stroke. And the Geneseo coach and Macomb coach are not exactly on the same page about the penalty if, in fact, the ball moves, if they move the stick. And he said tensions are high on 16 right now. Wow.
The drama is building as Justice Keene sends one out of the trap for Macomb. Justice, of course, a star of last year's sectional victory for the Macomb Bombers. If you're with us then, you remember us covering that story as it developed.
Yes.
Justice Keene, birdie after birdie on the back nine, turned in a career best 77 to be a counting score for the Bombers. And I'm sure Justice has passed that career high at this point, considering that you play golf all summer long and you practice hard all fall. But what a performance that was from Justice Keene to really boost Macomb to a huge performance, giving them momentum going into state.
Yeah, for sure. And, that's just obviously the best time to have a great performance, the best one of your life. And, I was on the course last year at Metamora, and I was following around Justice for a good portion of the back nine, and you would think that, maybe he'd be really stressed out and, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm, shooting this low, and, I got focused about not messing up, and obviously all the mental things that go through your mind in a golf tournament. But he was keeping it lighthearted. He was having the time of his life, and, he was just a great guy to be around. He's got
long putt there, almost made it.
Missed it on the pro side, very close, but that would have been a very nice putt again. Bombers look like they're all but finished, at least as a team. We'll see where their individuals rank and see if any of them advance on to state.
Looks like Justice is going to finish about 10 over 82. Not a 77, but also not a bad round by any means.
No, not a bad round at all.
And those are those things where, sometimes you're just not going to have the magic that you were able to capture in maybe a previous round or the previous year or whatnot. Some things just go your way some years, and other things just don't. And it doesn't look like Macomb is going to have that X factor here today. Putt on the way, rims out from Geneseo's Tate Hager. Ouch.
I believe that putt was for birdie, correct?
I believe it was for par, but I'm not entirely sure.
Well, Geneseo's going to.
We got a lot going on up here,
We
Jonathan.
do.
I don't know
We
if
do.
you've noticed.
We do. And we've been looking a lot at doing a lot of scoreboard watching. But, Geneseo, if that putt was for par, they cannot really handle too many more bogeys at all if they want to catch Quincy Notre Dame for that number 3 spot to go to state. They have to play extremely clean golf and also
then some.
And then some, meaning at least 3 birdies or
Maybe a hole out from the fairway,
which we have not seen, at least on 18, but came close. Gavin Troyers from Washington almost did it.
Good putt there from SHG's Carter Etheridge. And that will certainly help the Cyclones' sectional title hopes as they continue to play well.
Cyclones, if the tournament were to end now, they would be ahead of Springfield not by much, but they would take home the sectional title. Again, they still have 2 golfers now on the course in Cal Johnson and Nick Kalusia. Again, Johnson, a big birdie putt on, looks like 15, 20-footer. That's what our on-course reporter Gavin Russell said. Again, he's doing great work on there following the big groups in the back 9.
So the group of number 3s is all wrapped up from SHG, Macomb, Geneseo, and Champaign Central. And Jonathan, if we've gathered anything from these last 2 groups, is as we've been discussing, it's going to take almost a miracle for Geneseo to sneak back in there, and the same can really be said for Champaign Central. So things are becoming very, very clear that unless something drastic happens, it's going to be SHG, Springfield, and Quincy Notre Dame going to state.
Yeah, and Quincy Notre Dame, again, we've been here only on our perch on 18 all day. Haven't really been out on the course, but what we've seen when Q&D came through on the 18th fairway was just extremely consistent. I mean, all their tee shots just dead center of the fairway, about 140, 150 yards out. And, you never really saw any big mistakes around the green either. No silly 3 putts, nothing too crazy happening. Q&D really consistent, and they're in good position, barring a miracle from Geneseo.
Christopher Timmons, the number 2 for Champaign Central, doesn't like his shot. And, John, I don't know about you, but I didn't see where it went. I think it may have been in the bunker.
Yes, it did. Timmons let go of his club right when he let go of that. Still just staring in disbelief. He is not happy. That was a ground ball. Just bounced along the fairway and went into one of the greenside bunkers. So, not the worst shot in the world. Again, not pretty, but it could get up and down for a par.
That approach shot hits the green, and Jonathan, I believe that's from Macomb's number 2, Glenn Sutton. Who shot a 76 at regionals, and it looks like SHG's Nick Kalusia is in some trouble. He's out by the street, and he's over that mound. It's going to take some kind of wild shot like we saw earlier from Springfield High's Julian Valenti.
Yeah, this does look like SHG back behind the hill, and again, it's not an impossible shot. You're pretty much well lined up with the hole. You just need to hit it straight, but it's all about the lie. Obviously, you got some traffic driving by you. You can barely even see Kaluchia's head. He's behind that hill, but he's making a march up to the top, scouting out where he wants to hit it. Geneseo's Bryson Van Hootie in good position on the fairway, but Kaluchia in some trouble, although we've seen a couple guys have some good outs from next to the road.
So we're trying to see what the situation is with Kalushia, but obviously it's very tricky. And it's very tricky for him. He can't see the green. We can't see him. And it looks like he punched out. Did not see where that punch shot went, but he looks pretty happy with it.
Yeah, I see a ball that landed by the fringe. I don't know if that was him or not, as
Bryson Van Hootie spins one onto the green.
and again, another good approach for Geneseo, but I will confidently say that Van Hootie absolutely needs to make that putt if Geneseo wants to move on. There's a chance it could be too late, but any
I
putt
agree.
could help. I don't know where Van Hootie stands in the individual standings, but if nothing else, again, we still have some individual spots for state on the line.
Coming right down to the wire on CSM. Again, the three teams currently in possession of the three spots to go to state: Sacred Heart Griffin, Springfield, and Quincy Notre Dame. QND and Springfield are final in the clubhouse. Springfield 300, QND 316. So SHG is pretty well entrenched. It's going to take a lot, and in fact, an implosion, an epic one, for them to fall out of a state spot. It's just a matter of whether or not they bring home the plaque.
Yeah, and as of right now, they're 5 over. Springfield finished, the Senators finished as a team 12 over. So as long as SHD doesn't play these 3 holes in 7 over par, they'll take home the sectional title here. So a good day for the city of Springfield.
I'll say.
And Quincy Notre Dame as well, as didn't quite see the shot there, but again, Geneseo right now 33 over, and Quincy Notre Dame is 28 over. So Geneseo would need to play these last 2 holes in 5 under, because Quincy Notre Dame, their score is entrenched. They can't mess it up with any bogeys or anything else, and I think that may as well close the door for the Geneseo Maple Leafs.
So, John, it looks like Kalushi even hit the back corner of the green with that approach shot from near the street. And he just hit a chip pretty close to the pin on his third, so he'll have a manageable par.
That's good for Kalushi. Again, you could have had that big number with that tee shot over by the road, but great recovery from him, as we also saw from Julian Valenti as well.
Next putt coming up from Macomb's Hunter Wilson. Rolls by Kalushia, and he made an aggressive run at it and passed the hole. All kinds of carts zipping around the golf course. Everybody just about wrapped up and headed for the 18th green to try and determine who will win this thing.
There will be a throng incoming on 18, and I'm sure I can only imagine the crowd that is about to be coming to the 18th tee box with the number ones of Connor Watson and Wade Schacht, Hayden Moore, and Kel Johnson. Again, they're probably upheld a little bit by that ruling that our on-course reporter Gavin Russell was talking about on hole number 16. See if there's any update on that, but lots of drama going on late in this one. Again, I'm not sure if it really matters much for Macomb as a team, what Watson's score is, but obviously Watson himself, that's big because he could still be going to state as an individual as well.
We'll flip over to the individual leaderboard and take a look at that as Kalushia tries to wrap up his day with a par, and he doesn't. That would have been an incredible par, but instead he'll settle for bogey.
So as we said, SHG can't shoot more than 7 over in the last 3 holes to if they want to win this. And that one bogey won't hurt, but it's can't have an implosion from your first couple guys.
The putt from Champaign Central's Christopher Timmons doesn't fall. Frustrating way to end the day for him. And now it's a waiting game on that last group, which so often in these tournaments plays very, very slow.
Yeah, and obviously there's no reason not to. You obviously want to make every shot count. Again, whether you're playing for a team title or a trip to state, if you're an individual, again, top 10 scoring individuals will be moving on. Obviously, rather than those aside from the top 3 teams, which right now look like are locked in to be SHG, Springfield, and Quincy Notre Dame. Yeah, we're still trying to get our individual leaderboard, maybe get a little bit of a forecast while we're waiting for the last group to see what the individual cut line will be for state. Again, I said 76. Larry, I can't remember you giving me an exact number.
75.
75.
For the record, that's my official guess. In that neighborhood, I think
Yep.
we can determine.
I think that's a pretty safe guess, although we've been known to be wrong a time or two.
Yeah, a few times. Most notably on our hit podcast.
Yes, which I'll have to see. I don't know if we'll be recording one today, but we will have a podcast this week. And you can check out our In the Clutch podcast, me and Gavin Russell, Cody Roskins, and
Excellent work.
occasionally a couple guests. We'll talk some high school football coming up on week 7 of the high school season, and it has flown by. Been really fun so far. Getting a playoff picture. Things get a lot more exciting when that comes into view.
It definitely does. And as we look down the 18th hole, still nothing. Crowd gathering around the 18th green, as you can see on your screen. As soon as we've got anything from that last group, you'll see it right here. But the big headline with them is Wade shocked. Not just in the driver's seat, but with a firm grasp on that medalist spot. As we welcome Joey Wright into the broadcast booth. Joey, how we doing?
Doing great. Had to step behind the mic while we've got a minute here, but yeah, excited to see this last group come through, last team group that is.
How's your day been behind the computer? Exhilarating?
I've seen it all. I've seen it from the eyes of our camera operators, Josh Messenger and Rodrigo Perez, doing a great job out here, bringing you the shots, and yeah, it's been a fun day. It's been a long day, but it's been a good time out here. I'm glad we can continue to do this these golf broadcasts, I should say. And yeah, excited to see Wade Shocked and company. He's been tearing it up over in the Champaign area this year, Champaign Central Star. And yeah, I'm not finding the words all that easy, I guess, but I'm all golfed
Joey
out.
Wright is speechless. He is just in shock by
It's
all
not
this
easy to
golf
do. Yeah.
No.
that is being played.
Hey, I got to say, these days are very long, and I'm admittedly getting tired myself, but it seems to go by quicker every time we do this.
No kidding.
I remember the first golf broadcast we did. It was just like, oh my god.
And that was just a conference tournament.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It wasn't. You didn't have anything.
We were in some pretty bad. Well, no, I can't remember. It was, I think, that the first sectional we did at Metamora Field, so we were almost snowing.
Yeah.
We went through a few different weather
Yes.
a few different conditions
did
that day. It
indeed.
was rain, it was sun, it was very cold. I remember thinking back, we did another one at Metamora Fields,
We
and
did.
it wasn't all that warm either.
It
now
was
that I'm
very.
thinking about it.
Metamora Fields was very wet last year, and we finally have action. The 18 tee box, a couple carts, a couple walking spectators, and players come through as our number ones come into view.
Here they come, yeah. Just as we set the camera up on us, here they come around the bend. I'm curious to get you guys' take, though. I mean, obviously, I've seen it from my perch behind the computer. Haven't really zeroed in on any one player, any one team. But I'm just curious to get you guys' opinion. You've been calling the match all day. How do you think this is gonna play out now down the stretch?
Well, I think it's pretty much locked up, right? I mean, Springfield had one heck of a round, and when you shoot 300, it takes a lot for somebody to beat that. But Sacred Heart Griffin has played so well collectively. Like, maybe they don't have a Wade Shocked, but they've got probably 3 or 4 guys that are going to come in at 4 over or less. So that's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, SHG came into this tournament as one of the favorites. They had one of the lowest scores of any team, at least in the regionals, that's playing here today. And, I really think that they really just kind of epitomized, the fact that, you can have a couple of really good individuals that really helps you a lot, like Wade Shot for Central, but you're not going to get through unless you have a good team, all 4 guys that, can really just, shoot around the same number that you can count on. Hey, these guys are going to be between, for example, 71 and 76. For example, having that is, I think, a lot more, is a lot better than, having a couple guys that can, maybe go low and maybe also go high as well. Obviously, Wade Shot goes low a lot more than he goes high. I'll tell you that right now. But, I think Springfield and Sacred Heart Griffin, 2 of the deepest teams here, and they showed that today. And how about QND as well, sneaking in there?
Yeah.
We can't forget about them as well.
Snuck up on us because, they came through first, and you kind of forget about them. And then they make a run on their back 9, which is the front 9, and we don't see them, and there they go. So
Yeah.
We'll toss it back down to the course here, but I want to get your guys' opinion again. Wade Schock kind of separating himself from the pack here. Obviously, talent alone a big factor in that, but you guys have played in tournaments like this. How do you manage, just from a mental standpoint, to gain some separation? Because all these golfers are talented. It's not just Wade who has the ability to go low. So how do you kind of manage that from a mental standpoint, individually, getting away from everyone else?
Obviously I can't speak for Wade, and I haven't talked to him ever. But I think that sounded
You will
worse.
soon.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
sure.
think
We
we
will
will
soon.
soon. Looking forward to meeting him. But he was in contention last year, if you guys remember, when we broadcasted the sectional at Metamora Fields. I think that experience greatly benefited him because he was right there. And now it's to the point where he's a senior. He expects himself to sort of be in contention, not only be in contention, but play very well in these big rounds.
Definitely, and I just want to say we got a visit from the Geese. They are now taking a view from the 18th hole pond here. The Geese are having fun, but yeah, like you said again, I think for Wade Shot again, can't speak for him, but yeah, I say when you're playing well in a tournament like this, you just got to have that mindset where, hey, you got to keep going. You got to keep going because you never know what you're going to need. You're never going to know what your team is going to need of you either as well. And I think the Maroons are going to come up just short. Wade Shot himself will obviously be going to state, but you guys got to stay aggressive.
Wade Shocked with a 3-stroke lead over SHG's number 1 golfer, Cal Johnson, who has given it a great run down the stretch. Birdied 17. So he's been good as well, but it's going to take a collapse from Wade Schacht to relinquish the medalist honors. As Gavin Russell makes his return to the broadcast booth. I suppose we'll give Gavin a mic to talk here. Gavin's leaving. So, Gavin, hey, good to see you. Good work today. Want to say thanks to Gavin, who joined us on short notice today. We called him into the bullpen, and he pitched well, to put it into baseball terms, helping us out in that stretch run. So good work from Gavin Russell, as always, following around that top group, including Cal Johnson and Wade Schacht, who is the front runner, and it's going to take a lot for him to give up that lead. And I imagine, John, one of the best performances in all the sectionals played today in the IHSA.
Yeah, you don't really see many 4 or 5 unders. I see it's not too uncommon to see a couple, 1 unders, 2 unders, even pars, but anytime you see 4 or 5 under, that is a really special score. And Coyote Creek Golf Club here is no joke. So a heck of an effort from Wade Schacht today. He definitely has potential to take home the state title, I would say.
Certainly does. First shot of the group belongs to Geneseo's Hayden Moore, the lefty. Rather, the last tee shot of the group. We missed all the other ones. That's okay. They're pretty hard to see from this angle anyways.
And the sun is starting to show a little bit more. Makes the balls a little bit harder to see, but first glance, I don't see any in the fairway. I could be wrong.
Neither do I. But also, Jonathan, we may be looking in the wrong spot. You look at these guys, especially Wade Schacht. He's probably playing this pretty conservative here, right?
Well, you would think so. I mean, really, with the lead that he has right now, the Maroons are out of team contention. So, really, you just want to avoid the big number. Apologies there, but again, just don't want to go in the water. Don't want to put yourself in a bad spot like on a side slope on 18, and then chip it into the water and just have a utter meltdown. So again, job is not completely finished for Wade Schacht. We've seen our share of a couple 7s, 8s here, but again, he has been in the zone this afternoon, and you would think it would be highly unlikely that he would put up such a number here on the finale.
So we'll reset the leaderboard for you as we get our final group on the 18th hole. These are the number ones from Champaign Central, Geneseo, Macomb, and Sacred Heart Griffin. Currently, SHG is in the team lead to take home the sectional plaque and punch its ticket to state. Springfield High is in with an even 300 score. They're currently in second, while Quincy Notre Dame is in with a 316 to currently hold the lead for the third and final team spot. Wade Schacht, the senior from Champaign Central, has been dominant all day. He is 5 under par entering the final hole of play, leading Cal Johnson from Sacred Heart Griffin, who is 3 under. So Johnson leading the charge, a very strong charge at that, for this SHG team, who will likely take home the team sectional title. But really, what's at stake here is, does Wade Schacht continue his dominance and finish as the medalist?
Yeah, you see Schacht here. Looks like he definitely took out a 3-wood or some sort of long iron. He'll have an approach of about 155, maybe 160 at the most. And wind is minimal here, so probably a mid to low iron coming from Schacht. I think maybe a nice easy 7 or a 6 or an 8 iron, depending on how long Wade Schacht hits it.
Shocked taking some practice swings now. It's unclear who's going to take the first shot here, as it does appear that Geneseo's Hayden Moore has disappeared from sight. That might indicate that his tee shot was a bit erratic. It does appear as if the group is waiting on somebody who's closer to the road, John.
Yeah, and I did see Hayden Moore head towards the road a little bit. I do not see Moore at all. So unless he is completely blind again, the Geneseo golfers all wearing kind of almost like mint green shirts. And I
A good description.
don't see now he comes
A
into
great
play.
color, by the way, mint green.
Yes, very big fan of it.
Now, Wade Shocked is the guy to go. Taking his practice swings. The leader for the Champaign Central squad. They've had a good run today, but Shocked's run has been the best. His shot into the green. He didn't like it. It lands short.
That opens the door for Cal Johnson, who had the longest drive so far of this group. He has got maybe just a little bit more than 100, maybe 110, 120 or so. So if he sticks this close, you're going to have a birdie opportunity, and Shocked would have to be up and down. Otherwise, Johnson and Shocked could tie for medalist honors. So this one is not decided yet, at least in terms of the individual title.
Connor Watson will first take his bunker shot from the fairway bunker. Hard to tell whether or not he liked it. And that one lands just short of the green, but a pretty good shot no less.
And
Gets a round of applause.
not a bad shot there from Watson. And again, you'll hear the applause a lot more with the fans starting to fill in. Teams, players, fans, coaches, everybody starting to surround the 18th green.
And John, how about that approach shot from Cal Johnson? That's going to give him a look at birdie.
Ice in the veins for Cal Johnson. He has have a look at birdie. Wade's shot is going to have to hit this one close.
However, it's going to take a bogey for Shocked
It would.
and a birdie for Cal Johnson for a tie to transpire. Shocked gets to his ball very quickly, John. He wants to keep the pace up.
Yep.
And likely get this over with. And I'm sure even though he's got that big lead, 2 strokes, the nerves are still flowing.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's impossible for it not to. I mean, obviously, you can't just, play this stone cold. Obviously, obviously you're thinking of it a little bit. And Shocked is, been largely in control all day today. Again, on the 18th, Cal Johnson, who's come on strong, is giving him a run for his money. And Johnson has a decent look for birdie. Shocked again. This is not the hardest up and down either. He's in just a couple yards short of the fairway, about 10, 15 yards short of the flag.
That shot there from Hayden Moore on the green, by the way.
Getting a good shot there from Moore. Again, the Leafs, Geneseo were in there for a little bit, but couldn't quite hang on. But again, it should not be terribly hard for Shocked. The one thing you just can't do is you can't just, short arm it, or you can't forget to follow through or leave it short. Which, again, we would not expect Shocked to do. He gets a look for on the other side, and rightfully so. He wants to figure out where he wants to land this. It's probably judging how far does he want it to fly, how far does he want it to roll out.
And you see his process here, reading the green as if he's got a putt coming up, and he will have that awkward distance chip, and he's going to be next up. But the mental game, we've talked about that so much today. Wade Shocked has one of the most unique mental games in the entire tournament. An excellent feature written by Colin Likas of the Champaign News-Gazette on Wade Shocked last year detailed that as he runs this one up right to the pin, almost goes in. What a shot from Wade Schacht. But, John, he started a tradition last year, almost on accident. He was driving to the first tournament of the year in Urbana, and he was driving by the U of I Arboretum. And inside the Arboretum, there's this place called the Japan House.
Yes.
And it's very calm. It's a serene setting.
The cherry
with,
blossoms.
Yes, with cherry blossoms, lots of plants and nature and a pond. And he stopped by. He thought, oh, I've got some time. Turns out it turned into a tradition for him. He would go there before every match and every tournament, and it worked, as he was an all-conference player last year, made state as an individual, and this year that routine has done him even better.
Yeah, and it's funny because, Schacht, he sits down, listens to, puts in some earphones, listens to music, walks around the pond a little bit, and then kind of takes another break, sits on a bench.
And Schacht taps in to finish his round with a par.
That will lock it up. Wade Schacht will be the medalist here at Coyote Creek Golf Club at the 2A Limestone Sectional. But, again, one of the more interesting things I took away from that article that I also read last night, Larry, was he listens to a playlist of Viking songs. These songs that sound like what Vikings would listen to when they were on a conquest for new land, and Wade Schacht on the conquest for medalist honors here, and he comes away successful as he will be one of the favorites among individuals at the 2A state championship.
He finishes with a 5 under 67. An incredible round for Wade Schacht, as Cal Johnson also wraps up as he makes his birdie. So Johnson finishes 3 under, nothing to scoff at either, 69.
No.
Put on the way from Geneseo's Hayden Moore. Comes up a little bit short. But, John, we saw Schacht get right up to his ball and go through his routine pretty quick. And then he finished that putt. He tapped it in. He didn't want to wait. He didn't want everybody to stand around and wait for him for an ovation of any sort. He just wanted to get the job over with.
Nope, and Schacht has probably been thinking about this for a long time. I'm sure. He started off very hot, and for anybody that tuned in, maybe midday, maybe even recently, Wade Schacht was at or near the top of the leaderboard the entire day long. He
birdied the first hole.
And birdied either 2 or 3. Again, didn't get an official look at his card, but he was 2 under through 3, and made the turn at, I believe, 4 under. So he made 2 more birdies on the front 9. Played pretty consistent on the back, but again, all he had to do was just put it in cruise mode, avoid the big numbers, get some pars. He added another birdie on the card. How about that round for Wade Schacht? And Kel Johnson also 3 under 69 too. That probably would also win a couple sectional titles across Illinois as well. Again, don't know how those are looking at the moment, but 69, very good score for Kel Johnson and the Sacred Heart Griffin Cyclones.
Well, the name is Schacht, but it's no shock to anybody here that Wade Schacht comes away as the medalist with a sterling 67 to vault himself to state as an individual for the 2nd straight season. And, John, the conditions were favorable for golf today. On the team side of things, that's wrapped up. The individuals continue behind. These are the groups that are going to come through, but we're going to try and get Wade Schacht up here. Joey Wright is heading down to try and get him for an interview so we can get a little insight into his Viking music.
Yes, I would
and,
love to
Arboretum visits.
I believe it is Arboretum. Maybe I'm wrong.
Arboretum?
Oh.
You haven't heard that?
I've seen the word. I've never heard it pronounced out loud, actually. So I probably am wrong. But
Here, we'll let the Google machine.
the good old internet, the World Wide Web.
We'll get it on the broadcast here.
Arboretum.
It is Arboretum, as you heard Siri.
Yes.
One of the first times
I told you.
one
I
of-
told you.
One of the first times that I think it's the first time that Siri has had the call
Yes.
during a Clutch Sports Media broadcast.
Hey, we've seen it all. You know, we were talking about it during our break, our brief break. This is like doing a 6-hour podcast
Yeah, it is.
live. You know, you got to check the boxes on a little bit of everything.
Definitely, and I didn't think I'd even be here right now because I woke up and Larry, you heard my voice at 8
No,
a.m.
it wasn't
this morning.
great. It wasn't great.
It was not good after play-by-play for football, Friday Night Football, and also calling the Bradley volleyball game by myself, a 5-set match, doing solo play-by-play in color. I told you, I was like, you might want to put me on the course today. I don't know if I can talk.
Well,
Here
good
I
thing
am.
we didn't do that because we didn't have a cart like so many others today. We still got to get our money back for our $30 that resulted in no cart, but that's a side story for later.
Story to be discussed over dinner.
Yes, probably. But yeah, what a day, and of course, thanks to everybody who's tuning in, who's maybe joined us all day long out at Coyote Creek. So we're going to take a look at the individual groups here. Start of the last wave, we've got 4 groups left of individuals. Noah Dalton, Ethan Donaldson, and Michael Pemberton. The 10:48 tee time that started on the front. And, of course, we will look now at the team standings. That's what Jonathan was going to start talking about here.
I was also going to start talking about what is going to be with, obviously the team play aspect of it has wrapped up. SHG looks like they've won the team title. Wade shot at the medalist at 67. Score says actually Cal Johnson shot a 71. That's what it says on the I Want to Make Her website.
Well, that's the app for you, glitching out, typical.
We will
Johnson
see.
may have hit a shot out of bounds or into a hazard that we did not see.
Could possibly be true, but I want to look at the individuals who are going to be the top 10 from non-qualifying teams that are going to make it. Obviously, Wade Schacht is locked in number 1.
Ryan Crow.
Although that Ryan Crow from Maroa Forsyth, his score is glitched out. He says he's still on the first hole. I highly doubt that he is. James O. Springfield. And we'll look more at it, but we have Wade Schacht from Champaign Central, the medalist, entering the booth now.
We'll untangle the cord here from underneath. And now we hand the mic to Wade Schacht. Wade, congrats on an incredible performance.
Thank you, sir.
Incredible weather today, incredible conditions. We'll just start broad. What was going right?
Pretty much everything, if I'm being honest. The putts were falling, the driver was cooking, the wedges were close, everything was working.
Yeah.
For sure. And then what was, obviously, this is not a local course for you. I'm sure you played a couple practice rounds here today. Obviously, conditions were pretty good and everything. What were some of your just impressions of the course and how you were able to manage it? What were some of the harder holes for you, or some holes that you really just kind of fit your eye?
Well, it's a great track. It's in great shape right now. The greens are rolling. The fairways, I'm loving them. It's a tough course, though. A lot of the setups are very interesting. I don't think it's a player-friendly course. If you're not playing well, you can see some big numbers for sure. The opening stretch, 2 through 6, is really tough, and I was able to navigate it well today. And then it opened up more on the back. But there's tough holes out there everywhere, 10. Everything's tough. But there's birdies to be made, for sure.
Definitely a gettable course, as we've been talking about throughout the day. And
Sure.
that one of those birdies for you was on hole number 1.
Yes.
How important was that to birdie number 1 to set the tone?
It was great. I pumped my drive, hit a mediocre wedge, had about 20 feet. And when I saw that putt roll in, it was dead center. I said, all right, today's the day. And it really was. It was bogey-free day. rolled in 5 birdies, and it was just, everything was working.
Definitely, and then obviously, started out hot with that birdie on 1. A couple more birdies on the front as well. If you had to go back and maybe pick your best shot, I feel like a highlight reel shot. Obviously, we only have our cameras here on 18, so we can only see so much. But I want to know what you thought your best shot of the day was.
Oh man. I mean, a lot of it, I can't really pick out tons of highlights because a lot of it felt easy.
Sure.
Because I was put myself in good position. If I had to pick a shot, though, I'd say my approach on number 3. I was up against a little bank on the right here. I was in the rough, pretty bad lie. Ball was way above my feet. I was about 140. Pulled the pitching wedge, and I stuck to about 6 feet.
Wow.
That got me 2 under, kept me rolling. Because I was thinking this could be a bogey here. Because water right. Trouble left, so I was like, all right, this is an important shot, and instead of putting me back at even, got me 2 under, and I think that was an important shot for my day.
Definitely, and then next week, obviously, you've locked up medal signers. You'll be playing at Wyburn.
Yep.
What is, after going there last year, what does that mean for you this year after kind of knowing what to expect almost?
Yeah, I mean, I had a tough first day last year, and that really put me behind. I had one of the best scores on the course the second day, and so now that I know what state's about and I'm feeling locked in, I'm obviously playing good golf right now, some of the best golf of my career. I really think I can go out there and make something happen and see if my experience can put me in a place to contend.
We got to transition to the bigger picture because we read something really interesting about you in the Champaign News-Gazette. Colin
sure.
Likas writing the feature on you last year,
Right.
Before state or around state, about your pre-round tradition where you go to the Arboretum and the Japan House down in Urbana.
Mm-hmm.
Take us through how that started and whether that continued this year.
Well, it is an interesting story about this year. Last year, it just kind of came to me. I did it the first tournament. I visited the Japan House with my family about a week before, and I just loved it. And I went there the day before the tournament out at Savoy, and I got some espresso royale afterwards, and I was just feeling good. And I went out there and I played some great golf, and I won that day. I think I shot a 69. And the rest of that season, I just kept it going. And this year, I dropped it. I dropped the tradition.
Oh, wow.
But that's not the end of the story.
Okay.
Believe it or not. Right before postseason, I had been playing some pretty poor golf. 77 at Wyburn. Me and Charlie didn't have a great day in the best ball at Ironwood. So I decided I was going to go back to my tradition, and I was going to hit Japan House before regionals. And it was just a really calming experience. And I did it yesterday before we came up because we spent the night. And I just spent about 15 minutes listening to my music, sitting at this bench. And a couple times during the round today, before some big clutch putts, I would close my eyes and I would picture, I know I got the little yellow flowers here. Then you look across the pond, you got the Japan House over there. And then you got the willow tree there. And then you got the little place I did my interview last year there. And I would just picture it all 4 stops right before a putt. And I was just rolling them in. And so it's a really calming place for me, and it really is. It was great getting back in the tradition before the postseason this year.
It certainly worked.
Yeah,
Yes,
definitely.
it did.
And one of the fun things I took away from that article was obviously you said you listened to a couple. Obviously in the routine you listen to your Viking songs, which I thought was amazing because I read that I was like, why didn't I think of this, dude? Like, I've always loved even like when I was in elementary school, learning about Vikings. I was like, oh man, these guys sound like amazing. These guys are just great. Like, I loved Vikings, not the football team, but the actual the actual people, And so I want to know, what's maybe some of your ones that really get you in the zone, some of your best recommendations, because I want to listen to some on the way back.
I'd say the best recommendation is My Mother Told Me.
Okay.
My mother told me someday I will buy.
Oh, man.
It's awesome.
You belted it out. That's awesome.
Unbelievable.
That's my go-to. I don't think I listened to it today. Today I was locked in with some Anderson .Paak.
Okay.
But I think I am a Viking song man.
Well, it definitely worked.
Great golfer and a great singer, too. Wow.
Yes, my
you.
goodness. Did not expect that.
No.
Hey, you set me up. I had to go for it.
Hey, man,
Yes.
I appreciate it.
Thank you,
Yeah.
guys.
Well, Wade, we'll let you go. We'll
All
let
right.
you go celebrate with your teammates. Congratulations on a great round today. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
taking the time, and best of luck later this week.
Thank you. I just do want to say real quick, we didn't advance as a team, but I have an incredible team. My seniors, Charlie Seconder and Connor Clifton, some of the greatest guys you'll ever meet. Great golfers, and I'm really glad that I got to share these last 4 years with them. So I just want to say that.
Of course.
But thank you guys very much, and I appreciate the interview.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for coming up.
All right, thank you very much.
Congrats
Wade.
again.
Thank you guys.
Wade Schacht, the medalist today here at Coyote Creek. Wow. Great talking with him. And you read that article, John, and I would recommend that our audience did as well if they haven't had that opportunity yet. A very well done piece by Joey Wright's colleague, Colin Likas. I mean, that interview just added to the legend.
That
for
was
me.
amazing. Oh yeah, Wade Shot, a great guy. You know, he's very gracious, always smiling. You know, he was definitely in the zone today, and you know, just obviously just great to hear. It sounds like couldn't have happened to a better person. Him taking away the medalist honors today, but how about his singing skills as well? I mean,
Wow.
that was a beautiful voice. And it's not something you see very often. That's what all you can really ask for in an interview is they break out in song. And I'd be breaking out in song as well if I shot a 67 to advance to the 2A state finals as well.
Yeah, I definitely think I would be. As we'll turn our attention back to the course here for the last handful of minutes, we've got more individuals rolling through. And, John, as the sun starts to shine into our broadcast booth, into our broadcast perch, I got to say, makes the day feel even nicer. Finally getting a little warmth up here.
Yeah, I might start, I might shed the quarter zip. Pants are still on. I do have shorts as well, so don't worry at home, folks. I'm not planning on getting crazy up here, but yeah, the sun is really coming out now. It's starting to warm up. Definitely probably in the 70s right now. And again, right before Wade Shot to arrive here in our broadcast booth, we're going to look at what the individual cut line was for state, because we know that Sacred Heart Griffin, Springfield, and Quincy Notre Dame will be making it as a team. But again, individual spots up for grabs. And right now it's looking like, Wade Shot, obviously number one. He'll be playing at Wybring.
Let's refresh this. Why don't we?
I just did.
Oh, well, Ryan Crow, I guess, didn't his score never registered.
Yeah, he did not. Leaf Olson from Muhammad Seymour, the junior, number two. It looks like
That's a Viking name.
Yes, Leaf Olson. No kidding. Maybe related to Leif Erikson.
Yes.
We'll see. But Sam Rink from Bloomington as well gets redemption after a down year at sectionals last year. He also moves on with a 76. Hayden Moore from Geneseo. Jason Runboom with 77. So that would be 5 right there. Nick Manning and Tyler Davis, two individuals still on the course. We're going to see Nick Manning coming through here on 18. He's at 5 over right now. So if he can, not guaranteed yet, but again, Manning is right there with him. Tyler Davis, again, from Maroa Forsyth. He qualified as an individual last year. Connor Watson,
who we saw earlier, as well as Davis.
Yes, and we saw, so that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll put Watson in the 8th spot right now. So, again, nothing guaranteed yet, but Watson, as of right now, would qualify. He is 6 over through 16. Graham O'Leary from Dunlap, also at 6 over, 78. So O'Leary is right there as number 9. And number 10, as it stands right now, would be Brock Brown, who is on the 18th hole at 7 over. If he ties, he would get in a tie with Tyler Thalgott from Bloomington, Tate Hager from Geneseo, and Connor Watson from Macomb. And there would be a 4-way playoff for the last trip to state.
Oh, boy. Well, you just don't know, I guess. It really does depend on, what kind of transpires over these last handful of holes. Because, if one of these guys rips off a few birdies, that lowers the cut and boots some guys out.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, but with those birdies, that would have to come from a couple of those, from those players that are obviously near the bottom, kind of like the 8, 9, 10
It would have
guys.
to be Nick Manning,
yeah,
and Tyler Davis.
Yeah, Nick Manning, Tyler Davis, Connor Watson as well.
And all this is math that is frankly beyond my pay grade. So, I can't try too hard with this.
And I would say I'd have a little bit of an analytical mind, try and think things through. But then again, you never know what's happening out there. Again, final couple holes are rolling it through. But again, the last 2 spots looks like right now Graham O'Leary at 78. Brock Brown currently at 7 over right now. He'd have the 10th spot, 79. If he birdies 18, Brown would have solo 10th and would advance the state. That would knock out Connor Watson, Tate Hager, and Thalgott. But if Brown pars, then we have a 4-way playoff. If he bogeys, we have a 3-way playoff, at least as it stands right now. Again, Connor Watson, Tyler Davis could also fall out as well if either one of them falters in the final 2 holes.
Let's flip over to the team leaderboard, Jonathan, and see officially what the deal is there. And I think we've established we know what the deal is, and that deal is official. Sacred Heart Griffin is the sectional champion, 295. Wow.
That is a darn good score, if I do say so myself. At least at regionals, I can only remember maybe, I think, one school shooting below that thing.
298, Wheaton Academy.
Really? Okay. I thought I remember seeing 294, but I could be wrong. I was doing
Let me look.
research very late last night.
As was I.
Pretty tired, so I would not trust that. But maybe, obviously, maybe in 3A, maybe
285 from Benton at the Carbondale Regional.
That's who it was.
That course must have been a mowed down cow pasture.
Also
West Chicago 294. Yeah, Wheaton Academy, you were right.
Wheaton Academy 294. So again, that is a score that one of the top teams in the state would put up, and yeah, I think SHG is right there among the favorites for state later this weekend. So the Cyclones, they play good in the postseason, and not just in golf. Because our last, most recent IHSA postseason broadcast also featured the Sacred Heart Griffin Cyclones winning in dramatic fashion. And I think most of our viewers would know what we're talking about. But Cyclones,
cover your ears, Metamora.
Yes, Cyclones beat the Redbirds.
That was tough.
50-48.
Tough for Metamora.
I believe.
And
Keyshawn,
incredible.
That is one of the best sporting moments, regardless of sport, regardless of level, that you will ever see in your life. Keyshawn Singleton's three-pointer prayer at the buzzer goes in to win the state championship. That's something you think about in your dreams. So, again, I'm sure, apologize to the Metamora fans out there if there are any still watching, but what a season for the Redbirds that they had. But, again, SHG, a machine in golf. They're doing pretty good in football right now, too, so
they always seem to.
And they are firing on all cylinders, that entire athletics department they have going on over there with the Cyclones.
I must admit, we're trying to figure out who's out there on the course right now. Working on it. It's for individuals. Noah Dalton, Ethan Donaldson, and Michael Pemberton are all through. So, this is either that Parker here. We'll use I Wanamaker. Why don't we? Our leaderboard to maybe try and help us out. But either way, thanks for sticking with us all day long. Here off the 18th hole at Coyote Creek as our coverage begins to wind down. Jonathan, I don't believe we will have a playoff, but you never know. We might. So let's see here.
You never know.
Let's try to.
It really comes down to Brock Brown from Richwoods.
Well, this doesn't help us much, Jonathan. You look up Talon Sperry, who's in that 1106, that penultimate group that will come through. It says he's through 11. That's definitely not the case.
Well, let's hope it's not the case.
How about Barr from Jacksonville?
So this group is Luke Markley, Talon Sperry, and Colton Barr.
It is. Barr is in this group, sporting the big J, if you will, for
Yes.
Jacksonville. This shot is from Luke Markley, I believe.
I believe that was Sperry. Another member of the all-name team, Talon Sperry. How about that?
Well, the guy walking in the middle, that's Markley. And the burgundy from IVC.
Yep.
And then Barr on the left from Jacksonville. And Markley, or rather Sperry, has paused to take his shot.
This is
No, wait a minute. This is Markley.
This is Markley because Markley is on IVC.
Yes, it's the burgundy. Hey, it's
How
a
about
process. What a shot that was.
Very good there from Markley. So this group goes 3 for 3 hitting the green. So 3 birdie chances. Chance for some big late putts to fall.
Here's my question for you, Jonathan. We instructed you to bring your golf clubs just in case.
I
Did you?
I did. They
Ah.
were in my trunk.
How about that? Maybe you're going to get out and play around after this?
I'd love to, but
But
I have to prepare for a Bradley volleyball match tomorrow against Illinois State.
on a Tuesday.
I also have 2 midterms tomorrow, back to back as well.
Let's not talk about school.
No, I'd rather not, but I've put that off quite a bit this year.
Um,
I will admit. So
I'm hearing we may have some late lunch in
oh
our future.
oh trust me, I will be a part of that. I would love to.
As insisted upon by Joey Wright.
No, trust me. My status for the lunch, which will be at an undisclosed restaurant in East Peoria. Again, we don't want the throng of fans to crowd
I don't know
us.
about that one.
Paparazzi showing up to wherever we decide to eat. But
Okay, so anyways, to get things back on track.
yes,
The last group of the day is coming up on 18 here. Elias Martin, Nick Manning, and Ryan Crow.
curious to see what Crow's score is. Again, on the I Wanna Maker app, it says he's only played 1 hole, which is obviously not true. So if Crow is around 5 to 6 over, there's a chance that he may be knocking a player out of a trip to state. If not, though, then doesn't really have much of an impact on who will be making it. But again, last time we checked, Brock Brown from Richwoods was in a 4-way tie. He was the only player left on the course, and there may be a playoff between him, Connor Watson, Tate Hager, and Tyler Thalgott for the last individual spot at state.
Coming right down to it. Team title already decided. It belongs to Sacred Heart Griffin. And, of course, Wade Schacht, who we talked to a few minutes ago, is the medalist of the sectional today with a dominant performance. 5 under.
That's a good round for me in PGA 2K21. Unattainable for me in real life.
I think unattainable for most of the population.
Probably a good 99.9% of it. Shout out to Wade Schacht, though. Point of the 0.1%. Maybe even less.
I don't know about that much.
If we talk about the general population of the
Yeah, not the golfing population.
golfing population, obviously, maybe a little bit more. But if we go to the general population, I don't think chances are your neighbor hasn't shot a 67, 5 under.
Great point. That's why we got you up here in the booth.
What a day it's been.
Again, want to give a shout out to our entire crew, Josh Messenger, Rodrigo Perez, working hard on the cameras, Joey Wright, finishing strong at producer, whipping up all those fancy graphics you've seen on your screen all day with a nice transition, and the ticker too. We're evolving.
Yes, the return of the ticker. The ticker was a thing on Clutch Sports Media for a little bit. Took it away, brought it right back. But
Joey's laughing and cringing.
Joey Wright, the graphics mastermind of Clutch Sports Media. We've missed him dearly. at least his in-person presence. He's been making
He still makes all the graphics.
Still makes all the graphics, making a big impact for CSM behind the scenes, even after he graduated and is working down at the News Gazette down in Champaign. So he's going to be the beat reporter for Wade Shocks.
That's Joey's official job title. Wade Shocked beat reporter.
Maybe the Shocks will be gracious enough to let Joey live in the basement and cover him day and night.
Oh my God! Now that just took a turn. Okay, we've had enough of that.
You gotta know what Wade Shock eats for lunch and dinner. You know.
Oh, Joey's coming in to get a word in himself. Oh boy, this has gotten interesting. All right, Joey.
Well, the last time I grabbed the mic, I thought I kind of shoehorned it in a little awkwardly. I was like, well, that segment didn't really fit with what we were doing. But now I've got to stop John. He's on a rampage. I already have a place to live. I want to make that clear.
I know you do, Joey.
I tell you, though, talking with Wade, you guys had a tremendous interview with him. Great questions, and Colin Likas has talked with Wade a handful of times. I had not met him. What a presence. I mean, what a character. Just brought a great energy. Yeah. I mean, you could tell he had fun out on the course today. 67, coming in a few under par, and I mean.
Yeah, I'd say he had fun.
I would
5
say
under.
Based on how that interview went. I mean, he's singing Viking songs, and he's bringing all this energy. What a presence, and don't count him out at state next week. As he said last year, I should say, he didn't quite know what to expect. Maybe got a little ahead of himself day one, but day two he comes out and gets comfortable, and I think he'll be comfortable right off the bat this year.
Yeah, that's a great point. That experience factor does factor in a lot because it all goes back to the mental game. Whatever anybody does to be comfortable, whether that's listening to Viking songs or going to the Arboretum, anything that really helps you stay dialed in makes a big difference.
Yeah.
And I think we saw that today.
For sure, and a lot of it comes down to a routine as well. And, obviously for Wade, he's found that routine. Obviously, he said he kind of abandoned it this year and then obviously said, it wasn't really working for him. And he went back to it, and then right before regionals and won medalist honors there. And he did it last night or yesterday morning or afternoon, and did it, won medalist honors here. So obviously safe to say that he knows what works. And obviously, great guy, very mild-mannered, and
I wouldn't say mild-mannered.
Well,
he was
yeah,
polite, but
yes,
he was
polite. Polite.
He's singing a Viking song, Jonathan.
True. But I mean, I feel like he's saying it very. He wasn't in your face about saying it.
Yes, he was polite.
Yes.
Good manners.
Yeah. Yes.
He has
was.
good manners. But yes, they're not mild. I don't know, but yeah, and that's a highlight. How much we've seen good manners from Wade. We've also seen, as the day's gone along, some ill tempers and some raw emotions. We've seen clubs thrown. We've seen balls chucked into the lake over there. I mean, that's golf, right? Sometimes you can come off 18 singing a Viking song, and other times you're ditching your equipment wherever you can. It's the great thing or the not so great thing about this game.
And we've been there with broadcasts too, right?
Yes.
Ditching our equipment
during golf. We've
Yes.
had some things go wrong. So yeah, it's you see a wide range of emotions anytime. That's why I love doing these playoff golf events so much. Is you get a good range of the highs and the lows.
I think we've considered this before, but it would be far different doing a 9-hole match. It would just be so kind of strange. I don't think there would be a good way to do it.
This is the longest one I think we've done so far, right? This
is
it?
I don't know.
I'm trying to.
We hit air at 10:10. It's 4:51.
It's getting to 5 o'clock. I mean, I don't know. You
6
and
hours.
I'm not saying
40
that.
minutes. Wow.
You budget some time for these, absolutely. And this is the last group we have, I believe. Group 22, as we've arbitrarily labeled it. Those numbers don't really mean anything.
Don't listen to Joey.
No, I don't. More for our sake, my sake. But But yeah, no, we're towards the finish line, and again, it's you see guys come in. I mean, look at Macomb for example. Great year last year, and of course, there's always turnover in high school athletics. Just because you're the reigning champion doesn't mean you're necessarily expected to win again. But Macomb wasn't really a factor. I'm sure they'll have a few individuals advance as we look at it, but just proof that you got to bring your A game every time. Looks like they're trying to track down an update on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're looking
Jonathan's
as
working on it. Did you hit the refresh button?
I did, and so again, individuals, rank them off 1 through 10 based off who's going to qualify. Wade Schacht is obviously in as an individual. Leif Olson is in for Muhammad Seymour with a 76, as well as Sam Rink of Bloomington. Tyler Davis of Maroa Forsyth is 4 over, so if he pars 18, he would be in with a 76, but he'd also still be in with a bogey as well, because Hayden Moore and Jason Runboom from Galesburg both in at 77. So that would make 6 golfers right there. The 7th one, Brock Brown from Richwoods, has finished up with a 78. So it looks like Brock Brown, as a sophomore, will be going to state. Number 8, Connor Watson. Now, he is on the 18th hole of his round, which is obviously number 9. I believe.
Yes.
And he is 6 over, so he can, if he makes a bogey, he would then go into a playoff with Connor Watson, Tate Hager, and Tyler Thalgott. Possibly Nick Manning as well, because Nick Manning, who I believe is here on 18, is 6 over. Right on the line, I believe.
Oh, boy.
So this is huge for Manny. We'll try and see.
I think this is his birdie putt that's coming up.
I believe Manny looks like he might be him in the black. However,
Yeah. Well, I don't think Normal West wears red or blue, so that process of elimination.
Well, he goes to Normal University, which is yellow and green.
You made a great point there, too. The logo online is black, and that threw me off.
It's all good. All is forgiven, but Nick Manning again.
It's a great question. Who has the best logo here today? A lot of logos.
I think you would be the guy to answer that, right?
Yes. Trying to think now.
I gotta say, I love Dunlap's logo. The detail on that eagle is like none other. I also am a big fan of Macomb as well. That plane. Really don't see
Bombers.
really don't see a lot of logos.
Fitting
like
for
that.
today.
I've got to tell you, Jacksonville, the Crimsons. What a beautiful color crimson is. I mean, really, what a color. Their logo is black, but the one I found anyways.
Let's not get it twisted. Crimson's just like red.
I don't know. It's better than red.
Is it?
I would say.
My word. My personal favorite. Now this is gonna be a hot take. I really like Champaign Centrals.
Yeah, I can say
it's an old one. It's an oldie but a goodie.
Well, Larry, you mentioned that's a great segue. You mentioned you wanted to mention on the air that
yes.
Champaign Central's mascot, time was on the center of their basketball court is a bear.
Yeah, and I had not known that was their mascot. It was funny because I went on iWannamaker and checked out tee times and such, and it said Champaign Central Bears, and I said, that's not right. Where'd that come from? Because, of course, there are the Maroons, and Joey was quick to point out that their picture on the center of their court in their gym is a bear.
Absolutely. Guys, I'm going to run back over to the – we're going to turn the – no, we don't – I don't need to be on camera again. Josh Messenger saying – Let's turn the camera on us. I was going to head over back to the computer, actually, but I do want to give a call to Josh Messenger, Rodrigo Perez running our cameras today, filling in where we need them. Gavin Russell, course reporter, ran the computer for a little bit as well. Tremendous help from our entire team. A lot of fun being out here, and wouldn't be possible without the help of those guys. So they're doing a great job, and appreciate them being out here for the entirety of their Monday afternoon.
Yes, indeed, and Monday morning as right on cue play wraps up. So we will find out shortly what the final results are there, and we'll refresh the page. But in the meantime, John, I want to get your final thoughts on today. Sacred Heart Griffin, Springfield High, and Quincy Notre Dame going to state as a team. Wade shocked the medalist with a 5 under 67.
Yeah, I mean, SHG was just right on it. Like, from the get-go today, they came in as one of the favorites and didn't really let up. Obviously, we talked about Bacombe earlier as one of the favorites as well, and, for them it just didn't really quite pan out. I mean, Connor Watson and, Glenn Sutton and a couple other guys, they had good scores, but not scores that are good enough to go to state. And, for Macomb it didn't really quite pan out, but SHG it really did. Springfield, another team as well that we, knew had a strong possibility of going to state as well. And, they have a very deep roster with Julian Valenti and James O, Peyton Woods, Jake Balden, and, and if I'm not mistaken, all of those 4 guys were on Springfield last year. So returning experience plays a big part for the Senators, and they were among one of the first teams done. They had to play the waiting game, and it wasn't really too stressful. I think there's been a lot more stressful waits that could have been had, but Springfield was right there all the way. And how about Quincy Notre Dame? We saw them early on in the morning. Didn't really see them much, just obviously one hole passing through, and didn't want to say we forgot about them, but we checked the leaderboard, and we were like, hey, these guys are still in contention. So good effort for QND, and they just kind of hung around, and they beat out Muhammad Seymour by 2 strokes, I believe, and also a couple ahead of Geneseo and Bloomington as well, who I believe finished 5 and 6. So SHG looking really, really good. Cal Johnson, Nick Kalusha, Carter Etheridge, and company all can go low, and you pretty much expect that almost every round from them. Springfield as well, maybe not quite as much firepower as SHG, but, with the right combination of guys, they can go low and make an impact at state for sure. And Quincy Notre Dame, possibly a dark horse. Obviously they weren't as close to 300 as some other ones, but the thing is, they can maybe play a little bit looser. They don't really have a target on their back, and they can, maybe afford to. They say, hey, if we don't play our best, it's really nothing that we lose. Obviously, you can kind of go out there and, play however you want to, and you don't have to think about it too much. Obviously, state sounds like an oxymoron, but QND will be able to go out there and compete. Excited to see how they do, because that is a team that's seen a lot of success in recent years.
Again, Sacred Heart Griffin takes the team title, 295. Springfield finishes second with 300. QND finishes third at 316. Muhammad Seymour misses state by 2 strokes with a 318. Geneseo finishes in fifth at 322. Back to the individual leaderboard to see who's headed to state as an individual. And, John, I believe that is all wrapped up, barring any sort of scorecard surprise with Ryan Crow, who says through 1 is even. But, obviously all the golfers are off the course now. Wade shocked, going as an individual. Tyler Davis, Leaf Olson, Sam Rink, Connor Watson, Hayden Moore, Jason Runboom, Brock Brown, Graham O'Leary, and Nick Manning. That's 10.
That is 10. 78
is the cut.
Was the number.
We were off.
Wow. It is a higher number than last year, even with the poor conditions at Metamora Fields. But Nick Manning gets the last spot in one of the last groups, finishes with a 78. Brock Brown, a clutch-up performance as well. Hayden Moore.
And, of course, we do want to toss in there. That's this is reliant on if Ryan Crow played well or not.
Yes,
because we have no idea.
Because if Ryan Crow,
somebody should go run down there and check the leaderboard. Joey's on it.
Because if Ryan Crow does qualify
Looking for a 78 or better, Joey.
As an individual,
that would send those last three into a playoff.
Yes,
Brown, O'Leary, and
yes.
Manning.
Correct. Yes, Brown, O'Leary, Manning, and if Crow shoots 78, he would be in there as well. But, yes, Brown from Richwood, Graham O'Leary from Dunlap, and Nick Manning from Normal University. Nick Manning, Normal University, how about 2 years in a row? He's played in some high leverage holes at sectionals. I remember following him and the rest of the Pioneers last year down the stretch, and Pioneers almost blew it. Couple big putts, couple big pars that they had down the stretch. Nick Manning was one of them.
Certainly, and we're just waiting on Joey right now to see about that frozen score, whether or not Ryan Crow did indeed finish even. Joey has texted us and said, no score yet. Okay. All righty. Well, the waiting continues, I guess. But let me tell you what, John. I don't know about you. We've been on the air since about 10 o'clock. I'm in no mood to wait. I'd say let's wrap this thing up, shall we? Your final thoughts. Final thoughts.
Final thoughts is SHG. This might be the year for them. Springfield also there as well. So, Springfield just as a whole, obviously came in. Golf Town confirmed, and obviously no local Peoria teams that will be making it. Obviously the two Springfield and one from Quincy, but got a couple other good individuals to keep your eye on and for sure. And during the future, because you got guys like Brock Brown and a couple other really good sophomores, juniors that will still be around. And that's the thing about high school golf is you have a guy that could truly be one of your best players all the way from freshman year up until your senior year. And obviously a couple of talented seniors will be leaving the Peoria area and graduating in the spring, that their high school golf careers may very well be over. But again, they have had great careers. Again, it's so hard to come through in these tournaments. Every shot matters so much. Hardly any room for error. And, even if for the guys that did not make it through, it's still a round well done. Great job to all of our golfers. Obviously Coyote Creek, one of the best courses in the Peoria area. And I'm not just saying that. I truly believe it is a fine golf facility. Great conditions as well. As we get word from Joey Wright that Ryan Crow
shot 80. He shot 80, missed it by 2 strokes. So those individuals moving on to state are official. We'll run through them again one final time. Wade Schacht, the medalist today. Tyler Davis from Maroa Forsyth at 75. Leif Olson, Sam Rink at 76. Connor Watson from East Peoria at 77. Hayden Moore and Jason Runboom also at 77. Brock Brown, Graham O'Leary, and Nick Manning all coming in at 78. Get to golf another round at least officially in 2022 at Wybring Golf Club in Bloomington Normal. State begins on Friday and runs through Saturday. So that'll about do it. I'm out of words to say and forgot how to talk after 5+ hours, 6+ hours on the air from Coyote Creek Golf Club in Bartonville. For our entire crew, Josh Messenger, Rodrigo Perez, Gavin Russell, our on-course reporter, Joey Wright at the controls doing a stellar job all day long, especially on those graphics. I'm not sure this broadcast would be watchable without it.
They wouldn't.
And for my partner, Jonathan Michael, this is Larry Larson saying so long and enjoy the rest of your Monday. Have a good week. And CSM will talk to you on Friday night for a little high school football here in Central Illinois. But until then, so long, everybody.